Chapter 2969. Her arms were still glowing even though Wuxia had pulled back. Dao runes continued to buzz and circle around them. Yanbai thought that she could tear apart the sky or lift up a continent with her newfound power, maybe even killing a true dragon. What's happening? She felt that she had transformed completely. A retracing of your latent primordial talents. Wuxia said, you had it from the very start but didn't use it. I simply assisted you with waking it up. The future is still up to your own fortune and effort. Also, do not let down the sacrifice of this hand. He added. Incredible, I can only think of another person right now who can refine their hands to this level. The bull commented. Stonecarver used to be a unique race. All of their talents and arts were focused on their hands. A successful refinement grants incredible raw power, easily slaying gods and dragons. Wuxia said, it's a shame that they are nowhere to be found now, especially pure-blooded ones. He then looked at Yanbai and finished, this is a touch of fate indeed, a continuation of their legacy. We can't let nameless heroes be without successors. The last sentence eluded the two girls. The bull might know but it didn't reveal the story, only nodding in response. Yanbai finally bowed towards Wuxia without needing to be reminded by Jinning or the bull. She understood that Wuxia had given her a great gift on the same level as life. She would never forgive this kindness. My good disciple, with your talents and the greatest teacher in history in me, you will be unbeatable soon enough. That old tree demon will open his eyes to see my greatness. You will take him down a notch. The bull gloated, seemingly already able to see the day of its disciple's domination. Wuxia only smiled. Of course, it wouldn't be that easy to surpass that tree demon. There was a long way to go. Nevertheless, the bull and its disciple had this potential. Sir, I don't care about the other treasures, just let me take a careful look at that immortal coffin. The bull smiled towards Wuxia. He decided to be generous and took out the coffin. Both the bull and Bai Jinning hurried over, wanting to take a better look. They have seen it before on stage, just not this close. Yanbai and Jinning couldn't notice anything because they weren't at the right level. Even the top emperors couldn't see through this. On the other hand, the bull took a while before commenting, haha, it doesn't matter if there's someone alive or a corpse in there. In my opinion, the most valuable thing here is the coffin itself. Wuxia had to admit that this bull had incredible insight, far surpassing those emperors. Sir, I have several amazing treasures on me right now, do you want to trade? The bull salivated after realizing the coffin's true worth. Including that one? Wuxia smirked, referring to the treasure that was with the bull since birth. Well, if you are willing, I'll do it. The bull hesitated for a moment before making up its mind. It's not about me, I don't think it's worth it for you though. Wuxia shook his head, the tree demon was right. You have plenty of resources and innate gifts, just lacking Dao heart and patience. Cultivate your mind and Dao heart while stop being so mischievous, then it's not impossible for you to surpass him. This coffin doesn't matter, you don't need it to reach that level because your inheritance and lineage are more than enough. It's the same as your bull spirit in my hand, actually. I am invincible but can't use it to its fullest potential. Only you can because it exists solely for you. He paused for a bit before continuing, treasures and merit laws can't be invincible, only the Dao heart. When your Dao heart is firm enough, defeats are only temporary. Makes sense. The bull smiled wryly. It naturally understood what Wuxia was trying to say. However, how many people could actually cultivate a Dao heart of that level? In its opinion, the tree demon was incredible enough. As for Wuxia's Dao heart, no one else had a similar one. Leave now. Wuxia waved his sleeve. The bull shrugged, thinking that it's too bad the coffin belonged to Wuxia. If it was anyone else, it would have tried to steal it. Doing so against Wuxia would only result in death. Wuxia then sealed the area and sent the room deeper into a hidden dimension after they left. He gently stroked the coffin as if he was caressing a lover. How strange, who brought it here? This coffin was in the 9 worlds, then the 13 continents, now here? Li Chia said. Li Chia came to the auction for this coffin alone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have participated at all. The robe and ancestral sword didn't matter to him since he only got them for fun. This coffin was another story. Its presence actually confused him. He already had background information, unlike others. This allowed him to understand the coffin quite well. He closed his eyes and after a buzzing noise, a third eye appeared. This wasn't a heavenly gaze in the traditional sense that would appear on a cultivator's forehead. This third eye was actually his Tao heart. He used it to look into the coffin, searching for its mysteries. During this observation, the coffin disappeared from sight and no longer existed. Li Chia began tracing back in time. Millions of years passed by in the blink of an eye, then billions. This river of time was long enough to render the strongest beings into dust. No one could withstand this level of temporal polishment. Worlds would go down due to natural forces, let alone living beings. His Tao heart managed to survive this torture, still unmoving and tough as always. This was the reason why others couldn't figure the coffin out. The mysteries were hidden in time. One must go back billions of years in order to truly understand it. They would go crazy from going back so long in time or die in the process. That's why they couldn't do it despite being so strong. Numerous figures appeared during this temporal reversal. For example, the supreme and cool Zhao Heng, soaring through the sky with total freedom. Next came the unmatched true emperor that can calculate heaven and earth. Images of the 9 worlds and 13 continents were next. As he went on, even the figures of the 3 immortals showed up. Sure enough, these were the people who have obtained the coffin or tried to understand it before. In this boundless space existed a great galaxy with shiny stars. The planets here looked like diamonds. A girl was sleeping there for what seems to be an eternity. The sky above her had terrible lightning storms, ready to strike at any moment. Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2970. The girl's figure seemed faint, flashing back and forth, on the verge of disappearing at a moment's notice. Contrary to this visual phenomenon, she seemed to be stuck there for an eternity. The lightning storm above her wasn't regular lightning but rather a type of heavenly punishment. Nothing could ever survive. This slumbering girl was clearly sealed by this tribulation. Any attempt to flee would result in a barrage of lightning. However, the lightning couldn't actually reach her current spot. The galaxy with its stars completely surrounded her as a form of barrier. These stars and planets weren't actually physical celestials. They were made from years and years accumulating together, a manifestation of the temporal affinity. Long periods of time formed this galaxy to separate the girl from the tribulation above. Thus, as the tribulation descended, it needed to cross one era after another. Its power would considerably weaken as a result even when reaching her. Li Chia stared at her for a long time. Alas, she was deep in slumber and didn't know what was going on outside. He eventually stopped and continued forward towards the source, the end of this temporal river or rather, the beginning of time. One epoch passed after another until he reached the primordial stage with heavenly laws forming for the first time. Once again, just crossing one epoch was enough to destroy anyone's mind. Tao laws and the strongest physical shell still couldn't withstand this withering. Only an indomitable and unchanging Tao heart could finish this journey. While maintaining his original purity of mind, he saw numerous historical figures. Their existence has been erased or forgotten. Behind them were shocking and legendary tales, enough to compile the most interesting book. Finally, he made it to the oldest source and heard rampant detonations like the bottom of a waterfall. Numerous Tao and runes flowed at great speed, carrying with them a thick, everlasting aura. The years started flowing from this radiant area, the beginning of all. Li Chia, sitting in front of the coffin, was drenched in sweat after making it here. This tired him out more than 1,000 battles. The explosions and flow of the Tao continued. The runes seemed happy to roam freely while looking resplendent with a pure radiance. These temporal runes gave light to the myriad worlds. This serene harmony seemed to be frozen. Time wasn't flowing at the source of time in a regular manner. 1,000,000 years seemed like the blink of an eye and vice versa. The blink of an eye was still 1,000,000 years. Li Qie observed this area freed from any urgency. The runes played as if they were little spirits, just having fun as always. Mightiest masters would be afraid to look at this scene. Of course, only the Supreme Lords could actually get here to have a look. Time to open a page. Li Qie smiled, finally able to relax after getting here. While being in this place, he had control over everything on top of endless possibilities. The runes ahead turned out to be one of the 9 heavenly scriptures, time. Of course, time was only its name in the 9 worlds and the 13 continents, stemming from its location as the source of this epic. In reality, the 9 scriptures were nameless. Their fundamental source and essences consisted of mystical grand Tao and primordial runes. Later on, future generations had masters strong enough to find them. They would then pick the form of these scriptures. For example, a supreme existence back in the 9 worlds opened a page of the previous scriptures, changing them to something entirely new. From then on, the 9 current scriptures took form and gained their title, Fate, Space, Tao. In a different epoch, a scripture manifested here wouldn't have the same names as the ones back in the 9 worlds. No one knew the masters that have managed to open these pages in the 9 worlds. They must have been ancient existences with enough power to do so. The same applied to 3 immortals. However, these scriptures weren't as well known here as if some people have tried to conceal their existence. This immortal coffin was actually a scripture, choosing to manifest in this form. Time has appeared in the 9 worlds before then 3 immortals. This movement was quite strange, perhaps a secret kept hidden by someone. Did someone pass down its temporal merit laws to the 9 worlds and 13 continents? Or perhaps the scripture itself was taken there before being brought back to 3 immortals? Or the scripture moved on its own accord? All of these possibilities were plausible, part of a great mystery. However, Li Qie didn't care to find out. Time scripture was in his possession now, so he wanted to open a new page. He didn't need to do so for all the scriptures. When his epoch came, they would manifest into the world as something completely different with a new Tao. He could have been in this dimension for millions of years to observe the runes. However, only a blink of an eye was passing by in 3 immortals. He seemed to be at peace here because he had plenty of time to figure it out. His body began to change, becoming sparkling and translucent and fusing with the time source. An unknown amount of time passed, could be 1,000,000 years or a single second. He disappeared completely from sight, replaced by an ancient rune. He became a part of time in a runic form. He began jumping and playing with the other runes. There was no way to distinguish him now from the original runes, for he was a part of time scripture. Meanwhile, the body in front of the coffin outside became transparent, eventually disappearing as well. Only a layer of temporal affinity flowed around the coffin. This was a potentially horrific event. If his Tao heart wasn't firm enough, he would disappear completely, forever lost in the time source and truly become a temporal rune of the scripture. Chapter 2971, Li Qie, in his rune form, continued to flow in the dimension within the scripture. The danger of losing himself was ever present. He chose a dangerous path. In fact, he only needed to search the Tao for comprehension next to the source instead of becoming a part of the scripture. Of course, the bull and the others had no idea that something so perilous was taking place. Even if they knew, they wouldn't have been able to help him either. Even if the bull was strong enough to drag the coffin out of the chaotic temporal flow, it wouldn't be able to save Li Qie inside the scripture. Sun and moon didn't exist in this space. Eventually, a faint figure slowly emerged among the dazzling expanse, as faint as a candle in the wind. It pulsed back and forth, just one gust would be enough to extinguish. However, the figure persevered and gradually became clearer. Yes, Li Qie had finally come out of the source of time. He turned into a rune there and lingered around for an unknown amount of time due to a lack of flow in that place. The coffin stuck in the chaotic temporal flow also stopped. It stabilized next to Wuxia, no longer moving around. A supreme witnessing this sight would have cold sweat streaming down their back. Even the strongest supreme wouldn't be able to do this. This went beyond understanding the time affinity. He had fused himself into the time source for enlightenment and came back unscathed, a testament to the might of his Tao heart. He sat quietly next to the coffin as if he has always been here, not moving an inch. He opened his eyes and slightly moved his upper torso. Buzz. Numerous dimensions vibrated as a result. Pop. Space opened and he pulled the coffin back from that deep dimension. A new epoch and a new heavenly scripture. Let's use this as an outline, he said while touching the diamond-like coffin. He had obtained its profundity and had a full grasp of this scripture after becoming a part of it. In a sense, the scripture was now a part of him. He closed his eyes once more and his body lit up. The strands of light emanated from him weren't that bright but looked so real and tangible. They looked like crystal needles, seemingly made from the temporal affinity. The coffin harmonized with him and sent out its runes. Remember, inside this coffin were countless sealed dimensions and history with no end in sight. However, these ancient runes in the room right now were the ones found in the source, the essences of time scripture. They looked happy like carps leaping out of the water. Buzz. Wuxia became brighter with a Tao maelstrom appearing in front of his chest. Buzz. The carp-like runes leaped out of the water and floated around Wuxia at an increasing pace. Boom. He released his grand Tao and ordered these ancient runes to compile themselves into a supreme chapter. This supreme chapter then fused into his grand Tao, becoming one with him. Tao runes emerged all over his skin, making it look like he had been splashed by ink from top to bottom. It's just that the ink was a bright shade in this case instead of black. Lastly, the supreme chapter entered into the coffin once more, returning to the source. It's finished. He opened his eyes and said. A monumental change had taken place today. Alas, no one was none the wiser because Wuxia had sealed this area. They also didn't know that the curtain was slowly being lifted. A new epoch was growing. When the time was right, it would replace the old epoch for a new golden age. A new scripture was undoubtedly present since Wuxia had opened a new page. It was time no longer. He began meditating again to refine his grand Tao. Sky Pass became rowdier during his isolated cultivation. The excitement didn't die after the end of the auction. Next came the feast of their commander, Tai Inshi. Many big shots in immortal lineage were invited. The arrival of some has caused quite a stir. For example, Metal Kin War God, Bright King Buddha, and Violet Dragon Empress. A gathering of heroes. A spectator commented after seeing these big shots. Only someone like Tai Inshi could invite so many big shots successfully. I heard someone from 5 Element Mountain is coming too. Another rumor spread. What? 5 Element Mountain? Everyone, regardless of their status, became startled. Is it true? People from that sect haven't come out in a long time. An Everlasting asked. It's true, someone very amazing from there too. A knowledgeable person confirmed. Dang, Tai Inshi actually got someone from there to come. Another took a deep breath. Of course, many members took pride in being invited. Being able to meet someone from 5 Element can be a great opportunity. One emperor became emotional. Well, there must be something big going on for Tai Inshi to do so. It is indeed a good opportunity. A big shot thought about something else. I mean, is it really surprising? I thought Tai Inshi was from 5 Element himself. Another added. There have been rumors of Tai Inshi being from 5 Element Mountain. This event might have just proved it. Of course, he was from a side branch, not the main branch. This was still amazing enough because this sect rarely recruited disciples from the outside world. Maybe 5 or so in the last million years. Being recruited as an outsider actually showed Tai Inshi's talents since he was recognized by 5-Element Mountain. Later on, he went to Academy of Light and never bragged about his background. This made people question the validity of this rumor. Now, he has to be from there since very few people in immortal lineage could successfully get 5-Element Mountain involved. Chapter 2972, Respect and Silence were the first two reactions whenever 5-Element Mountain was brought up in immortal lineage. There have been plenty of progenitors in history and people had different answers to the question about the strongest one. Some would say the first progenitor, Bao Pu, would be the strongest one. Another popular answer would be the brilliant Gao Yang or fire ancestor who started the famous expedition. However, in terms of one era or a system with the strongest progenitors, people would think of 5-Element Mountain first. Due to the ancient finding date of this system, there were very few records about its progenitors. There wasn't only one either, unlike the majority of systems. There were at least two. Just imagine, two progenitors appearing at the same time and creating an immortal level system? Quite hard to believe. It wasn't rare for 2 or 3 progenitors to show up in each generation in immortal lineage. However, each system normally only had one. In order to become a progenitor, a cultivator must stop following the path of those before them, leaping out of their current Tao system. For example, Orchid Sage came from strong grass but couldn't stick with it after becoming a progenitor. He must leave in order to have his own legacy and go even further. Strong grass no longer had the means to gestate him, just like a shallow pond being unable to contain a true dragon. 5-Element was an exception with at least 2 progenitors for its founders. Moreover, rumor has it that it even had 2 Tao sources. A system should only have one because 2 would definitely cause a conflict, tearing the system asunder. There were numerous explanations for this unique property in this system. First, the 2 progenitors might have been twins with a connected heart and mind. That's why they became progenitors at the same time to start 5-Element Mountain. Another stated that they were husband and wife. With love came solidarity and harmonization with a dual cultivation Tao. The most excessive one believed that it didn't only have 2 but rather, 5 progenitors. They proved their Tao at the same time, meaning that the system actually had 5 Tao sources. Of course, no one believed this last one due to the mere impossibility. However, the sect having at least 2 progenitors from the same era became widely accepted. Later on, it produced more incredible masters, one of whom was on the same level as Fardao, Lotus Ancestor. Lotus Ancestor followed the same framework of 5-Element yet still managed to prove his Tao and reached the apex, nothing short of a miracle. Many other systems tried to copy his path. Why? Because in order to become a progenitor, one must jump out of their system. However, Lotus Ancestor improved the Tao of the previous progenitors, making it even better. So many systems wanted to have multiple progenitors. Having 2 would boost their power by several folds. Alas, for millions of years, no one else has been able to replicate this task. This, in turn, allowed 5-Element Mountain to be above all the other systems. Rumor has it that Lotus Ancestor was still there in the sect. Thus, it had a character on the same level as Fardao in this world. A living immortal level progenitor. No other system could top this. However, 5-Element rarely involved itself with worldly affairs. People didn't even know where it was located. This didn't affect its unique position. Even though it had no disciples, everyone still viewed it as the top system. Furthermore, it meant that if a disciple from the main branch there were to come out, something big was happening soon enough. One known disciple of 5-Element was Tai Inshi right now. He wasn't part of the main branch, only an outer disciple training there for several years. Nevertheless, this outer disciple still became a top existence in immortal lineage, a supreme everlasting. From this, one could see how powerful and terrifying 5-Element was. Now, a big shot from there was here in Sky Pass. The world rightfully became startled and kept on talking about it. The date of the feast finally arrived. The invited big shots made their way into Tai Inshi's residence. His mansion was quite large and impressive, located in a corner of Sky Pass. Of course, as a supreme everlasting and the commander of Sky Pass, it wasn't unreasonable for him to have such a nice place. Li Qie finished his cultivation as well and came out. Bai Jining then told him about the feast. That brat? I guess we can go get some free food there. The bull remained unimpressed by the feast. Others were nothing but respectful towards Tai Inshi, but the bull viewed him as a clever brat. Come, I need something from him. Li Qie smiled and said. Let's go. The bull took his disciple along as well. Lu Yanbai looked quite good after dressing up, golden hair, bright blue eyes, and an exotic aura. The group made it outside of the residence. The bull looked at the place and laughed. The brat got rich in recent years, I suppose. Gotta bark up his tree since it's time for him to pay me back. His mansion was heavily guarded with soldiers from Sky Pass Legion everywhere. Bai Jining was a captain and had prepared a spot for Li Qie. However, there were two more people now, the bull and Yanbai. This made it a little difficult for her since this particular party was very exclusive. Jining greeted the guards by the gate, wanting to bring everyone in. A while later, she returned and told the group, we only have one invitation letter, so the guards will only let the young noble in. She was only a captain with no influence to speak of. Getting that one spot was hard enough already. What? This brat dares to put on an act before me? I'm gonna crush his place. The bull became annoyed right away. This attracted the sharp glares from the guards nearby. What are you looking at? The bull glared back and said, I'll beat you all up too. The guard's expression soured. Who would dare to cause trouble at the mansion of their commander? Some started walking over to block the group from moving forward, looking awfully hostile. Chapter 2973. The guards were exasperated with the bull. Causing trouble in Sky Pass was one thing, but disrespecting their commander was far worse. This was the territory of their legion. Even the fiercest person would need to tuck their tail between their legs, let alone purposely provoking them. In fact, this wasn't only limited to this area. Sky Pass Legion and Tai Inshi were respected everywhere in immortal lineage. Tai Inshi was one of the strongest masters in this world, enough to look down on the world. Moreover, he had friends everywhere. In other words, provoking him was the same as poking at a beehive. They glared at the haughty bull while gripping their sword hilt, ready to go. Strangely enough, the bull didn't give a damn and said, You wanna go? Come, bring your entire legion with you. I'll let you train for a bit, let's see how much that brat has learned since he's so arrogant now. Bai Jining smiled wryly, aware that a fight was inevitable. The legion wouldn't let anyone disrespect them here. Alas, there was nothing she could do. These guards wouldn't listen to a mere captain like her. Our legion protects the border for generations and will not stand this. A guard scowled, seemingly the leader of this group. He gripped his saber with a murderous flash in his eyes. Li Qie only smiled, perhaps content to watch the show. On the other hand, the stubborn bull shouted, A good dog does not block the way. We've been nice enough to not make Tai Inshi come out here to greet us. That's already giving him plenty of face. Boom! The bull sent the leader flying right away. Clank! 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 The guards hurriedly unsheathed their swords and sabers, surrounding the group with haste. A battle could break out at any moment. Ahem! A cough suddenly interrupted the two sides. A master and servant appeared. The two women Li Qie had met on the street before. The master still hid her appearance while her maid still dressed like a man. The guards were surprised to see their sudden appearance. They quickly put down their weapons and respectfully lowered their head, not daring to breathe loudly. It's a non-issue, no need to resort to weapons. The mysterious girl's voice was very pleasant yet left no room for questioning. Fellow Taoist Li, we meet again. She looked at Li Qie. Though her face was shrouded, one could still see that she was smiling and very friendly towards him. Fate always arranges a second meeting, Li Chia said. Right, we will cross paths again. The girl nodded and walked into the mansion. She then added, Sir Ian is always hospitable and will not refuse a guest. As they were leaving, the maid stared at Li Chia as if he was a bad guy, a thief of sorts. She looked to be on guard against him. Li Chia met her gaze and smirked. This only served to annoy her further, but she didn't say anything. We're going. He then told the group and entered the mansion. The guards kept their head lowered, no longer stopping them this time. The de-escalation let Jining heave a sigh of relief. She naturally didn't want to see a fight between Li Chia and her legion. The master and maid were nowhere to be found inside the mansion. After all, the place was just too big. I heard that those two are the guests from 5 Element. Jining quietly told them. She heard it from her colleagues. Li Chia didn't care too much and only smiled in response. 5 Element Mountain, huh? Looks like it can't sit still any longer. The water is very deep. The bull murmured, gazing at the distance. The haughty bull became serious when talking about this system, no longer showing the same disdain towards all. I heard 5 Element is above all systems. Many progenitors would come to visit that place, some even stay there for a bit to seek the Tao. Bai Jining said quietly. Many in the legions knew about the legends of 5 Element because of their commander. It's not bad. Calling it a miracle isn't an exaggeration. The bull nodded. It paused for a bit before adding, however, times are changing. This is Sir's era now. 5 Element is no longer the top dog. A dragon needs to coil, a tiger needs to let him ride as he pleases. Everyone else are mere insects that need to worship him. You're only good at being a sycophant. Li Chia shook his head. The bull's skin was unreasonably thick. It began teaching Lu Yanbai, disciple, remember this well, later on, wherever and whatever the occasion, just make sure to latch on to Sir. The world has no boundaries and restrictions under his protection. You can do whatever you want. In fact, call him uncle from now on. It's more intimate that way. Uncle. The inexperienced girl naturally listened to her master and nodded. Her voice was soft enough already, so this uncle from her was enough to make people go soft. I'm still young. Unfortunately, it didn't work on Li Chia. He grimaced and glared at the bull. Hee, I know, but she can't call you brother because that would put me above you in terms of seniority. I would be taking advantage of you then, sir, and I do not dare to do that. The bull revealed its reasoning. Li Chia didn't say anything else, seemingly agreeing. We're here, that's Frightened Star Pavilion ahead. Jining told the group. In front of them was a pavilion reaching the stars. A youth leading fellow disciples served as the reception. He looked quite gallant, clearly talented, not to mention a majestic aura around him. Young lord. Jining bowed after seeing him. He was Tai Yinshi's son, Tai Xianfeng, the young lord of Sky Pass. His father personally taught him, so he was quite powerful despite his young age. An old adage was apt in this case, a tiger wouldn't give birth to a dog. He was quite famous right now. In terms of power, he was on the same level as Flying Sword Marvel and the others. Captain Bai, this gentleman and Lady R. Xianfeng recognized Bai Jining but not the rest. He knew all the esteemed guests, especially the younger talents. However, this was his first time seeing Li Chia, so he became curious. Chapter 2974. During his moment of confusion, a guard hurried over and whispered into his ear. His expression changed a bit while listening. He then cupped his fist and smiled towards Li Chia. So you are young noble Li. It is an honor and please excuse our lack of reception. Li Chia smiled and walked into Frightened Star Pavilion. The bull walked past Xianfeng and glanced back at him, a bit like your father back then, not bad at all. Some potential there. Xianfeng didn't figure out the bull's identity but still chose to smile back despite its condescending tone. He was still a big shot nowadays. Many older experts acted humble before him. This was his first time being spoken to like this. After this group went inside, Xianfeng ordered a guard, "Go report this to father, hurry." Meanwhile, the group was teleported to the highest level of the pavilion after entering the entrance. They were now standing inside a new area with numerous buildings and pavilions. They looked like blooming lotuses beneath a starry sky. This place was no longer Sky Pass but deeper in space. One could see the stars inches above them, hence the pavilion's name. One could frighten the stars just by speaking loudly here. The buildings varying in height were specifically arranged to form a formation, looking very mysterious. Inside each pavilion were banquets with guests sitting down already. They came from all over the world, demons, celestials, metalkins, fieries. The guests here had exceptional auras and brimming with divinity. All of them were clearly lords, sect masters, and top true gods from the previous generations. After all, Tai Yinshi only invited the most influential figures. Li Qie looked around and noticed the highest pavilion. Only the top figures were actually there: Supreme True Emperor, Holy Frost True Emperor, Flying Sword Marvel. These were the strongest emperors and everlastings right now in immortal lineage, the so-called apex existences. Others wouldn't dare to sit there unless they believed they were at that level. They chose the other pavilions instead. The mysterious master-servant duo was also in there. Everyone came over to greet these two, including Supreme from High Sun and Holy Frost from the Academy. Even the arrogant Flying Sword Marvel came over to greet them. She was definitely from 5 Element. That's the only sect strong enough to command respect from the rest. Billionaire Li is here too. Someone recognized Li Qie's group right away. Li Qie and his nickname became quite famous after the previous auction. What is he here for? Some experts grimaced, becoming a bit unhappy. They knew he was rich and a big spender. No one else here was on the same level, not even a young master like Tang Ben. However, this person stinks of money was invited too. Remember, they considered an invitation from Tai Yinshi to be an honor. Thus, they felt strange that someone like Li Qie would be able to participate as well. How did he get an invitation letter? A sect master raised his brows. A nameless junior like Li Qie shouldn't have been invited to this feast in their opinion. Maybe he bought one? After all, a sky-high price can definitely get you a letter. A clan master sneered. Some started thinking and thought that this clan master made sense. Perhaps if Billionaire Li had offered someone $1 billion or more, some might have been willing to sell him their spot. Li Qie glanced over at the mysterious girl and she nodded back to greet him. He smiled and started heading for the highest pavilion. The ones in there were all looking at him now. This isn't the place for you. Someone blocked his path, glaring at him with disdain. It was none other than Guan Yunpeng, the successor of Strong Grass and the junior brother of Orchid Sage. You again, horsey. Your skin is quite thick for you to still show up in public. The bull laughed and said. Yunpeng turned red after seeing the bull. Being ridden by it was the most humiliating experience in his life. Demon's pawn, you can't do as you please here. Yunpeng regained his confidence and arched his chest. An old man appeared behind him just like a specter. Though he had converged his aura, his divine ring was still faintly pulsing. 7-ring god. An expert quietly said, recognizing the old man right away. Guan Yinshan's first disciple. Many were shaken to see his pulsing ring. No wonder why Yunpeng dared to come looking for trouble. He got a strong backup this time, a powerful epic eternal. He never forgot about the humiliation prior and swore to have vengeance at all costs. Thus, he asked his senior brother to help him. Scram if you want to live. Li Qie didn't bat an eye. You think having dirty money is everything? There are plenty of people stronger and richer than you in this world. Yunpeng uttered coldly. They're all insignificant. Scram. Li Qie retorted. Amitba. Two monks appeared behind Yunpeng after Li Qie finished speaking, the left and right child of Bright King Buddha. Benefactor, you are incorrect and disrespectful for saying this. The left child said, Sir Ian invited the heroes of the world here, don't be impudent, very few can call themselves heroes, the likes of you are more similar to dogs. Li Qie looked at them and said. You. The two monks had an ugly grimace, becoming furious. This feud attracted the attention of many guests. No one would be able to restrain their anger after being called dogs, definitely not these two monks. Be mindful of its owner before kicking a dog. Even if these two monks were average, their master was famous on top of being the abbot of Lankavatara Temple. He was clearly disrespecting Bright King Buddha as well. Ignorant fool, you can't back up your words. Guan Yunpeng jumped in to help the two monks. You deserve death for insulting the heroes participating in Sir Yin's event. Chapter 2975. Guan Yunpeng's arrogant style was deeply rooted in his noble upbringing. Though his cultivation was nothing compared to the big shots here, his status as the junior brother of Orchid Sage allowed him to be on the same level as them. Slap the annoying brat. Li Qie nonchalantly ordered. Bam! 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 Yunpeng got struck by a dozen slaps in no time at all. He started seeing stars, blood oozed out of his mouth along with both rows of teeth when he tried to speak. The scene became soundless. All eyes were on Li Qie now. Causing trouble at this feast was quite bold. This was the same as not giving Tai Yinshi any face, something most in a mortal lineage wouldn't dare to do. Little animal, you court death. Yunpeng roared and took out a painting scroll. Don't. Seven-Ring God tried to stop him. It was too late. The furious youth rolled out the painting, revealing only one word written on it, suppress. The character didn't have that many lines but still contained a majestic power. Boom! The character descended on Li Qie like 1,000 mountains with a billowing progenitorial aura. It was as if a progenitor was attacking right now. Some of the spectators became frozen. The stars in this dimension trembled, the pavilions sank down a bit, unable to withstand this force. Gasps and deep breaths could be heard from the spectators. An authentic scroll from Orchid Sage himself. A big shot shouted. Yes, Orchid Sage wrote the word and instilled in it a mighty power. Just a fox exploiting the tiger's might. Li Qie commented and raised one hand into the sky. He tore the firmament apart along with the myriad realms. Nothing else mattered beneath his grasp. The character instantly crumbled and the scroll was ripped to pieces by his palm. Ugh! Guan Yunpeng was held up by his neck before anyone could react, his feet kicking back and forth and his eyes turning white. Don't hurt him. Seven-Ring God activated all 7 of his halos. They spread and created a domain of power. Evil creature, halt. Both the monks started chanting Buddhist mantras and became shrouded in a bright radiance. This radiance then rushed towards Li Qie. The two showed their true form. The left child was a long-armed ape and the right child was a black pupa. They had a Buddhist disc behind their head, looking like 2 enlightened demons. R.A. Their weapon of choice was a massive Buddhist pestle. Boom! Some stars above crumbled as a result. The 2 pestles accompanied by Buddhist brilliance and chanting came crashing down on Li Qie. Die! Seven-Ring God was in a hurry to save Yunpeng, so he fused his halos into a seal. It turned into a supreme mountain, also flying towards Li Qie. Rumble. The trio's combined attack nearly crushed one of the closest pavilions, alarming the experts inside. They were undoubtedly powerful, living up to their fame. Alas, this wasn't enough to warrant Li Qie's attention. So be it, I'll grant your death wishes. Li Qie said, then formed a mudra. He flipped it over and the resulting seal came pressing down. Boom! This casual mudra had enough power to suppress the gods and devils for ages. Everything would turn to ashes in the blink of an eye. Rumble. It annihilated both the Buddhist radiance along with the halos and continued heading for the three combatants. No. All three started screaming and summoned their strongest treasures while utilizing their mightiest merit laws in an attempt to destroy the incoming seal. Unfortunately, how could fireflies compare to the luminous moon? Blood poured down like the rain after a burst of miserable screams. The three were instantly slaughtered by Li Qia's seal. Resistance was futile. Drops of blood fell on the wooden railings of the nearby pavilions, truly a stunning sight to behold. The stench of blood filled the area and wouldn't dissipate. Moreover, the atmosphere has become tense to the extreme. The masters here exchanged glances with each other. Li Qia had killed the two monks with no regard for their master. Doing so meant becoming an enemy with both Bright King Buddha and Lankavatara Temple. No, all of Buddhism. Moreover, he killed Seven-Ring God too, offending strong grass in the process. Many took a deep breath after realizing that billionaire Li wasn't only rich but also mighty. Most importantly, he was a merciless man who would kill after a single disagreement. What do you want? Guan Yunpeng gasped for breath and said. You tell me. You wanted to kill me earlier, who is killing who now? Li Qia smiled. Don't be insane. Yunpeng was scared out of his mind. His life was in someone else's hand right now, so he couldn't be arrogant like always. I am the successor of Strong Grass, my father is Guan Yunshan, my senior brother is Orchid Sage, the pale youth stated his backing. Idiot, so what if Orchid Sage is your senior brother? He doesn't like having an idiot like you around, I'm sure. Li Qia shook his head. Kill me and my senior brother will avenge me. Our Strong Grass will hunt you down, you'll have nowhere to hide. Yunpeng shrieked louder after seeing that Li Qia was unimpressed. Of course, Li Qia was an exception. Others certainly shuddered after hearing the title, Orchid Sage. This person was still an invincible progenitor. Orchid Sage owes Guan Yunshan a great debt. A spectator quietly said. Everyone knew that Yunshan had taught Orchid Sage before. Orchid Sage would have no choice but to seek vengeance in order to repay this favor. They thought that it was unwise to have a progenitor as an enemy over Guan Yunpeng. No one would do something like this. Let's find out. Li Qia chuckled and slowly closed his fingers. You! Senior brother, save me! The frightened youth pissed in his pants and cried for help. Pop! Li Qia rendered him into a bloody mist. Chapter 2976. The red mist scattered to the wind, leaving the crowd in rumination. In recent days, everyone in Sky Pass has heard of Billionaire Li and his crazy bids. Now, his action was arguably fiercer, offending two powerful systems in a mortal lineage. He looked nonchalant and brushed off his sleeves as if he had only swatted some flies. No one dared to stand in his path any longer, aware that this guy was a monster. They watched him move up the highest pavilion towards the mysterious girl. Meanwhile, the maid named Jinger stared at Li Qia with her big and round eyes, being cautious as if he was a thief. Supreme gave his regards while Holyfrost got up to greet Li Qia. She considered him as an ally because he used to be a student at Repentance Institution, so they were both from Academy of Light. Li Qia got in front of the mysterious girl and sat down without any hesitation with a smile on his face. Though the others were prestigious, they still didn't dare to sit close to her. This wasn't the case for Li Qia. The atmosphere became quieter after this bold act. One could hear the drop of a needle now. The big shots here knew her background and showed nothing but respect towards her. Li Qia, on the other hand, showed zero courtesy and reservation. Humph, you can't sit there. Flying Sword Marvel scowled, still having the same enmity towards him. There's no spot in this world that I can't sit. Li Qia smiled, not bothering to look at her. Only a progenitor can sit there, you're not qualified. She retorted. Speak for yourself. Li Qia ignored her and continued staring at the mysterious girl. Fellow Taoist, act politely before the goddess. A young true god close by spoke. He had an unmatched style, as if each wave of his hand could erect myriad domains. He seemed to be blessed by the sages and protected by the gods. This powerful youth was named Shungujan. He came from Border of God and was on the same level as Holyfrost and Metalkin War God. Your name is Goddess? Li Chiye ignored the youth and asked the mysterious girl instead. That's just people joking around. She smiled in response. My name is Hui Qingxian. You can call me Qingxian if you don't mind. People could feel an elegant smile though she was shrouded. The smile contained boundless charisma, enough to charm everyone. Everyone became startled by her reaction. The older big shots couldn't believe it, thinking that they have misheard. Their eyes darted back and forth between her and Li Chiye in confusion. Keep in mind that this girl was as prestigious as a progenitor. However, she didn't seem to mind Li Chiye assuming the same seniority level at all. She was indeed from 5-Element Mountain and wasn't a regular disciple either. She was part of the main branch, acting as its successor. Therefore, people called her 5-Element Goddess. They haven't seen her face but still knew of her prestigious background. They didn't know her real name because it would be improper and disrespectful to ask for it. Now, she told Li Chiye her name on her own volition to the astonishment of the crowd. Some geniuses felt jealous as well. 5-Element Mountain has always been mysterious and unreachable. Now, the appearance of the goddess was a chance for everyone to get close. After all, earning her favor meant a future full of potential. In fact, if they could make her fall in love, they could even become a progenitor in the future. It's certainly not impossible for 5-Element Mountain to groom a progenitor. Hui Qingxian. Nice name, I like it. Li Chiye casually smiled. Alas, his attitude right now was considered disrespectful by others. The maid behind Xinghuan gave him the side eye. This was her first time seeing a man acting so nonchalant and speaking so much in front of her lady. In her opinion, no one was worthy of her lady. My heart can't handle your compliments. Qingxuan's voice was pleasant, one could never get tired of listening to her. Her elegance naturally made people want to stick around forever. Li Chiye assessed her meticulously without holding back. His rude gaze wanted to find out everything about her. How vulgar. Shungujan critiqued. Supreme and Holyfrost could only smile wryly, having seen his arrogance and domineering style before. Flying Sword Marvel scowled, clearly dissatisfied with him. Decent cultivation, you have indeed learned the majority of arts from 5-Element. Li Chiye withdrew his gaze. Some became frozen after hearing this. Though Qingxian hasn't shown her true power and cultivation before, everyone here was smart enough to know that she far exceeded them, virtually unfathomable. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to become the successor of 5-Element. Some even believed that she could be on the same level as Orchid Sage and Luminous Master, capable of contending against them. You're too kind. I am but a firefly compared to your radiance, Dao brother. Your battle against the 3 emperors on Sacred Mountain was brilliant. She responded. As easy as pie. Li Chiye smiled before adding, a girl like you is very adorable indeed. That's him, that's fiercest. The guy who killed Gold Taifa True Emperor and the others. A shocked spectator realized who Li Chiye was after hearing Qingxian. So that's fiercest. No wonder why he's so haughty. Many have heard of fiercest before. A person who killed 3 emperors was qualified to act in this manner. It is an honor to be praised by you. Qingxian answered. One could tell that she was smiling beneath the concealment. A smart girl is always so lovely yet can be rare. If I were to pick someone in immortal lineage, you would definitely be a top candidate. Li Chiye joked. Chapter 2977. Such flippant flirting astounded the crowd. It required wanton arrogance. Everyone took a deep breath and stared at 5-Element Goddess, thinking that she would become furious and teach Li Chiye a lesson. Remember, her status was comparable to the two progenitors. The oldest ancestors right now would still venerate her. Li Qia's comment about wanting her to be his woman was the same as offending all of Five Element Mountain. In fact, some have said that they would rather offend a progenitor rather than Five Element. This was far more insane than challenging Luminous Master. This brat must be tired of living. Someone murmured. There's no place to hide if Five Element wishes to pursue this. No one would grant him shelter either. An Eternal added. A frog wanting to eat swan meat. Flying Sword Marvel said. So shameless and lacking self-awareness. Shingujan chimed in. His eyes flashed with animosity towards Li Qia. Li Qia ignored them and only smiled at the goddess. Yes, that sounds good. The bull seized the opportunity and laughed. Sir, you and the bloodline of Five Element will birth an immortal child with limitless potential. Goddess, what do you think about this? It then turned towards her and asked, seemingly impatient. In the bull's opinion, nothing would be better than Li Qia leaving an offspring behind in immortal lineage, especially with such a good match. The child would be the greatest in an epoch, completely unmatched. I've had enough of this. Shingujan snorted and exuded his divinity towards the bull like a supreme god. Fardao is a one and only genius in history, but his descendants are only mediocre at best. The bull didn't care at all as it waved its hoof around. This look of disdain exasperated Gujan. His eyes lit up with all-piercing rays. Border of God was the system under Fardao. He was the only person who started a system without becoming a progenitor, another miracle of the ages. Others would naturally respect the youth due to his background, just not the bull and Li Qia. Jing'er has been doing nothing outside of shooting unfriendly glances at Li Qia while standing behind Hui Qingxian. So egotistic. She finally commented. On the other hand, Hui Qingxian remained friendly and smiled. It is an honor to be considered by you, Dao brother. No one expected this response from her. All of the emperors and older experts stared at Li Qia in disbelief. In fact, her lack of a furious reaction meant that she had pretty much accepted his offer. Thus, jaws dropped to the ground. How can this be? A dumbstruck listener said. In their opinion, Li Qia should be dead right now for teasing her in such a blatant manner, and she shouldn't be so nonchalant. They started looking around. She still didn't have a Dao companion, so some predicted that Five Element Mountain wanted to let her look for a potential husband on this trip. Because of this, so many big shots became excited since they had talented juniors. Perhaps there was a shot. A few powerful emperors and everlastings harbored this intention, not only because of Five Element Mountain but also because she was indeed a peerless woman. Having a wife like her would be the fortune of a lifetime. They tried to court her, albeit in a gentlemanly and non-aggressive style. Unfortunately, she has been keeping a distance from everyone until now. Li Qia. He suddenly became everyone's love rival. That's awesome to hear. The bull became excited. He, when are you two marrying then? I'll drag that old tree demon to the ceremony for a drink too. It's best to have a baby as soon as possible. The bull couldn't wait for a marriage between these two. Later on, even if Li Qia were to leave immortal lineage, that baby would be well taken care of. It would have the bull, the tree demon, and Five Element Mountain. This baby would definitely reign over three immortals with a radiance illuminating one era after another, hence the bull's excitement in being a teacher of such a majestic being. Stop fantasizing. Li Qia kicked the bull straight out of the pavilion. It climbed back in right away and said, Goddess, what do you think about him? He's not a bad choice, definitely the best in history. Qingxian only smiled after hearing this, her eyes resembling running water still fixated on Li Qia. Dao brother, how about visiting Five Element Mountain when you have time? The seniors there all wish to see your impeccable style. She asked. Isn't this too fast? People breathed in deeply after hearing this. She hasn't invited anyone else back to her system before. Normally, only progenitors could go there. Those invited were all top and brilliant existences of their era. Now, the successor of 5 Element was inviting this fella? She spoke as if she had agreed to the marriage and was ready for him to meet her family. All of this was happening too quickly for the crowd to take. I don't get it. The older Everlastings lost hope in their juniors having a chance with her. The young ones right now who had a crush on her could tell that she favored Wuxia. Why? One young Everlasting couldn't accept it. They were young and powerful yet couldn't earn her attention. On the other hand, a vulgar person like Wuxia got it in no time at all. They thought that they weren't inferior compared to him at all. So why did he win? In just a short time, jealous stares were sent his way. Chapter 2978. Everyone desired to earn 5 Element goddess love, brilliant emperors and everlastings included. Nothing could be better than having her as a Tao companion. There were many women in this world, some great beauties too. However, they paled in comparison to the goddess. This development happened too quickly and caught them off guard. Sure, I'll visit 5 Element later if I have time. Wuxia agreed without hesitating. I'll be waiting. Qingxuan's actions and style seemed to be natural and without pretense. Others couldn't help admiring her. Sooner better than later. The bull laughed. If it's a good thing, why not do it as early as possible? Marry fast and have a baby quicker. It knew that Wuxia would leave soon, so there wasn't that much time left if they didn't get married right away. Scram. Another kick from Wuxia sent it out of the balcony, but it still shamelessly climbed back in. A few didn't know what to think of this strange creature. Holyfrost, on the other hand, didn't feel the same way. She didn't know all the details about the bull, but many ancestors in the system revered the bull. They told stories of brilliant geniuses and emperors suffering to its mischievousness. But now, it looked like it had a good relationship with Wuxia. Therefore, she realized that she had still been underestimating the bull. His Excellency, the commander of Sky Pass, is here. An announcer roared. 2 groups of soldiers escorted an old man into the pavilion, marching in an orderly fashion. The old man was still full of spirit despite his gray hair. His eyes were as bright as the sun and moon or the gathering of 1,000 stars. He had concealed his invincible aura, but each step was as sonorous as thunder. Any gesture of his could beckon a storm. He was Tai Yinshi, a supreme everlasting. Gentlemen, thank you for visiting my humble abode and excuse any lack of reception shown so far. Tai Yinshi cupped his fist towards the guests in the various pavilions. Everyone stood up and returned the gesture. Though there were ancestors and powerful emperors among the crowd, none dared to show any slight towards Tai Yinshi. His background was one thing, but just his power alone was awe-inspiring enough. A supreme everlasting was a being standing on the same level as a progenitor. A half-step like flying sword marvel was far inferior. Some grand completion everlastings or those at the peak of this realm only had the same seniority level and fame as a progenitor, not the power. However, Tai Yinshi has been at the supreme level for numerous years. He had the capabilities to fight one. Therefore, his status was equal to the 2 contemporary progenitors. Of course, it would be hard to know which of them was the strongest. The brat is old enough to need to put on an act now. The bull only gave Yinshi a quick glance, not paying too much attention. Many stared at it, thinking that it was being too disrespectful. No one else here would dare to make a comment like this. Tai Yinshi noticed the bull and quickly walked over to bow deeply towards the bull. Senior, please forgive me for not greeting you earlier. My apology. Okay, no need to flatter me. The bull waved its hoof but was clearly enjoying the attention. I do not dare to forget the kindness you've shown when teaching me back then. I simply didn't know that you have left Sacred Mountain, or I would have received you 1,000,000 miles ahead. Yinshi continued. I was going to trample your crappy house, but since you're being respectful enough, I will spare you this time. It laughed, no longer feeling annoyed like before. Tai Yinshi was slightly embarrassed but still felt much better. He knew that if the bull wanted to do it, he could only watch the thing trample his mansion. Many started pondering after seeing Tai Inshi's respectful attitude towards the bull. Of course, the guards earlier had cold sweat everywhere. They disrespected the bull earlier, but now, their commander was assuming the role of a junior before this thing. Tai Inshi had his reasons for doing so. He had joined the academy during his youth and was smart enough to get some pointers from the bull. That's why he viewed the bull as a senior and had nothing but gratitude towards it. Goddess. He then bowed towards five-element goddess. People didn't find this surprising either. He was an outer disciple of five-element while she was its successor. This ceremony was warranted. Elder Een, this is young noble Li. You might need his help in the future. She stood up and nodded. Inshi shuddered in response. He had a good idea of her power and actual influence. Only a few in this world could be viewed so highly by her to warrant this grand introduction. This man named Li Chia was definitely extraordinary. It is my honor to meet you, young noble Li. Inshi bowed towards him. I heard you are from Repentance Institution. I was also a student at the academy, fortunate enough to learn many things there. I suppose we share the same alma mater then. He was quick-witted enough to build a relationship with Li Chia, using the fact that they had the same school. He had Li Chia's information prior to this. For example, that the guy had killed 3 emperors. This was an impressive showing of power, but still not enough for Inshi to care. Many others could have done the same thing. For example, Holy Frost, Supreme, Metalkin War God, Violet Dragon Empress. Such power was still far below his. On the other hand, this introduction from five-element goddess changed everything. Meanwhile, the young ones were still envious, especially those who had a crush on the goddess. Bow now, it is an honor for you to see him. You might need his protection later. The bull laughed and added. Inshi became emotional. Since the bull had taught him before, he knew just how mighty this creature was. This meant that Li Chia was as deep as an abyss. He decided to get on his knees because he was a practical person, grounded in reality. Rise, no need for bothersome rites. Li Chia waved his sleeve after sitting there and accepting the bow. The spectators became more curious about Li Chia's identity and his abilities. A few masters had been trying to see through him for a while now. Alas, they couldn't see anything special. Thus, they still had skepticism, thinking that he wasn't on the same level as Luminous Master and Orchid Sage. Chapter 2979. Tai Inshi then shifted his focus towards the guests and said, I'll get straight to the point for inviting everyone here today. He paused for a bit and looked at everyone. A few days ago, there was a calamity and Sky Pass stood at the forefront. Everyone became emotional, even the strongest beings here. That event was truly frightening, something massive akin to a meteor flying out of uncrossable expanse, almost like the heaven falling down, more than enough to crush numerous systems. Billions of living beings and top masters were scared out of their mind, feeling powerless. The powerful true emperors and everlastings might have been able to escape. Alas, they wouldn't be able to protect their sects and systems. Fortunately, it was only a scare since the meteor only passed by Sky Pass and disappeared into Sky Ruins instead. Tai Inshi had a solemn expression. His attitude was understandable. Sky Pass was certainly the first to be struck by any calamity from outside immortal lineage. As its commander, he no longer dared to take this lightly, always ready for a great battle. He shouldered great responsibilities in this place. Alas, who knows what will happen in the future? I'm sure everyone remembers the previous descent of darkness along with Jade Zenith Progenitor's prophecy. The heavenly change heralds a monster. Thus, it's not looking too optimistic. The crowd was moved again, feeling a chill coursing down their spine. The dark descent nearly turned everything evil with its influence. That was utterly frightening and unexpected, starting and ending so quickly, almost like a dream. Some even believed that it was only an illusion, not a real event. Others said that it was a prelude to a calamity. Regardless of whether the event was real or not, it still made everyone nervous. Fortunately, peace came after and people calmed down again until the meteor several days ago. Once again, nothing came of it. Alas, Shi was bringing it up again, so the listeners felt the same dread once more. So the meteor is the heavenly change mentioned in the prophecy? One big shot asked. Jade Zenith was a mysterious progenitor from a previous generation, known to be still alive. Everyone knew that she could gaze into the future and calculate its general flow. If the prophecy came from her, it would definitely be correct. Amitba. This prophecy truly came from our progenitor, no question about it. A monk stood up and revealed. He wore an old kasaya that has turned white from being washed too many times. His age looked to be up there, unlike his starry eyes. These eyes belonged on a 20-year-old youth, not an old monk. Wuxia had seen him before back in Immortal Demon. The guy threatened him at that point. Master Daju. Many were shaken to see him. Some everlastings stood up and bowed with respect. The previous teacher of the state. One of them revealed. He hailed from Heaven Calculating Kingdom, previously serving as the national teacher. However, he had retired for a long time. Heaven Calculating Kingdom was one of the strongest sects within Jade Zenith system. It was created by a disciple of Jade Zenith progenitor, versed in calculation and sorceering. Master Daju was even more incredible. His trigram-style divination was considered to be the best in immortal lineage. Some believed that he was only second to Jade Zenith progenitor. The heavenly change heralds a monster is what our progenitor said. Master Daju placed his palms together and said, however, I have a different interpretation. I don't think this change is from outside or above immortal lineage. And, the monster might not be an external darkness or devil either. It could be a title. He stared straight at Wuxia after saying this. What does he mean? People exchanged glances of confusion. A few followed his gaze and stared at Wuxia as well. Some smart people got his point. It wouldn't be an unreasonable interpretation. Billionaire Li also has another title, Fiercest. It shares the same characters as Monster. Is Jade Zenith progenitor referring to him? A big shot whispered. Are you saying Billionaire Li is actually the biggest threat to immortal lineage? Or is the prophecy pointing at someone else? Discussion sprung up. Meanwhile, Wuxia seemed immune to the gossip about him. So what if I share that title? Wuxia smiled and shook his head. Idiot, your divination art is foolish and you are throwing away your progenitor's reputation. Don't claim to be able to read the future if you're blind. Some gasped after hearing this diss from Wuxia. The monk's calculation art was as good as can be. Emperors and everlastings have come to him for help. Thus, this critique appeared inaccurate and too strong. I don't agree, Master Daju's art is recognized by all. The blunt comment is unwarranted. One Eternal said. I agree that my cultivation is weak, but this is my own interpretation of the progenitor's prophecy. I'm not specifically aiming at you alone either, benefactor. However, nothing is certain and you might still become a calamity. I have observed you before, brutal and prone to massacres. If darkness really comes, you might seriously damage immortal lineage. The monk didn't become angry. Some actually agreed with this statement, especially those who had knowledge about Wuxia's murderous conduct. This fella might actually conspire with the darkness or become its blade. We need to destroy all those wanting to be part of the darkness. Shenguzhan said seriously, it's a necessary precaution for the sake of protecting immortal lineage. The crowd started thinking. If Wuxia was indeed the monster in the prophecy, he might really become part of the calamity. Why not take the initiative instead of giving him more time to grow alongside the darkness? Chapter 2980, Shenguzhan was as direct as can be. Everyone started staring at Wuxia, but no one made a move. Some big shots agreed because Jade Zenith progenitor would never be wrong. If this fiercest was the same monster prophesied, he would definitely become a calamity later on. In fact, some were willing to preemptively take him down first, breaking the egg before it hatches. They would rather kill 10,000 innocent than to miss one criminal. Nevertheless, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. First, Li Qia might be more powerful than them. Secondly, they saw how much the goddess liked him. Causing trouble now was the same as antagonizing her and Five-Element Mountain. Anyone with a hint of intelligence wouldn't dare to do so. Come then. Li Qia smiled, not giving a damn about Shinguzhan. This naturally exasperated the youth, leaving him with an ugly expression. He wasn't used to being treated in this manner due to his power and background. Senior brother Dezhu, I have a completely different interpretation. A pleasant voice came from a girl moving into the spotlight. She wore a green dress with a veil shrouding her face. Her eyes were bright enough to illuminate the night sky. Her name was Su Shaojin and once said that she was connected by fate with Li Qia back in Immortal Demon. Miss Su of Heaven Calculating Pavilion. Tai Yinshi cupped his fist and greeted her. The pavilion? Some were surprised to hear this. A few stood up in order to take a better look at her. So a disciple from the pavilion is out too in this generation. Some emperors and everlastings quietly discussed among themselves. The pavilion had great influence in immortal lineage, revered by many. Jade Zenith Tao system had plenty of individual sects and kingdoms, for example, Heaven Calculating Kingdom. The kingdom was created by a disciple of Jade Zenith, meaning that it was also one of her legacies. However, the ultimate branch still belonged to the pavilion. The reason was very simple: Jade Zenith herself was staying here. Its location remained unknown. No one could enter without being invited. The disciples from pavilions rarely came out. Nevertheless, the pavilion remained the main representative of the system despite Heaven Calculating Kingdom being so strong. That's why her appearance stirred the crowd. To a certain extent, the pavilion represented the will of this great progenitor. Many began cupping their fists to greet her. For millions of years, numerous big shots desired an audience with the pavilion in order to inquire about the future. Unfortunately, most have been refused. Brother Dezhu, my interpretation of the progenitor's prophecy is the exact opposite of yours. Immortal lineage relies on young noble Li, he is our hope. Thus, the characters for monster here are indeed pointing at young noble Li, but our progenitor is saying that he'll be the one to stop the incoming waves. Su Shaojin said. People exchanged glances and pondered. They didn't know which was more trustworthy. Both have inherited the arts of Jade Zenith progenitor. On one hand, Master Dezhu was the probably second best seer right now, only second to the progenitor. On the other hand, Su Shaojin came from the pavilion where the progenitor resides. Thus, the pavilion was above the kingdom in terms of status. Since she was allowed to enter the world, it meant that she had reached a brilliant level or the pavilion wouldn't have allowed it. The two interpretations were different or rather, completely opposite from each other, hence the confusion among the crowd. In terms of status, they would definitely pick Master Dezhu since he has been famous for a long time. Moreover, numerous people have asked him for advice before and were rarely let down. On the contrary, the girls seem to have the progenitor behind her. Junior sister, what you say is reasonable, but I maintain my own view. This pertains to all of immortal lineage and trillions of living beings. We can't afford to be careless. Just one wrong step and the abyss will consume us. Master Dezhu said. Right. Many big shots nodded in agreement. They would rather kill an innocent rather than to miss a potential evildoer. Too much was at stake here to let mercy be an influence. I disagree, senior brother. She shook her head and solemnly responded, we should only be calculating the future and examine its momentum. Interfering with the world is not what we should do. It is the opposite of our original aspiration. Revealing the wish of heaven will incite a tribulation. We need to change the mandate of heaven for the sake of the people. I am willing to accept the worst of all tribulations. The monk retorted. Okay, stop wasting time. Li Qia interrupted the two of them. Your calculation art is an embarrassment, don't try to show off here. I can be more accurate while guessing with my eyes close. scrammed to the side. Everyone exchanged glances after. Some had become on guard towards Li Qie despite the conflicting interpretations. Amitba, the monk chanted in response. Ami, your sister. Li Qie lost his patience and waved his hand. So what if I'm the monster? Come and take me down then. I'll beat all of you into submission so there will be no more eyesores. Such a domineering statement astounded the crowd. He didn't give a damn about anyone else in the world. There were several invincible emperors and powerful everlastings present on top of a great master in Tai Yinshi. He made it sound as if he could swat them away like flies. This naturally infuriated the majority of the audience. Some glared at him, others had an aggressive flash in their eyes. Want to fight then? Come, the more the merrier so I can get this over with. Li Qie didn't mind at all and smiled. His attitude did a number on the crowd, causing a few to scowl in response. Are you challenging all of us here alone? Shenguzhan coldly uttered. Indeed. Li Qie smiled and said, Come, I'll just need to use one hand. He raised one hand forward after saying this. The crowd didn't know what to do right now, flabbergasted by what could only be described as insane arrogance. Those dissatisfied with him were at an impasse, not knowing whether to attack or not. Both choices seemed unwise. Chapter 2981. No one really had anything to say right now. They were famous characters, renowned for their prowess. None of them would have been able to challenge the crowd right now. After all, who would dare to fight the rest of the world? And using one hand at that? This act was more than enough to antagonize everyone here. Alas, Li Qie spoke as if this didn't matter at all. The whole thing seemed trivial to him. Of course, the ones that didn't like him from the start were glaring angrily at him due to the disdainful provocation. Power came with pride and they had plenty of both. There was no way they could handle this public disdain. Goddess, what do you think about this? An emotional big shot cupped his fist towards the goddess. He wanted her to take charge of this matter since this was the most appropriate course of action. Moreover, this should also stop her from favoring Li Qie. After all, Five-Element Mountain wouldn't want to antagonize everyone else. With her in charge, Li Qie wouldn't be able to handle Five-Element Mountain regardless of how strong he was. This was a system with strength above a progenitor. All eyes were on her now, waiting for her to make a decision. They thought that this fellow wouldn't be able to act haughty for much longer. Everyone is worried about an imaginary fear and starting problems over nothing. She remained nonchalant and only said this. The big shot became frozen with an awkward expression. If he were to say something against her wish, it would be the same as offending her. Her answer clearly supported Li Qie even though he had shown wanton arrogance towards everyone else. They simply didn't understand why she would do so. Why did she favor him so? Nevertheless, a few of them realized that Li Qie had all the momentum right now, akin to a carp about to become a dragon or a bird turning into a phoenix. Li Qie was already strong enough on his own, clearly not inferior to Holyfrost's group. Now, he also had the support of Five-Element Mountain. It wouldn't be impossible for them to groom him into a progenitor. Thus, various emotions struck the crowd. Many youths became jealous of her attitude towards Li Qie and started glaring at him. What's good about a guy from Repentance Academy? An arrogant genius scowled and murmured. They didn't know why he won the goddess over. He looked normal at best with an insignificant background. He was strong but not enough to dominate the world. The top youths could have killed those 3 emperors too. Therefore, no matter how they looked at it, he wasn't the most brilliant or the strongest one here. Goddess, this person is ruthless and violent, he'll definitely become a calamity later on, the big shot coughed and continued. Didn't you hear my lady the first time? Jinger glared at this big shot. Nothing has happened yet, so no need to jump to a hasty conclusion or accusing him of crimes. Let me ask you this, sir, have you never killed anyone since your Dao debut? Try to remember, I'm sure you have killed 1 million or so, no? She was aggressive unlike the calm Qingxian, not holding back against this prestigious old man at all. Of course, there were words Qingxian shouldn't say due to her position and status. Her maid had much more freedom in this regard. Not that many. The big shot had no response. To be frank, all the big shots here have killed plenty of people, their hands stained with blood. This was the way of cultivation. They wouldn't be standing here right now without killing many foes. What's the difference then? The lives you killed are still people. Young noble Li's kill count is most likely far fewer than yours due to his age. Jing'er revealed her sharp tongue against this big shot. You accused him of being ruthless and violent. Which words should we use to describe you then? The devil king of immortal lineage? Jing'er certainly didn't like Li Qia, but since her lady supported Li Qia, she needed to show the same consideration. Well, the big shot remained defeated. Others had the intention of jumping in for their own agenda against Li Qia but stopped after hearing Jing'er. She had logic on her side. Li Qia, or the so-called fiercest, was still a new cultivator. His kill count should be lower than anyone here. If one were to judge someone's morality based on this, they would be eviler than him. How amusing, I like your style too, little girl. Li Qia clapped after she finished. Pa, in your dreams. She glared at him. He ignored this and continued, wait until I become your lord, you will be my bed-warming maid. How shameless. This directness made her blush since she was still an innocent maiden, so she barked back. Li Qia didn't mind the critique at all, still standing there with a smile. Others were at a loss for words. This guy kept on being more outrageous by the minute, to tease a girl in public like this. However, Five-Element Goddess didn't scold him at all, just letting him do whatever he wanted. She seemed to be pampering this bastard as much as possible. His enemies and those who had a crush on her felt their hatred growing as well. They started thinking of ways to eliminate him in order to have peace of mind. Chapter 2982. Tai Yinshi cleared his throat and interrupted the tense atmosphere. These are not the main topics of today. I didn't invite everyone here to have a battle over face and pride. He got everyone's attention again since they still didn't know the purpose of this meeting. It certainly wasn't only to eat and drink. Uncrossable expanse has always been a mystery. He went on, even progenitors can't give us an answer. In my opinion, if there is a calamity in the future, it will come from there. As a supreme everlasting, his words carried just as much weight as a progenitor. Thus, his speculations certainly made the crowd ponder, not to mention that the meteor back then really came from the expanse. Numerous pieces fell off along the path of that meteor. Though all have floated into sky ruins, one actually made it to Sky Pass. He went on. One fell here. Many became startled, with a few standing up. Everyone saw the massive meteor that day with numerous broken pieces trailing behind. That was a magnificent scene. That's why the presence of a single piece here in Sky Pass intrigued everyone. Sir Ian, you personally stopped that piece from hitting? One expert asked. Back on that day, Sky Pass had activated all of its defensive barriers, serving as a wall protecting immortal lineage. This is the interesting part. I didn't stop it myself. It split from the rest and simply fell down. Moreover, for some inexplicable reason, the barriers of Sky Pass didn't repel it either. He elaborated. Really now? Everyone became amazed by this revelation. Did the barriers simply let something in? Boom. 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 A circular stage outside started lifting a large boulder up to the height of their floor. Everyone, this is the piece that made it here. Tai Yinshi jumped on top of the boulder and said. They saw that it was as black as coal. Was this its original shade or the aftermath of being burnt? The shape was irregular from top to bottom with many holes and cuts, potentially from blade cuts or just from the falling impact. Upon closer inspection, one would find tiny runes, seemingly natural instead of being carved by someone. This is it? A few became disappointed since it wasn't that special. People thought that a boulder necessitating a gathering of heroes would be exceptional. I have carefully examined it and found that there are great mysteries inside. It is no coincidence that it was able to fly through Sky Pass. In my humble opinion, it is here because of a supreme progenitor purposely letting it follow the meteor. The progenitor might be trying to send us some messages or an item within. Tai Inshi elaborated. Is that so? Some big shots got up and activated their heavenly gaze for a closer look. Indeed. Tai Inshi confirmed, many progenitors have entered uncrossable expanse in history. I'm sure some of them have tried to communicate with us. Makes sense. People exchanged glances and agreed with this speculation. They didn't believe that all of the brilliant progenitors have died there, drowning in that ocean. They certainly would have tried to communicate with their descendants outside. I tried my best but didn't come up with anything concrete. Luminous Master had observed it too and had no conclusion. Metal Kin War God and Bright King Buddha were next. They believed that they might find more clues in Sky Ruins, so they went ahead. Tai Inshi said. They examined it too. The crowd pondered this new information. Yes, this boulder is of utmost significance. That's why I called everyone here so that we can figure out this mystery together. He said. If those three can't figure it out, I'm afraid we can't either. We have no talents to speak of in comparison. A great character smiled wryly and shook his head. This is true. Luminous Master's Grand Tao is peerless. I don't think we can overcome this. Many nodded in agreement. They weren't being unduly humble or displaying false modesty. Luminous Master outmatched them in terms of talents, cultivation, and insight. Few in the current generation could compare to him. If he couldn't figure out the messages within the boulder, they definitely wouldn't be able to do so either. None had the confidence to surpass him. Not true. Tai Inshi shook his head. There are plenty of masters in the world with incredible techniques. Moreover, this boulder might not be from uncrossable expanse but rather, a progenitor with descendants still around. Though we can't, these descendants might be able to figure it out. Everyone absorbed this statement and eventually agreed. That's one possibility. Someone said. Those present right now were the strongest characters in their respective systems. Some were descendants of progenitors. If this boulder was indeed left behind by one that wanted to send a message to their descendants, perhaps the right person would be able to read it unlike the rest. The question is, which progenitor? This became the next topic among them. A while later, a sonorous voice joined the fray. This boulder from the meteor should have great uses. Opening it will benefit immortal lineage. Buzz. Two figures emerged inside this floor of the pavilion. One had boundless Buddhist affinity while the other had unmatched divinity. Everyone felt their rampant auras. Bright King Buddha, Metal Kin War God. Many stood up to greet these two. They're back with Tao avatars. Tai Inshi nodded. This was indeed the case after everyone took a closer look. Their real bodies were still in Sky Ruins. Nevertheless, these Tao avatars exuded incredible auras. Chapter 2983. These Tao avatars still commanded everyone's attention. Virtuous nephews, what have you found in Sky Ruins? Tai Inshi asked. Amitba. The Tao avatar of Bright King placed his palms together. Brother Metalkin and I have caught up to the meteor. We'll be landing shortly. Everyone held their breath, waiting to see what these two had found out. They didn't expect them to go so far into Sky Ruins. They were curious about the thing coming out of uncrossable expanse. This was unprecedented in history. Things only went in to never come out. The meteor from there was truly shocking, scaring everyone out of their mind. When they regained their wits, it was already inside the massive Sky Ruins. This was a cause for celebration. Only very few people like these two would chase after it. There must have been a reason why the meteor flew out of uncrossable expanse. Metalkin War God said. He had a fierce aura, always ready to rampage on the battlefield, true to his title of a war god. He wasn't the strongest person here, but his battle intent was quite oppressive. It made people feel as if they weren't his equals. Provoking him meant a battle to the death. That's why after deliberating with Brother Bright King, we believe that this piece is the key, hoping that the commander and the rest of the world will be able to open it. He added. I see. People understood why these two sent their Tao avatar back. So they still needed this boulder. That's also my intention. Tai Yinshi nodded and told the rest, ladies and gentlemen, as you have heard, just let us know if you have any idea about the boulder. Feel free to come forward to see if you can open it. The future of immortal lineage is in your hand. Many guests started walking over after hearing this. Give it a shot, use whatever means necessary. We have tried to break it. It's quite tough, many weapons didn't do a thing. Tai Yinshi said. If a powerful being like him said it was tough, then they must have tried many things already. I'll give it a shot. One genius said. Us too. The other big shots got closer. They didn't want to miss this chance after being granted permission. This could allow them to shine more than others. If any of them could open this boulder, then they would look like a crane among a flock of chicken, able to lead the tides. It didn't take long before the boulder was surrounded by big shots from all over immortal lineage. One person researched the composition of this boulder, another focused on the tiny runes. One more began striking it. Everyone used different techniques and methods in order to figure out this mystery. Strange, I've never seen or smelled this type of composition before. An eternal specialized in ores and minerals said, I've been working on them for tens of thousand years now and had seen all the different types in immortal lineage. This isn't any of them. I don't think it's just a regular boulder. It must have been blessed and augmented by a progenitor. The runes seemed naturally formed, but there are patterns to it. One ancestor from a powerful system said. Let me try. A celestial clan master spread his wings and shouted. Clank. A golden radiance bloomed behind him. The wings were thin like cicadas' wings but as sharp as can be. They could easily cut through the hardest substance like tofu. Nothing can stop Brother Yunyi's golden wings. One person said as the group pulled back. Clank. The clan master cut down with his wing blades, utilizing extreme speed and sharpness. Space itself was severed, leaving behind minuscule lines. Damn! The clan master bellowed. His feathers were actually sharp blades too, extremely precious. However, not a single one was intact right now. They either fell off or had holes, causing him to cry in agony, suffering both physical and mental damage. So tough. A few became startled. Brother Yunyi's golden feathers themselves are incredible, not to mention being augmented with peerless cicada metal. They have cut through numerous weapons before. The clan master was still in shock. He spent so many years refining his wings on top of adding precious metals. So many foes and weapons have been cut down by him using them. Alas, this boulder had gotten the best of him today, truly a heartbreaking loss. I have a bottle of True Star Ancient Flame. Let's see. A 3-palace emperor was next. People maintained the same distance with a cautious expression. The emperor took out a bottle with numerous glyphs on the surface. It was a powerful treasure in and of itself. Only this level of artifact could contain the power of this flame. Rumor has it that this flame had killed a 12-palace emperor before. A big shot from the last generation said. Pop. The emperor opened it and an unbearable heat wave assaulted the room, seemingly capable of incinerating everything in the blink of an eye. Zzz, space was being ravaged by this heat. A few masters moved back even more. What a domineering ancient flame. A spectator murmured. Everyone could see that it was still being sealed within the bottle despite the current heat. Once released, its destruction must be insane. The emperor began pouring down this flame on the boulder. It had the consistency and shape of lava. It slowly flowed around while burning the boulder, resulting in smoke. Alas, it failed to meld the surface, only leaving a faint mark at best. What the hell is this material? The emperor couldn't believe it. Chapter 2984. Plenty tried afterward but none found success. A few showed off everything they had. Someone used their profound merit laws in an attempt to derive the mysteries of the boulder. Another used a powerful ancestral weapon in a direct attack. One more big shot took out their ancestral creed, hoping for harmonization. The boulder didn't react to a single thing. Holy Frost and Supreme tried as well, only to find the same failure as those before them. During her attempt, she raised one finger and engulfed the boulder with a layer of frost. This freezing affinity could break through anything, just not this boulder. Supreme activated his myriad Dao, using them as searching vessels. Many strange images appeared behind him, the statues of wondrous progenitors including Gao Yang. The crowd was in awe of this sight. Supreme has clearly been blessed by numerous emperors. From this, one could easily deduce his power and ace cards. It's a pity that these progenitors couldn't affect the boulder in the slightest. Different masters continued trying for a bit before a feeling of futility set in. Even Luminous Master couldn't figure it out, we're just wasting our time. One frustrated experimenter gave up. No one was really embarrassed about this because the other geniuses and big shots failed as well, including Luminous Master. This boulder is extraordinary. This became the consensus in the room. They have tried so many methods including the strongest merit laws and weapons along with the fiercest flames. All failed to damage the boulder. Putting aside the mysteries within, just its toughness alone made it special. Creating a weapon out of this would result in something unimaginable. What do you think, Dao brother? Five-element goddess has been nonchalant the entire time in her chair. She finally looked over at Wuxia with her rippling eyes and asked. Wuxia has been aloof the entire time as well with no intention of joining the rest in their experiments. A heart as strong as a rock. Wuxia glanced at the boulder and said. She paused for a moment before praising, "Your height is above our reach. I examined it for a long time before understanding it. You only need a few glances to know the mystery right away. I feel ashamed in comparison. At least you're way smarter than them." He chuckled. This is far from enough. Perhaps this is due to my insufficient Dao and not being at the right level, unable to open it. It seems like I still have a long way to go. She shook her head in response. It looked like she had secretly tried to open the boulder but failed. Of course, she still learned a thing or two, knowing the method. Alas, knowing didn't mean that she had the ability to do so. You just need the polishing of time to grow more determined. Wuxia smiled. No one is born with it since it has nothing to do with innate talents. Right, Dao brother. She nodded and agreed. Your words are always beneficial to the willing listeners. It's easy for cultivators to lose their way and original aspirations, getting farther and farther away only to never return. They won't get too far in that case. Wuxia said, the only thing they will obtain is a palace made of glass, eventually crumbling. You are correct, Dao brother. She agreed and glanced over at the boulder. Who do you think left this boulder behind? Not sure, but one thing is for certain. It's a progenitor among the top 10. That's why the boulder is unbreakable. Wuxia answered. A member of the Decemvirate. She tilted her head in contemplation. Some have compiled a list in the past, comparing various historical figures. This resulted in the formation of the Decemvirate, only consisting of the figures with unmatched accomplishments. She began thinking about which one among the 10. Meanwhile, Tai Yinshi became disappointed after seeing everyone giving up. They have only learned one thing, the toughness of this boulder. He held high hopes after inviting everyone here even though Luminous Master had failed. After all, there were too many hidden masters in this vast world. Just because Luminous Master couldn't do it didn't mean no one else could. Alas, none had outdone Luminous Master so far in this quest. Tai Yinshi had invited virtually all the big shots around. This task proved to be harder than expected. The next step came with inviting characters of Jade Zenith Progenitor's level. Unfortunately, these characters were imperious on top of being mysterious with their whereabouts. He couldn't get them to come. Anyone else? He asked, still hoping for more people to attempt. There's still someone left. A young genius said. His eyes fell on Wuxia. Right now, the two obvious ones left were Wuxia and 5-element goddess. No one dared to bother the goddess. If she didn't want to do it, that's the end of this. On the other hand, Wuxia seemed like the elephant in the room. All eyes were on him now. Young noble Li. Tai Yinshi didn't dare to force the issue. He stared at the guy with great anticipation in his eyes. After all, both the bull and goddess seemed to revere Wuxia. It meant that the guy was very capable. You want me to open it? Wuxia smiled and wasn't in a hurry. Nothing can be better if you are willing, young noble Li. This boulder pertains to the prosperity of all living beings in 3 immortals. Please try. Tai Yinshi cupped his fist in response. 3 immortals' well-being has nothing to do with me, I'm just a passerby. Wuxia shrugged in response. Everyone is responsible for the prosperity of the world. Someone became annoyed and shouted. Unfortunately, it's your world, not mine. The responsibility is yours, not mine, once again. Wuxia chuckled. You. The big shot became furious. Huh, it's just an excuse to not try. A genius jumped in and snorted. Chapter 2985. The looks in people's eyes started to change after hearing this genius, especially those who previously disliked him. That does make sense. One person hiding in the crowd fanned the fire, so much flowery rhetoric only to hide the fact that he's useless and will be exposed after a try. Some didn't like this type of insult, definitely unbecoming of a gentleman. Nevertheless, they still wondered if it was the truth. After all, there was some hint of logic there. If you have the ability to do so, open the boulder so we all can take a look. A genius scowled out of jealousy. Many thought that he didn't deserve to earn the goddess grace. Now that an opportunity has arisen, they jumped on it in order to embarrass him in front of her. Not interested. Wuxia ignored the taunts. Just do it, it's not a big deal. A man should be heroic and at least put a little effort into making the world a better place. Shen Gujan coldly uttered. Brother Gujan, you're making it difficult for him. He's using the empty fort strategy, so don't think he's actually capable of opening this boulder. Someone next to him joined in. Stop embarrassing him now. It's not very gentlemanly of you. Another sneered. Wuxia still ignored them and stared at Tai Yinshi. The old man then bowed his head towards him and said, Young noble, please help. Sir Yinshi, there are plenty of others in the world if he doesn't want to help. He can't do it anyway. An older character told Yinshi. Both the old and young here didn't like Wuxia. Well, the heroes of the world are gathered here and none can see through a single boulder. They're pretty good at gossiping and throwing meaningless insults though. Just an idiotic, useless bunch. You. Many became irate at this comment. They were famous characters not used to such blatant disdain. Supreme, Holyfrost, and a few others took it with a smile. There was nothing else they could do. You speak as if you know how to open it. A genius said with contempt. It's only a boulder, figuring it out is as easy as eating a meal. Only an idiot like you would fail and need to resort to running your mouth at me. Wuxia smiled. So haughty. Many didn't buy this, so they glared angrily at him. Who do you think you are to speak in this manner? A big shot said. Even Luminous Master couldn't open it, what makes you think you can? Shen Gujan scowled. Because I'm stronger than you all, idiots. Wuxia smiled. The crowd had enough of being called idiots. Some would have challenged Wuxia if the goddess wasn't there. Young noble, please start. Tai Yinshi focused on the important thing. Do it, show us that you're more than just words. Many clamored, eager to see him in action. There is no free lunch in this world. If I open it, the content inside is mine. Yes? He simply told Tai Yinshi and ignored the rest. Well, Tai Yinshi found this hard to accept. Commander, absolutely not. Master de Jure stood up and spoke. If my progenitor's prophecy is true, we definitely can't give it to him. The item might pertain to the fate of immortal lineage itself. Handing it to this monster will have unimaginable consequences. Fool. Li Qie glanced at the monk and said, in one ear and out the other. Fine, I will give you a chance to fight. One move, that's all I need to kill you. Amitabha, benefactor, I'm not aiming at you alone, I only care for everything else beneath the firmament. The monk wasn't afraid. Make your move. Li Qie had enough and got out of his seat. The crowd watched with bated breath. They didn't like Li Qie but also recognized his power. Amitabha, then I will overestimate myself and try. Master de Jure also stood up and chanted. A golden bell covered with runes surrounded him entirely. It seemed to be blessed by the sacred Buddhas and holy monks. A Buddhist radiance engulfed the area with its Tao right away. Golden Bell Cage, an ultimate art of heaven calculating kingdom. A big shot said. It looks like Master de Jure has perfect mastery with it, it won't be easy to break. One ancestor added. Yes, I doubt he can do it with one move. A genius sneered. Not even a 12-palace emperor can do it in one move. An eternal felt the same way. Excuse me then, benefactor. Master de Jure knew that he had no chance but still didn't relent. He formed a mudra with both hands. Ra! He roared like a furious lion. The roar broke the stars above the pavilions. Next, his massive Buddhist seal created from the mudra exploded and turned into a golden dragon soaring straight at Li Qie. Lion's roar and draconic Buddha seal. A startled spectator shouted. Everything became suppressed. Even someone as strong as Supreme True Emperor became serious. Master de Jure used the three top techniques of his kingdom, Golden Bell Cage, Lion's Roar, and Draconic Buddha Seal. Boom! Another majestic force aimed straight for Li Qie. The monk looked like a furious warrior, ready to subdue evil. Li Qie didn't bat an eye. His body flashed once as he raised his hand towards the air before swinging downward, treating it as an axe. Boom! The dragon got split into two halves, the seal broken. The chopping move finally struck the golden bell and the latter instantly crumbled. Poof! It then rendered the monk into a bloody mist scattering everywhere. Buzz! A ray shot out from the impact, wanting to escape. This was his true fate. Unfortunately, Li Qie moved with lightning speed and caught it in his hand. Such insignificant abilities, it's fine for you to dress up as a god and play the devil with other people, but to display your slight skill before me? Simply courting death. Li Qie glanced at it before closing his palm. Ah! The true fate got crushed into nothingness. The teacher of the state vanished into thin air just like that. Everyone became shocked. So many gasped and turned pale. Master de Jure was immensely powerful. Many big shots assumed the role of a junior before him. Now, Li Qie took him down using a single move. Chapter 2986. He rendered the crowd speechless and instilled fear upon them after staying true to his word, killing the monk in one move. How many among them could actually do this? Maybe not even Tai Yinshi. The only other person was most likely five-element goddess. Those who disrespected him earlier were more frightened than anyone else. They knew that they weren't close to being as strong as Master de Jure. Thus, the result was obvious if they had attacked him. Su Shaojin sighed after seeing this. There was nothing she could do. They were from the same branch and system. Moreover, Master de Jure had indeed inherited their progenitor's grand Tao. She naturally didn't want a fellow sect member to die in this manner. Unfortunately, he was courting death since Wuxia had warned them before. Her senior brother was simply too stubborn. She knew that everything was over once Wuxia made up his mind. No one would be able to stop him, they would just be throwing their lives away as well. Monster. The Tao avatar of Metalkin War God interrupted the silence. Its eyes turned chilling with an explosion stemming from 100,000 suns. A terrible tsunami of energy rushed out of its eyes, assaulting Wuxia. Metalkin was one of the strongest emperors in contemporary times, also the most warlike. The explosion of his grand Tao intimidated the crowd. Just this Tao avatar alone was impressive enough. You dare to kill here with wanton regards for the laws? You are out of control. He thunderously roared, resulting in numerous lightning flashes above. He turned into a supreme arbiter, ready to deliver lightning bolts and judgment on any sinner. I am the law. Wuxia smiled in response, exhibiting a calmness contrasting Metalkin's fury. Amitabha. Bright King Buddha's avatar placed its palms together and said, Your penchant and love for murder do not benefit immortal lineage. Please drop your butcher blade and become a Buddha. I am Buddha, so there's no need to become one. As for you, nothing more than a fake monk with a kasaya on. Wuxia smiled. Such arrogance. Metalkin War God became murderous. Commander Een, this ominous person will become a calamity. In my opinion, we cannot let him have this boulder. In fact, he should be punished. Amitabha, I agree. This is for the sake of our world. Bright King Buddha agreed. These two wished to maneuver against Wuxia while the crowd held their breath. These were two influential youths right now, one emperor and the other an everlasting. One call from them could garner 100 answers. If they wanted to kill someone, their target would have no place to go in immortal lineage. I'm afraid it's not proper. Tai Inchi shook his head. You dare to run your mouth before me with mere avatars? Today, I will destroy them, then your true form later. Make your move. Wuxia chuckled after listening. Metalkin's avatar was furious. He has been unstoppable in battle, numerous trembled just from hearing his title, let alone acting haughty in front of him. Benefactor, so ridiculous. Bright King Buddha shouted. A high monk like him wasn't easily provoked, but infuriating others was Wuxia's forte. Less blabbering. Wuxia said, let's get started now. He reached forward in an attempt to suppress these two with his palm. Not many would attack Bright King Buddha and Metalkin War God without any hesitation like him. Boom! The grand Tao became void from his pressure. The vastness of the world and the magicalness of the myriad laws suffered destruction with no place to hide. My Buddha is merciful. Bright King Buddha chanted in response. He became resplendent and turned into a massive Buddha. Buzz. An ocean of Buddhist affinity emerged before his chest, wishing to push up the incoming palm before drowning altogether. At the same time, he formed a Buddhist seal of immobilization and sent it straight at his foe. Rumble. This seal could suppress the gods and destroy the devils. The crowd took a deep breath. Just his Tao avatar alone was already so powerful. What about the actual person? Few here could actually match him. Clank. Metalkin War God summoned his spear. It radiated with golden shimmers. Just one thrust could destroy a star. Die. The dance of his spear tilted the sun and moon, the stars started to fall like the end of the world. One thrust could mercilessly massacre 1,000,000. His title wasn't just for show. The spear seemed to be the source of a heavenly fire. As it clanked back and forth, it released waves of fire towards him. Finally, the spear itself came forward like a golden dragon swimming in the ocean, tearing everything apart with its claws. Even the strongest emperors and true gods would be pinned to the ground, dead. So strong. Some spectators became amazed at the attacks from these two. No big deal. Wuxia didn't care about the incoming blows. Boom. The great palm exuded boundless light. The world was within his grip. It exuded a matchless divinity, rendering all else into insignificant ants, can't reach the apex. Not good. The spectators shouted in horror once the power within the palm erupted. Boom! The immobilization seal collapsed first, then Bright King Buddha's hands, inch by inch. Clank! The soaring golden dragon disintegrated next. The golden spear broke to little pieces scattering to the wind. Rumble! Bright King Buddha and Metalkin War God were horrified and wanted to run with haste. Alas, there was no place to hide beneath the great palm regardless of how vast the world was. Boom! 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 The avatar of Bright King Buddha turned to golden particles, scattering away. Ah! Metalkin War God used his Imperial Tao to fight back, but it wasn't enough to stop the palm. He crumbled and turned to particles as well. These two avatars scattered to the wind in no time at all, leaving nothing behind. Back in sky ruins, the actual Bright King Buddha and Metalkin War God became alarmed. Damn! They vomited blood as a result, aware of what had happened despite being billions of miles away. Their expression turned ugly. Chapter 2987. The destruction of the two Tao avatars struck the spectators like a tsunami, leaving them speechless. The death of Master Dejul was shocking enough. Next came the two avatars. The crowd became drenched with cold sweat. Those who threw insults at him earlier felt their legs trembling. He didn't mind antagonizing these two by destroying their Tao avatar in the slightest. Remember, Metalkin War God had the divine court behind him in addition to his entire race. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they obeyed all of his commands. As for Bright King Buddha, he had Lankavatara Temple and numerous worshippers of Buddhism. Moreover, his personal power was nothing to sneeze at. This meant that Wuxia was challenging two great powers at the same time. However, he still looked so nonchalant as ever. Was this indicative of his true power? Many stood there in a daze. Some thought that they were very lucky for still being alive right now. If they had attacked earlier, they would be ashes just like the rest. Supreme and Holy Frost True Emperor had nothing to say. His power actually exceeded their already high expectation. As domineering as can be, one older character murmured. The majority realized that domineering was indeed the right word to describe him. He didn't matter who his enemies were and could instantly murder after a quarrel. He called himself fiercest, right? Looks like the right choice. Another master carefully pondered and eventually said while shuddering with fear. Fiercest seemed to be superior to Billionaire Li in every way. Anyone else got a brilliant opinion? Wuxia pulled back his hand. Judging by his expression, it was as if he had only killed a fly or two, nothing worth mentioning. The crowd exchanged glances. None of them could say anything right now. Even those who were annoyed at Wuxia didn't dare to voice their opinion. Bright King Buddha and Metalkin War God have been made examples. Feel free to speak, I'm sure Sir is more than willing to listen and accept your suggestions. The bull caused more chaos. People here weren't idiots and didn't take it seriously. Okay then, I see that everyone is happy without any complaint. Wuxia smiled and nodded. The only one unaffected was Rui Qingxian. Even Tai Yinshi was shocked, aware that his full power wouldn't have been able to stop Wuxia. Prior to this, Tai Yinshi was being considerate after seeing the bull and the goddess' attitude towards him. He knew that Wuxia should be extremely strong, the only way to earn the respect of these two. Nevertheless, he didn't have an exact idea until now. The guy had left a deep impression on him even though he was a supreme everlasting. In his opinion, Wuxia was definitely on the same level as Luminous Master or considerably stronger. Just imagine, an unknown youth appearing out of nowhere with so much strength. Tai Yinshi was justifiably startled. Okay, Commander, let's talk about this boulder now. Wuxia turned his attention towards Tai Yinshi. I'm all ears, young noble Li. Tai Yinshi bowed again. This gesture came from the heart this time because Li Qia was powerful. It had nothing to do with the goddess and the bull. It's very simple. I don't need this boulder and will help you open it. However, there is no free lunch in this world. I need something else from you. Li Qia smiled. Of course, the crowd thought that nothing would be better if Li Qia didn't want this boulder. May I ask what it is that you want? I will not refuse if it is within my capabilities. Tai Yinshi responded right away. No rush, I'll let you know then. Just nod if you agree. Li Qia said. Well, Tai Yinshi hesitated due to a lack of transparency. What if he couldn't give Li Qia what the guy wanted? For example, his life, sky pass, or demands like this. He turned towards the goddess, hoping for guidance. Commander, if young noble Li truly wants something, I'm sure he doesn't need to negotiate with you since he can just take it. The fact that there is a conversation shows that he has no ill will. This is his showing respect towards you. She said. Her comment woke him up. He realized that this was indeed the truth since he had no chance of opposing this unfathomable person. Well said, well said. Li Qia clapped while laughing. So smart, I like you more and more. Thank you, Dao brother. Qingxian remained cool and elegant. The geniuses no longer dared to say anything after seeing this type of flirting between these two. They could only let jealousy and envy churn inside while gritting their teeth. So? I'm losing my patience. Li Qia asked. If that's the case, then please open this boulder for the sake of the world. I am willing to hand over anything you want with both hands. Tai Yinshi took a deep breath and bowed. He was aware that this was the only course of action to take. You're not too stupid. Li Qia chuckled. Thank you, young noble. Tai Yinshi shuddered, realizing that Li Qia would have taken it by force if he were to refuse earlier. Chapter 2988. Li Qia stood up and said, Very well, I will open it for you now. He headed for the boulder under the skeptical gazes of the spectators. Can he actually do it? Luminous Master himself failed to. Someone still murmured despite witnessing his power. All of them have tried before, including Supreme and Holy Frost. Bright King Buddha and Metalkin War God along with the mighty Luminous Master have tried as well. However, Li Qia made it sound so easy. Could he actually be better than Luminous Master? They felt that this was impossible. In order to become a progenitor, Luminous Master and Orchid Sage had to train arduously and battled numerous foes. Though Li Qia had proven himself today, they still thought that there was a considerable gap between him and the two progenitors. Or at the very least, he didn't have enough time to grow and accumulate just yet. That's why his strong claim didn't win the crowd over completely, including Tai Yinshi. He wasn't so certain either, not because he was looking down on Li Qia. He got a good look at the guy's power but had also seen the boulder in full detail. He eventually came up with one conclusion: one must be at least at the immortal level of the progenitorial realm to open this boulder. Or, it might be even harder, requiring the person to be as brilliant as Gao Yang. Only Hui Qingxian and the bull remained calm. The bull had full confidence in Li Qia's abilities. The same could be said for the goddess. Under great scrutiny, Li Qia placed his hand on the boulder and slowly closed his eyes. No more wasted movements happened as he became a statue. Just like that? A spectator said. The guy wasn't using a supreme grand Tao for derivations or a great treasure to experiment. This looked unbelievably simple, unlike the previous complicated attempts. It's a miracle if he can open it by doing this. A knowledgeable everlasting from the last generation found this impossible. This is an invincible Tao heart. The goddess sighed and told the bull. She knew how to open this but lacked the mastery to do so. After seeing his first move, she was sure that he would be able to do it without any difficulty. Time passed by and Li Qia remained in the same pose. Everyone has been watching with great anticipation, but some started losing their patience. Is this really happening? It makes no sense that he can open the boulder by just doing this. Someone finally whispered. I agree, He's just putting up an act. A genius annoyed with Li Chia said. He was happy to see zero reaction from the boulder. Nevertheless, he kept his voice down as low as possible out of fear. If he can open it by doing this, I'll eat the whole boulder. Another genius whispered with disdain. Clank. Crack. Crack. Unfortunately, the moment he finished speaking, the runes on the boulder lit up. Individual sections began moving into a different shape. Finally, the runes cracked open and the boulder blossomed like a lotus flower. However, it wasn't a stamen in the middle but a wooden chest. It had an ancient appearance and an old smell, seemingly existing for countless years. Nevertheless, it still looked quite new despite being beaten by time. He did it. One expert shouted. Everyone stood up and stretched out their neck for a better look. Emotions overwhelmed many of them. The guy didn't need to use any special method and still opened the boulder. A miracle really happened. Luminous Master and Sir Inshi couldn't do it but Fiercest did, an old Eternal commented. Those who disliked Li Chia had nothing to say because reality was unfolding before them. It didn't matter what he had in his bag of tricks, he still opened it, unlike the rest. So heaven-defying, I don't get it at all. Many big shots had no idea what was going on. Those who were capable enough to understand remained silent. As easy as pie. Li Chia said. No one dared to utter a word since he had just proved them wrong. Those who insulted him before felt their face turning hot as if they had been slapped. I heard someone talking about eating this boulder. I wonder if your teeth are sharp enough. Li Chia gazed at the crowd. The young geniuses turned red from embarrassment, no longer daring to speak. They lowered their head as much as humanly possible. Chapter 2989, Li Chia took out the wooden chest from the boulder. Everyone could see and feel its immense weight, overwhelmed with curiosity about the content inside. Tai Inshi was ecstatic. They tried their best to no avail but Li Chia had done it now. So what's inside? Everyone wanted to know and began to speculate. Maybe a supreme artifact left behind by a great progenitor for our world? One expert said. I don't think it's that simple. This thing flew out of uncrossable expanse with the meteor, this should be premeditated. Maybe it's not just one progenitor but multiple for the sake of protecting their descendants from a future calamity. Another Eternal replied. Many agreed with this statement and nodded. Yes, the progenitors have foreseen such a day and left this chest for us. For millions of years, many progenitors chose to enter that expanse. Perhaps they have met each other there. They predicted that something might happen in the future and prepared this chest to leave with the meteor in order to aid their descendants back in 3 immortals. However, Li Chia didn't open it. He tapped on it and said, there's only one power here capable of holding this chest, 5-element mountain. Everyone quickly stared at 5-element goddess after hearing this. They didn't care about his intention, whether it be to curry favor with the goddess or to please 5-element mountain, because he was speaking the truth. If it pertained to the prosperity of immortal lineage or would be useful during an incoming calamity, 5-element mountain would be the most qualified system to keep it. You're right, young noble Li. 5-element mountain should protect this wooden chest. Tai Inshi had no idea what was inside but he still agreed to hand it over to 5-element mountain. First, he was an outer disciple from this system. Second, he had no selfish wish in this matter either, only wanting to carry out his responsibilities. After all, his sky pass would be the first to face any calamity from outside. He really wanted to protect this world. Therefore, if such a day did come, 5-element mountain was the most suitable system to take over and command everyone else. Thus, he gave the chest to its successor, Hui Qingxian. No one had any objection, thinking that she was indeed qualified to keep it. Plus, this chest was found by him so, to a certain extent, it was his. He could do whatever he wanted with it. Hui Qingxian was unaffected by the spotlight and pressure. She elegantly said, "Thank you, Sir Commander, and everyone else for regarding our system so highly. In my opinion, the content of this chest is very important and will be useful later on. Sir Inshi protects Sky Pass and immortal lineage itself. This is the front line, so anything that can assist in this regard should stay here under the protection of Sky Pass, to be used by the Legion here. It was created for this purpose and should be used for this purpose." Her comment was appropriate to the occasion and thorough, impressing the crowd as a result. It didn't matter what was inside. Just the fact that it flew back from uncrossable expanse meant that it should be immensely precious. Anyone else would never miss the chance to seize this treasure, yet she refused. Everyone became moved by her vision and selflessness. Li Qia, on the other hand, only smiled. Holding that treasure was the same as shouldering the responsibility of protecting the world, a heavy burden for any system. "Since you have put it that way, I have no choice but to accept it." Tai Yinshi pondered for a moment before accepting it from Li Qia's hands. He thought she was right that the treasure would be the most useful here. After all, if Sky Pass were to fall, the entire world would be affected. The guests didn't have any objection either. Even if some did, the current situation stopped them from vocalizing it. "Thank you for traveling so far to join us here today. The prosperity of immortal lineage relies on our solidarity." Tai Yinshi put the treasure away and began thanking the guests, who cupped their fist in response. The feast was over since the mystery of the boulder had been figured out. People began to leave. Some decided to stay at Sky Pass for a bit while others returned to their system. In the end, only Li Qia's group and 5-element goddess were left. "Thank you for opening this boulder for the sake of justice, young noble." Tai Yinshi thanked Li Qia again, displaying great reverence. "No need to thank me, I didn't do it for justice." Li Qia smiled. "It is time for you to carry out your end of the bargain. Please let me know what you desire." Tai Yinshi smiled wryly and bowed again. It wasn't easy for someone of his status to act so humbly. This was indicative of his sincerity. "It's not much, just your tiger tally." Li Qia smiled. "You want Sky Pass Legion's tiger tally?" Tai Yinshi's expression changed as he took one step backward. "Yep, that's the one." Li Qia smiled again. "Well," Tai Yinshi rubbed his palms together, not sure how to answer. "You don't want to?" Li Qia asked. "Young noble, the truth is that it is not up to me. This tiger tally has grave importance, not only pertaining to the Legion, but it is the key to Sky Pass itself." Tai Yinshi smiled awkwardly. This tiger tally wasn't only a symbol of command for the Legion. It has been around since the ancient ages and acted as the key to Sky Pass. It could open the defensive barriers and control the powers here. Thus, even if one had control over the Legion and didn't have this tiger tally, they didn't really have full sovereignty in this place. That's why it was difficult for Tai Yinshi to hand over such a key item to Li Qia. It was the same as handing him all of Sky Pass. "I know, I don't want your Legion or take over Sky Pass. I'm only borrowing it for a bit and will return it to you," Li Qia said. Too much was at stake for Tai Yinshi to make a fast decision. "Sir Yinshi, you are still underestimating young noble Li." Hui Qingxian shook her head and said, "It's not up to you if he really wants it. As I said before, the entire transaction is only an act of respect." Chapter 2990. She paused for a bit before continuing. "Sir Inshi, you can't actually think that the young noble wants your Legion and Sky Pass? Given his power, the entire Legion wouldn't be able to stop his step. In my opinion, even the mighty Sky Pass can't either. If he has any treacherous intent, he wouldn't need the tiger tally since he's unbeatable in the first place. Thus, this has to be coming from a place of good." She seemed to be supporting Li Qia entirely. "This girl is amazing, no wonder why she's the top spot in 5-element. Young yet got a killer vision." The bull thought. The bull could see through Li Chia because it had lived too long and met countless invincible beings and brilliant geniuses. This gave it an amazing pair of eyes. On the other hand, Hui Qingxian was still so young yet knowledgeable, far exceeding her peers or even a senior like Tai Yinshi. This had a lot to do with her background. She has met plenty of invincible masters there, allowing her to have outstanding insight. Well, Tai Yinshi became startled. He knew that Hui Qingxian was definitely stronger than him. She respected very few people to this level. Even the two progenitors were only viewed as equals in her mind. There must be a reason why she viewed Li Chia with such high regard. Just think about it, 5-element mountain was as strong as can be. Tai Yinshi knew this much. Its successor, Hui Qingxian, must have seen numerous masters. This only made Li Chia seem more impressive. Sir Yinshi, if you are still worrying, 5-element mountain will act as a guarantor? Qingxian said elegantly and as beautiful as always despite her appearance being hidden. Doubts should be dispelled now that 5-element mountain was brought to the mix. Goddess, that's too much. I'll just listen then. Tai Yinshi didn't dare to escalate the issue and bowed towards Hui Qingxian. He then hurried away to get the tiger tally. He naturally couldn't carry such an important item around all the time. Not bad at all, that's a lady from 5-element mountain for you. Li Chia smiled and gave her a thumbs up. Far inferior compared to you, Dao brother. Qingxian smiled, looking far more light-hearted than earlier. It's not easy for you to come outside, and out of appreciation for your likability and thoughtfulness, you may take this back. No need to worry about it anymore. Li Chia smiled and took out 1/2 of a jade pendant. He got it from an old man as a promise token back in a pavilion while avoiding the rain. Even a fool could tell that this pendant was special. Jing'er, who was standing behind Qingxian, had her eyes opening wide. She was more nervous than anyone while staring at the pendant, afraid that Li Chia might suddenly change his mind. She felt the urge to grab it away from him right away. After all, it pertained to her lady's happiness. Contrastly, Hui Qingxian stared calmly at the pendant then back at Li Chia. Such nobility and elegance were naturally attractive. Dao brother, you wish to decline the engagement? She smiled and spoke softly. Such tenderness coming from a woman of her status would make others overwhelmed with joy. Not quite. Li Chia shook his head. The old men in your clan only wish to trap me. If you were an arrogant brat, I would have teased you for a bit, but this isn't the case, so there's no point. Take the pendant and be freed from this. But what if I don't mind? She asked. One would regret forever giving up a woman like her. Nothing can be better then. The bull clapped its front hooves together and said, You two are a match made in heaven and cast by the will of the earth. No other pair is better, it's a travesty if you don't get together. The bull actually wanted to push these two into marriage and a wedding night as fast as possible. It could already imagine the fat and cute baby resulting from this marriage. My bones are going to meld if you keep this up. Li Chia ignored the bull and told her. I would be ecstatic if I was truly that irresistible. Your Dao heart isn't something I can move, akin to a mayfly trying to push down a tree, completely overestimating myself. She shook her head in response. Are you sure you don't want it back? Li Chia smiled and glanced at the pendant. If you wish to return it, give it back to the person who gave it to you in the first place. She responded, I'm sure our ancestor is reasonable enough to not make it harder than it should be. Lady, Jing'er became anxious since her lady didn't want to get the pendant back. Alas, she didn't say anything else, aware of her lady's wish. Alright, 5-element mountain is a good place anyway. I'll come visit when I have time. Li Chia smiled and put away the pendant. I'll be waiting and will show you our best hospitality. Qingshuan's eyes seemed gentle as she said this. Very well. Li Chia nodded. Good, good. The bull laughed after seeing Li Chia keeping the pendant. It was more nervous than the two involved parties. It patted its chest and laughed, I'll be waiting for the ceremony. The two naturally ignored the bull again. A while later, Tai Yinshi returned with a box. He carefully presented it in front of Li Qia with both hands. Inside was a tiger tally from an unknown era. "This is the tiger tally of Sky Pass, please take care of it, young noble. And please, forgive me for being knowledgeable and unable to see your depth." Tai Yinshi respectfully said. "You're already quite smart. There's a reason why 5-Element Mountain recruited you." Li Qia took a look at the tiger tally and praised the guy. Li Qia then took out a blueprint and added, "Sky Pass isn't unbreakable like it is in your imagination. It was built long ago and some openings have formed. Ordinary people can't notice them, but for the true masters, they will be able to traverse through this place freely by taking advantage of these openings." Tai Yinshi hurriedly accepted the blueprint for a look, aghast. His face turned pale because these openings have been listed carefully. Each was the same as opening the gate of Sky Pass. Ordinary masters might know about them but still couldn't do anything. Only the lords could take advantage of this. "Thank you, young noble, for working to help protect immortal lineage." Tai Yinshi bowed deeply. Chapter 2991, You're overthinking it. This has nothing to do with protecting immortal lineage. I am only a passerby and became interested in Sky Pass, so I took a look, noticing these flaws in the process. Li Qie replied. Tai Yinshi shuddered inside. He has been the commander of Sky Pass for some time now and knew the place like the palm of his hand. However, he didn't notice them at all. This so-called passerby, who only got here recently, took note of this so fast. Truly terrifying. He knew just how strong Sky Pass was, more than enough to repel mighty progenitors once activated. Its origin remained unknown, its true characters were shrouded in mysteries. Brilliant progenitors couldn't necessarily understand the wall in its entirety. He knew that this was beyond his grasp despite trying to learn for a lifetime. Worst of all, Li Qie didn't only spot the flaws but also offered various solutions. No one in the contemporary could do this right now, not him or even Luminous Master. Cold sweat began to form as he thought about the previous conversation. Hui Qingxian was right. If Li Qie had an ulterior motive, his legion with the help of Sky Pass wouldn't be able to stop him. He could destroy the entire thing. Therefore, borrowing the tiger tally must come with good intentions. Otherwise, destruction would have been the faster path. Li Qie went through the effort to borrow this tiger tally was a token of respect and goodwill. He didn't wish to damage this place. You are a god among men. Tai Yinshi said with reverence, I was too foolish to see this. It is my fortune to be enlightened. Li Qie accepted the gesture and said, carefully mend them because time won't wait for you. It's coming. The calamity is coming, Tai Yinshi murmured. He had mentally prepared himself for this possibility. Alas, he still held on to a sliver of hope that what happened before was only a coincidence. Yes, and no one can escape the inevitable. Li Qie added. A natural disaster. His heart became heavy since Sky Pass would be the first to take the hit. No, it's no natural disaster. 3 Immortals is one of the safest places in existence. The villainous heaven can't send down a natural disaster that easily. This is a crisis stemming from men. From men? Young noble, do you mean old friends are returning? His expression changed as he instinctively looked towards uncrossable expanse. A supreme everlasting like him was on the same level as a progenitor at the myriad or even the imperial level. His power gave him more knowledge and vision compared to weaker cultivators. Thus, he understood the implication and started thinking about a few legends. Old friends, huh? I don't think anyone will be calling them old friends at that point. Li Qie smiled. Right. Hui Qingxian chimed in, Sky Pass will be the first to take the hit. It is the most important yet perilous location, you know this more than anyone, Commander Yinshi. So please, grasp this opportunity to fix the flaws and prepare for the worst. Tai Yinshi took a look at the blueprint again before smiling wryly. Goddess, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Sky Pass is majestic beyond anything else in the world. These flaws seem tiny, but fixing each of them requires an insane amount of resources and manpower. Divine metals, immortal stones, and so many refining experts. Even our legion would need a long time to take care of them. Remember, the wall spanned for billions and billions of miles. Just one flaw required an immense amount of effort to fix. The guests from Uncrossable Expanse will start with Sky Pass. If Sky Pass were to go down, immortal lineage would be exposed to the tigers and lions. Peace will no longer be possible. Everyone is responsible for this, not just Sky Pass. All Dao systems and cultivators will need to shoulder this burden. Qingxian said. What you're saying makes sense, but I'm afraid implementation will be difficult. He put on a forced smile. In fact, everyone understood that the moment Sky Pass went down, immortal lineage would be exposed completely. However, how many systems and masters would want to contribute their own resources to the cause? Selfishness was a part of human nature. 5-element mountain will handle 1/3. Everyone else will contribute the rest. Is this possible? She said. Tai Yinshi was shaken to hear this. 1/3 of this ridiculous number was enough to start another system, or even more. However, she gave this promise without any hesitation, quite a heroic and domineering showing. Immortal lineage was massive, yet 5-element mountain was ready to contribute 1/3. What could the rest refuse? Yin Taishi, thank you and your system on behalf of the entire world. Yin Taishi got on his knees. Her promise would make this far easier. Any unwilling system would no longer have an excuse to not bear this responsibility. Moreover, it meant that 5-element mountain itself was spearheading this monumental project. The system was far more influential than Tai Yinshi alone, and success was only a matter of time. Do it as soon as possible so we can have peace of mind. Qingxian said, they won't wait for us, so if we aren't prepared on that day, everything will turn to smoke. I understand. I will take on the responsibility of fixing the flaws as soon as possible. I will also fight to the death, here, in Sky Pass. Tai Yinshi sonorously responded. As a member of 5-element mountain himself, this wasn't an empty promise to its successor. Sir Yinshi, I'm confident in your abilities. The goddess responded. Okay, I am done here. Time for me to go. Li Qie stood up and stretched. I hope to see you again, Dao brother. She bid farewell as he was leaving. I'm sure we'll meet again soon enough. Li Qie smiled and left the commander's mansion. Tai Yinshi went with them all the way to the gate before stopping. Dao brother. Someone came up to the group. It seemed that she has been waiting outside for a while now. It was none other than Holyfrost's true emperor. This prestigious 12-palace emperor was willing to wait outside for Li Qie regardless of how long it took. She bowed her head after seeing him. Dao brother, the elders of Sacred Institution wish to pay you a formal visit. She got straight to the point. The old geezers there are finally reacting? They see some values and are running around as if their butt was on fire. The bull laughed and said with a hint of disdain. She smiled wryly after hearing this. Of course, this was indeed the case. The elders back there wanted to entice Li Qie. After all, he was a disciple from their system. How could they let go of such a brilliant cultivator? 1. A heavenly disaster would be a more accurate translation, since the word consists of sky/heaven plus disaster. However, it sounds jarring in English, and natural disaster is how it is used in everyday life. The problem is it sounds strange in the translation too. Chapter 2992, No need for this type of formality. We'll meet again if fate permits. Li Qie smiled at the emperor. No chance after the opportunity is gone. The bull laughed and poured cold water on the academy. The brat from Repentance Institution has a better vision compared to the old geezers. It was naturally referring to Du Wenrui. Holyfrost true emperor took a deep breath and said, I will let them know, Dao brother. The gate of Academy of Light is always open for you. ready to welcome you back. She knew that he was powerful beyond imagination and didn't need to rely on their system. The ancestors had nothing going for them to recruit him outside of his previous status as a student of repentance. He didn't need to give them any face. Sure, I am still a student of repentance. Li Qie smiled. I understand. The emperor nodded and said, repentance is one of our 5 great academies. Its future will be boundless with numerous geniuses that it can rely on. Her words carried a lot of weight due to her current cultivation. She bowed towards Li Qie, then the bull, before leaving. The girl is very smart. The bull laughed. Unfortunately, there are 4 other academies and her influence is limited to Northern Academy. She doesn't have full authority, or this system could take the next step and herald another golden age. It had a high evaluation of her. Well, she certainly had the wisdom and abilities to earn these praises. Unfortunately, her system was too large. If she wanted full sovereignty, she must convince the other elders to give it to her. This was extremely difficult. Nevertheless, she still made a promise to Li Qie just now since he had some ties with repentance. In the future, she would take care of it, more or less, especially with regards to resources and talent recruitment. After all, the academy needed to do this much in order to curry favor from him. She didn't have the authority to make this promise currently, but this didn't stop her from being decisive. Academy of Light has plenty of talents. Li Qie said, unfortunately, it's just too big. That's one problem. It's just more headache for the old demon, his future won't be fun at all. The bull heartily laughed and gloated as if it could see the old demon struggling already. You guys go back, I have something else to do. Li Qie smiled then commanded. He left without waiting for them to respond. Okay, we're going. The bull didn't pry any further and told the other members. Li Qie traveled to the end of Sky Pass. Of course, this wasn't easy for regular cultivators due to the massive length of the wall. Furthermore, a power existed at this edge, the closer, the stronger the repelling force. He still made it there all the same and looked forward. This particular wall base was connected to the sky with white clouds flying by. This was also the depth of the wildlands, virtually uninhabited by anyone, not even by those who were escaping their enemies. Wild grass and weed have taken over this sad place. Not even a bird or fish could be seen. The base was made from large, coarse boulders. Upon closer inspection, one would see everlasting divinity in each one in the form of faint shimmers. They had been assaulted with the rain and wind through numerous years, turning brown as a result. One would get the feeling that these boulders were as old as the wildland itself, existing since the formation of this area. Of course, no one knew who created this portion of the wall during the olden days. This remained a mystery. Many short steps accumulate into 1,000 miles. Li Qie became slightly emotional. The world doesn't know the pain of their ancestors. Above the 9 firmaments are the blood of many wise sages. They fell on unknown battlefields just to protect their descendants. These ancestors have tried their very best. Sky Pass was the best example of this. Unfortunately, their efforts went unnoticed. Li Qie took out the tiger tally of Sky Pass. Ordinary people would only think that this was a badge of authority for the Legion, capable of mobilizing forces. In fact, they simply didn't know that it wasn't made by Tai Yinshi. The thing was ancient and passed down for many eras. Tai Yinshi has been in charge for a long time yet still had no idea about its origin. He knew that one couldn't be considered the master of Sky Pass by just having control over the Legion or forcefully taking over the region. The Tiger Tally was absolutely crucial since that's the only way to activate the defensive barriers of Sky Pass and use all of its powers against the enemies. Because of this, he speculated that the Tiger Tally was created during the formation of the wall. It should also serve as a key into the origin of Sky Pass, the source of its power. Of course, he didn't know how to use this key to reach the mystery of Sky Pass, unlike Li Qie who could reach that far. The latter had experimented before and found that without this Tiger Tally, a massive power in Sky Pass would try to repel him. He could naturally force his way through, but it would end with massive destruction. A large part of the wall would crumble as a result. He had no intention of damaging this defensive line of immortal lineage, so he needed to borrow the tiger tally. With this, he could enter the source of its power without facing any backlash. It's exquisite and profound. Li Qia held the tiger tally and smiled. A Dao flame began to jump in his palm before turning into magical runes. They transformed and derived wondrous grand Dao. Visual phenomena took form. One could faintly hear the sound of stones being moving and breaking. It took them back to an ancient era, with the ancestors splitting the earth open and carving the boulders in order to form sky paths. Chapter 2993, Clank. The tiny tiger tally suddenly changed into a shiny golden brick. Most cultivators would mistake it for the gold currency used in the mortal realm. However, a meticulous spectator would see minuscule runes engraved on the brick, seemingly part of it since the start. Li Qia smiled and placed it into a gap on the wall. Though this wall was high enough to reach the sky, it was still made of numerous rocks and boulders. Thus, it had plenty of gaps, more than enough to place this brick inside. Buzz. The gap exuded strands of golden light, akin to the opening of a treasure grove. People couldn't help wanting to crawl inside for a better look. A heat wave also rushed out as if there was a cauldron inside intending on melting the golden brick. However, the brick wasn't the only thing being melted, so did the rocks nearby. The brighter the light, the higher the temperature. The rocks around this gap couldn't handle the heat. They glowed pink, then eventually red like molten metal. Next came the liquefaction process. The rocks became liquid but didn't flow downward, still maintaining their original shape. Finally, the process was finished and the melted rocks slowly took the form of an arched gate. One could still see the lava in the center, as if through the gate was a world of lava. Entering would end up with the person being drowned and burnt to ashes. Li Qia smiled and walked into the gate. Buzz. Sure enough, the lava drowned him entirely. Strangely enough, the lava gate cooled down at an unbelievable pace. The rocks then returned to their original shape. The gate was no longer there. If one didn't witness this transformation process, they would never know about the gate's existence. Meanwhile, Li Qia on the other side wasn't burnt to ashes. On the contrary, he felt quite refreshed. The moment he walked out of the lava, he saw a massive continent capable of shouldering 3,000 worlds and countless galaxies. One could still feel the immensity of the land despite standing on top, enough to shoulder all powers and weight. Alas, the place seemed to be a barren land devoid of any vegetation. It had a dark red hue, seemingly scorched to nothingness. The surface still had a high temperature, almost like a street being assaulted by the sun for a long time. Walking barefoot would lead to injuries. Li Qia chuckled and continued slowly, attempting to feel the power of this land. This was a pure power brimming with righteousness. It belonged to the affinity but didn't possess its impetuous temperament. On the contrary, it felt quite gentle. The ground beneath him actually moved. A few things started climbing up his feet. Shock would be the first reaction after looking down. There were thousands of worms trying to climb up. The faster his movement, the more squirming and wiggling worms could be found. It turned out that the entire place was covered with these creatures looking like millipedes. They were around the size of a thumb. This continent spanned for billions of miles, yet these strange creatures covered every inch of the land. This was a world of millipedes. A coward stuck in this place would cower on the ground in fear. Quite substantial. Li Qia wasn't afraid at all and was actually enjoying this, evident by a pleasurable moan due to the sensation beneath. The layer of millipedes was actually quite deep, most likely hundreds of feet. Or maybe, this entire continent was made up of these creatures. One made it to Li Qia's palm now. He chuckled and took a closer look. It didn't have flesh and blood, and despite its grotesque appearance, it was made of flame. These creatures and their tentacles consisted of tiny fire runes. This applied for every single one found here. They seemed to be living as independent entities. This mystical phenomenon broke the conventional characters of flames. Squirm. Li Chia placed this flame on top of his shoulder. The thing wiggled around playfully. Meanwhile, its brethren beneath also felt something and hastened their ascension. Squirm was the name of these flames, a type rarely seen in any other place. Only here would there be so many of them. No one would think that this was a special type of flame after hearing squirm at first. However, they had another name, runic flame of life. Of course, very few knew of this name. Squirm was accurate because these things crawled around like little worms. As for the other title, it clearly indicated the special and peerlessness of this flame. Sky Pass was built on the wildland and lasted so long due to many factors. For example, old and precious metals and stones on top of blessings from numerous powerful masters. But these weren't the most important things. The reason why it had such a powerful defensive property was due to the source of its power, these squirms. This factor allowed them to withstand attacks from progenitors. Inside this source were numerous flames of life gathering together. This resulted in an unbelievable level of power, allowing Sky Pass to last for so long. Chapter 2994. These runic flames were as far as the eye can see. Perhaps this species originated from this place alone. Their squirming and wiggling were truly creepy, especially those right beneath one's feet. Who knows how long this thick layer extended down below? The sensation of standing on a million worms could be too much to take for the weak-hearted. Overwhelming nausea and trembling would take over. However, after getting used to their presence, people would feel especially comfortable. This flame species was extremely rare and to a certain extent, also very domineering. Alas, they didn't give off a hot temperature in the slightest. It felt as if people were walking on a nice, sandy beach instead. The soft and refreshing sensation made a stroll very comfortable. These flames seemed so tangible, unlike other fire species. A soft elasticity would bounce each step back. Li Chia enjoyed this feeling the whole way. He seemed to become one with this dead land. It didn't take long before these runes covered him from top to bottom. This special type of flame was actually alive. They could sense animosity and distaste, staying far away as a result. However, when someone actually liked them, they would also become very familiar and stick to that person. Li Chia was a good example of this. Of course, they didn't linger on him forever and came in waves instead. They would climb up the front then go down on his back. From the distance, it would look like red mud was flowing around him. Say, if this land was a river, then Li Chia was an immovable rock at the bottom, taking in the currents for ages. From a near perspective, it would look like worms were crawling around him. This was enough to make one's hair stand on ends. In this process, Li Chia didn't hate the flames and vice versa. They didn't consider him an outsider or an invader. This process was harmony incarnated, fusing to be one grand Tao. He walked for a long time before reaching his destination, a massive mountain with flames crawling down. After reaching the top, he found that it resembled a volcano. The flames gushed out of the mouth like lava, enough to drown out the entire world. Naturally, the sight of worms crawling out of what seems to be their nest was awfully creepy. It also made people curious about the actual size of this volcano. How many eggs were down there? Perhaps the nest consisted of everything underground, hence the endless number of squirms. This is the power source of Sky Pass. The runic flames empower the wall for many eras now. Li Chia said with a smile while standing at the top. There was a reason why the ancestors of immortal lineage chose the wildland as the base for Sky Pass. The flame source here allowed for Sky Pass to stay the same across history. Li Chia sat down and released an item into the hole. It flashed brightly as if something inside wanted to break out. The moment it fell down, numerous flames rushed upward. It became covered with numerous layers of squirms. This process showed no sign of stopping. It became larger and larger in the shape of a fireball. Buzz. One could hear a burning noise. Perhaps it was melting away. The actual content was being exposed, and came the sound of gales and thunder along with a terrifying divinity. This divinity actually came from the high heaven itself, capable of murdering the gods and emperors. Li Qiye was satisfied with this aura since it was exactly what he wanted. Time to create a suitable weapon. He smiled while watching the unraveling process. This thing had a frightening origin, and Li Qiye hasn't refined it until now. It was taken from the Jilin clan, a black boulder that fell back down after the expedition of Nightfall Immortal Monarch. Later on, the experts from the Jilin had no idea what it was. They researched it for a long time to no avail. However, they still knew that it would be very useful. Eventually, Li Qiye took it away from the clan. He used a supreme technique to burn away the rocky layer of this thing to reveal its true form, still shrouded by a blinding radiance. Unfortunately, to craft this thing required immense efforts and certain conditions. Li Qiye came to this place in order to borrow the boundless runic flame of life to craft an ultimate weapon. It was time for him to go, so he needed a powerful and durable weapon, one that exceeds all else. This was no small feat, but Li Qiye had complete confidence. The melting process was near completion, so Li Qiye took out his myriad cauldron. Poof! He activated it and placed the thing inside. Something miraculous occurred. The runic flames also crawled into the cauldron and turned into a regular fire in order to refine this thing. A million volcanoes seemingly exploded at once inside as more and more squirms made their way inside to strengthen the cauldron's fire. Chapter 2995. Sky Pass was peaceful while Li Qiye was inside its source to refine his weapon. Many big shots were still lingering around, such as Supreme and Holy Frost True Emperor. Unfortunately, this peace was short-lived. Look, over there, what the hell is that? An astonished person pointed towards uncrossable expanse. The crowd nearby became alarmed and followed the direction of his finger. In the beginning, many didn't see clearly at all. Some didn't notice a thing. There's nothing, what are you shouting for? One complained. Look carefully, it's flying out of uncrossable expanse. Don't you see the black dot? The one issuing the warning pointed again. Many activated their heavenly gaze and finally saw it, a plank that has been cut into two halves. Only one side was floating towards immortal lineage, the other side seemed to be gone. It's only a plank, why act so shocked? A few people didn't think about the implication. However, one big shot nearby immediately said, only a plank? How many things have left uncrossable expanse outside of that meteor before? This reminder woke everyone up. They started glancing at each other in confusion. The guy was right, nothing has ever come out of the expanse outside of the previous expanse. This seemed to be a special occurrence. The nervousness from the previous ominous event still remained. So many powerful beings have entered in history, only to disappear and never to be seen again. No person or item ever came out of this place. Common sense from experience eventually dictated that nothing would come out from uncrossable expanse. However, the meteor that nearly smashed into Sky Pass broke this belief. Right now, the broken plank also instilled the same fear. Something else will happen? One Eternal said with a heavy heart because of this ominous sign. Look, another thing is floating out. Another person shouted. Sure enough, the crowd saw more debris flying out from the expanse, broken planks and random pieces of metals. No one could tell what they were right away due to the damage suffered and the archaic styles. However, after a long while, some still came up with different conclusions. This looks like a shipwreck, a half-step everlasting claimed with uncertainty. A wreck? People exchanged glances. Many emperors and progenitors used ships to go there, right? Someone quietly said. Everyone's expression sank after hearing this. Remember, so many powerful beings have entered, their fate unknown. Now, the debris from a potential wreck was floating out of uncrossable expanse. This certainly made minds wander. Maybe it's a ship from one of them? Another said. This filled the crowd with dread even more. In history, these powerful beings rarely traveled alone into the expanse. Even some progenitors came with groups, not with their legions but their most powerful generals or other emperors and everlastings. In short, these expedition groups were extremely powerful, certainly strong enough to sweep through immortal lineage. If the speculation was true, then what happened to these powerful masters? Where were they right now? Don't be so shocked. One crowd member said, a ship will eventually break after being overused. And, it's just a ship. They can't use one ship forever. Right, maybe they made it to shore and abandoned these ships. They floated out of uncrossable expanse by themselves, broken. A different expert added. This deduction made sense as well. However, it seemed optimistic as if they were trying to make themselves feel better. Alas, more and more people became unrest and filled with doubts. Look, more. A shouter attracted the attention of the crowd. Numerous pieces were flying out now. They were large enough for the spectators to tell what they were, the keel or a side of a ship. There, a complete one. A smaller-sized boat finally came out, seemingly torn asunder by a powerful force, evident by the uneven rifts and broken spots. More and more debris continued to leave uncrossable expanse. Meanwhile, the crowd held their breath, their mind overwhelmed with darkness. These broken pieces didn't flow down to Sky Pass. They were heading for Sky Ruins. All the big shots in Sky Pass have noticed this event, including Supreme True Emperor and the young geniuses. Commander Tai Inshi received news and climbed up the observatory for a better look. His expression became serious. All units, return to your position. Recall the members on holiday. Tai Inshi immediately sent an official order. So what the hell is going on? Everyone in Sky Pass became tense by this development. As time passed, the bigger ships could be seen now. Some had the same outlines as the past. That one over there, it looks like it is from 8 Treasure System. An Eternal quietly said. This ship was large enough to accommodate hundreds of people. Alas, only one half of it remained as if someone had severed it. What makes you say that? One spectator didn't notice anything. Look closer at the railing, there's an insignia that looks like the one from 8 Treasure. The Eternal elaborated. There was indeed a faint insignia carved there, but since so much time had passed, they couldn't really confirm. In the past, 8 Treasure had an amazing everlasting reaching the Fardao level. He led a group of masters into the expanse. A cultivator versed in history said. Chapter 2996. The ships and broken pieces definitely belong to the top masters who have entered uncrossable expanse in the past. This realization frightened the crowd, causing them to think about the possibilities. They had no idea what happened to these masters or their experiences in the expanse. However, the worse outcomes seemed more likely given the appearance of these broken ships. Where are the progenitors? One person quietly asked. None here could answer him. All had a look of confusion. The creepiest thing that not a single master could be seen, not even a corpse. This is truly bizarre. An older Eternal shuddered. Just imagine, there's a chance that something bad has happened to these top masters. Ordinary folks like them would stand zero chance. So what's actually inside uncrossable expanse? Could these dangerous things come down to our world? An expert broke the silence and made it even worse. The first meteor seemed to be a sign of what to come, the dangers looming in uncrossable expanse. So many emperors and progenitors have fallen to them, or so it seemed. Could the current immortal lineage muster enough force to stop it? People weren't so sure, not even the everlastings. Supreme, Holyfrost, and Tai Inshi had a solemn expression. They knew that a calamity might descend at any moment now. Don't be nonsensical. An older ancestor said, progenitors are invincible. So many brilliant warriors have gone there, Gao Yang, Sword Saint, and the ultimate army of Fire Ancestor. Even the legendary Zither Empress has done so as well. The dangers there couldn't have stopped them. In fact, let's not even bring the Emperors and Everlastings into this. Just the progenitors alone were enough to sweep through the ages. The first of them all, Bao Pu, the brilliant Gao Yang, or the miracle of the ages, 5-element progenitor. Then we got top masters like Sacred Spirit Ancestor and Sword Saint too. Just think about it, how could these progenitors be stopped? A different senior immediately chimed in. These comments seemed to calm people down. Unfortunately, these seniors themselves didn't believe their own words too much. They simply didn't know if the progenitors were actually alive there. Look! Look at that ship! Another person shouted. Everyone saw a massive ship coming out of uncrossable expanse. It was an actual complete ship unlike the damaged ones before. It clearly had powerful defensive blessings and barriers before. Unfortunately, they have been taken down. It had holes and visible damages as well despite maintaining the general frame. It seemed to still be operational. Numerous more broken pieces floated out alongside this ship. It looked like a mountain floating in space in a silent and creepy manner, just like a haunted ship. That's a battleship from Sky High. A keen-eyed spectator noticed the ship's insignia. Really? Most couldn't tell because it was from so long ago. Yes, this warship is indeed from Sky High. It should be a first-generation ship. An old Eternal took a careful look and confirmed. Elder Du, is that your system's warship? A big shot from this system just happened to be in Sky Pass. Sky High was a powerful system with a long history in immortal lineage. Yes, a first-generation ship. This ancestor named Du nodded after taking a look. According to our records, our progenitor entered uncrossable expanse with 3 true emperors, 6 everlastings, and more than 1,000 true gods. That's a mighty team. Many exchanged glances after hearing this. Nervousness returned to the spectators since the mighty team was nowhere to be found, only their warship. Where is the progenitor? Someone said softly. Of course, everyone was wondering about the same thing. Come, let's go take a look. The ancestor from Sky High leaped to the sky along with his fellow disciples. Will there be anything inside? A curious soul asked while watching. Everyone stared at the warship with bated breath, wanting to know the answer. Not good. A cry came from inside the warship along with battle commotions. Ah! Screams emanated before a deadly silence took over. What the hell? Someone on the ground shouted while using their heavenly gaze. The ship continued to float without any new development. The rest exchanged glances, not knowing what happened inside that ship. What is in there? Those who knew that this ancestor from Sky High was very powerful. Alas, the guy appeared to be dead now. I refuse to believe this. Let's go. An epic Eternal finally took charge and roared. Several other Eternals followed suit and landed on the warship. Rumble. Battles ensued within. It's fucking haunted. A loud cry on purpose could be heard back all the way back to Sky Pass. Haunted? The listeners on the ground didn't understand. Ah! Waves of agonizing screams came again before silence ensued. Shit! Shit! What's actually happening? Panic took over. 2 groups have entered the warship but not a single person has returned, only screams. Sky Pass became silent, overwhelmed with confusion and anxiety. Chapter 2997. The warship from Sky High quietly floated like a specter in space. The atmosphere became solemn due to the bizarre circumstances. People could only watch the ship and the nearby wreckage move toward sky ruins. In the back were more broken ships but none was on the same level as the one from Sky High. They were heavily damaged in comparison. Even a fool could see that they weren't abandoned and eventually floated out here. They have suffered terrible onslaughts, eventually crumbling, the signs of a monstrous battle. Remember, the ones riding the ships used to be progenitors, emperors, and everlastings. They were nowhere to be found now. Were they killed in battle or did they successfully escape? The latter was acceptable, but people didn't even dare to think about the former possibility due to the terrible implications. It's not looking good. Holyfrost's true emperor spoke. The mightiest group in Sky Pass observed with a heavy heart. They could feel a storm rising soon enough. So there are ghosts in there? One spectator wondered after hearing the screams earlier. Everyone felt a chill coursing down their spine. Ghosts don't exist. People only mistake a few bizarre phenomena or grudgeful intents as ghosts. A powerful eternal scowled. Nevertheless, the crowd still felt unrest. Something seemed to be bothering them and there was no way to calm down. Look, another large ship. A spectator pointed upward. Sure enough, another ship comparable to the previous appeared. This one was even more perfect with very few damages on the hull and still had flashing runes. Though this defensive barrier has been broken through, it still managed to protect the ship. The ship looked relatively new compared to the previous ones. There was a big difference between this one and the one from Sky High. The latter was clearly a warship meant for battle. On the other hand, this one looked like a royal ship with towering pavilions on deck, looking splendorous and noble. A ship like this should be used for an emperor traveling across his kingdom. That's a ship from High Sun Pavilion. The emblem on the side was finally recognized. Impossible. The first reaction was disbelief. Once the ship got close enough, the weaker cultivators finally got a good look. Yes, he's right, it is from High Sunday. One ancestor confirmed. No one could refute the clear evidence any longer. This ship was indeed from this great power. None was stupid enough to pretend to be them. The group near Supreme Emperor started staring at him. He has been watching the entire time as well. His eyes flashed with great divinity, the rays materialized into something tangible. This was an attempt to search the ship. People had trouble breathing now as if their heart was being gripped. All in immortal lineage knew of High Sun Pavilion. It wasn't a system but still plenty strong enough. No other systems would dare to provoke it. In fact, it didn't have many members, and even fewer masters were allowed to use its emblem. Even Supreme Emperor didn't dare to say that he was a disciple from there. He only said that he was taught by a senior from that place. Thus, whoever had a ship with this emblem clearly had a high position in High Sun Pavilion. Is it Gao Yang? This question popped up. People became afraid, not daring to face the answer. They waited for a response from Supreme Emperor. He stared for a long time before speaking with a grave expression. Yes, this ship is from High Sun Pavilion. The listeners felt as if there was something stuck in their throat, a very uncomfortable sensation stemmed from anxiety. However, this isn't Gao Yang's personal ship. It belongs to another senior. Supreme Emperor pondered for a bit before revealing with confidence. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief in response. Gao Yang was one of the most brilliant progenitors in history, a member of the Decemvirate. In fact, some believed that he was among the top 5. Just think about it, even a being of this level couldn't make it? It meant that no one else in the world could take on this danger looming in uncrossable expanse. Unfortunately, some still felt the same dread. High Sun Pavilion had extremely stringent rules about those able to use its ships or emblems. Only a few masters could do so in history. Buzz. Supreme True Emperor took out an imperial cauldron. Boom. A noble energy encompassed with grand Tao billowed in the air. He took one step forward and the world seemed tiny in comparison. The ones nearby felt suppressed by his pressure. Just one step was all he needed to appear on the ship. He disappeared from sight after entering the cabin. Everyone became attentive, not wanting to miss a thing. Nothing seemed to be happening, not a single sound. The tension rose again as they prayed for him to find an answer. This cannot be. His voice finally came from inside. Boom! The entire ship shook back and forth after a loud explosion. Break! The Emperor roared and his aura soared upward like a true dragon ravaging the 9 firmaments. Rumble! Multiple powerful forces drowned out the region. What's going on? Everyone could tell that a great battle was happening inside that ship. Boom! Something broke a hole on the side of the ship. Debris flew everywhere. A second later, Supreme Emperor leaped out from the hole. In this split second, everyone saw a massive shadow through the hole, one that could be described as a frightening devil king. Strangely enough, this shadow didn't chase after him and receded back to the ship hold. The spectators tried their best to calm down while Supreme Emperor was returning. He landed in Sky Pass, looking to be in a sorry state. Chapter 2998, Supreme Emperor's clothes were ragged, his hair a disorderly mess. Some blood stained his upper robe, who knows if it was his or someone else's. He clearly fought a fierce battle on that ship. Moreover, his foe was strong enough to put up more than a good fight. This made people take a deep breath. Everyone knew about his power. Some said that he had 11 palaces, others said 12. Moreover, he came from High Sun Pavilion and should have incredible treasures. This meant that he should be far stronger than his peers at the same cultivation level. Nonetheless, he looked so beaten after just a short battle and needed to escape. Just how powerful was this enemy? Fear, curiosity, and wild imagination occupied the crowd's mind. They stared at him, hoping to hear an answer. Dao brother. Holy Frost Emperor came over while remaining prudent, afraid that the thing inside the ship might come here. Strange enough, it retreated to the hold as the ship continued to drift away. It's not looking good. I need to see Sir Inshi and prepare for the worst. Supreme answered vaguely before running off to see Tai Inshi. He was a disciple trained by several masters in High Sun Pavilion. Thus, his knowledge and power far exceeded ordinary people. Alas, the thing inside still instilled dread upon him. Activate all lines of defense on the wall. After their conversation, Tai Inshi sent out another official command for all units to man their post. Sky Pass entered a state of war with a permeating fierce atmosphere. Something big is happening. Everyone knew that Sky Pass was the first line of defense for immortal lineage. In the case of invaders or something else from uncrossable expanse, Sky Pass would be the first place attacked. They haven't mobilized for so many years. Thus, this battle-ready state indicated the gravity of the situation. So what was inside? The crowd stared at the ship from High Sun with great curiosity and fear. Unfortunately, Supreme Emperor didn't want to reveal this and went to see Tai Inshi instead. Of course, it must be something dreadful to intimidate these two. Many big shots started leaving Sky Pass. They needed to prepare for the worst as well. Their system and sect must have the right strategy, just in case. The calamity is coming. Run now when you still have time. Of course, it's all meaningless anyway. The bull laughed and gloated at these big shots. People noticed that it was standing on the wall with a girl on its back. These two were staring at the floating wreckage. The bull seemed to be amused, not worried at all. It was one of the few capable of escaping the calamity if necessary. As for the inexperienced Lu Yanbai, she didn't know how serious it was just yet. Her eyes brimmed with curiosity while staring ahead. Of course, everyone knew this bull by now. It was together with fiercest and wasn't one to be trifled with. Thus, no one dared to talk back despite their annoyance. Master, is the thing on that ship very powerful? Lu Yanbai asked. It's not much. Far weaker than your master, far weaker, haha. The bull laughed. It didn't care for these floating ships and only paid attention to the depth of uncrossable expanse. A flash of anxiety could be seen in its eyes. It knew that the monsters on these ships were nothing. The real threat was coming from deeper inside uncrossable expanse. A few thought that it was bragging about its power but kept their mouths shut out of fear towards this petty beast. "Senior, do you know what is happening?" Holyfrost came over and bowed her head. The bull naturally enjoyed being revered by a high-status emperor. It looked at her and said, "What else can it be but a calamity? Little girl, run back to Academy of Light. 90% of immortal lineage will fall, but not your academy. You're lucky enough to have a protector." It kindly pointed out the right path for her, a rare showing of kindness. "I'll keep that in mind. What about Dao Brotherly?" She looked around and didn't see Li Chia. I got no clue where the brat is, but don't rely on him though. He's not interested in your academy and will leave eventually." The bull shrugged. Holyfrost sighed and didn't say anything else. Nothing could be better if Li Chia were to preside in their academy as a lord. Unfortunately, their humble abode couldn't keep a dragon like him. Just imagine, powerful cultivators like Metalkin War God, Bright King Buddha, and Violet Dragon Empress were willing to join the academy as students. They might not learn that much at the academy due to their already high level. Nonetheless, they still accepted this status and stayed in her system. This wasn't the case for Li Chia. In her opinion, he didn't give a damn about the academy in the slightest. Look, another large ship. A spectator noticed something during this ominous time. People stopped pondering and looked up. They saw a massive ship among the floating wreckage. "It's huge," someone said with astonishment. It was so many times larger than the ones from Sky High and High Sunday, it looked so familiar. A person thought that he had seen it before but couldn't remember the place. However, someone stared back at Sky Pass and screamed, Isn't this the auction house of Arrogance Enterprise?" "What?" Everyone looked over and sure enough, the auction house over yonder was still there. It didn't move an inch from the spot. However, this gigantic ship looked virtually identical. "What's going on? Why is Arrogance Enterprise floating out of uncrossable expanse?" Confusion struck the crowd. "I can't believe how similar they are." Another thought they were seeing things. "It's not the auction house, it's the expedition ship of Fire Ancestor." An older ancestor turned pale and murmured, damn it all, even Fire Ancestor's ship is floating back." Fire Ancestor's ship? What's going on? Did Arrogance Enterprise build this ship? A youth became curious. Chapter 2999. This ancient warship was massive and appeared before the world once more. In the olden days, Fire Ancestor's mighty force was praised to be the strongest expedition in history. Arrogance Enterprise created a peerless warship, a feat enough to shock 3 immortals. After so many years, this great ship showed up in immortal lineage once again. Alas, the crew was nowhere to be found. No one was in a jolly mood right now despite seeing something so magnificent. The expedition ship is back? The elders of Arrogance Enterprise heard this news and immediately activated a heavenly mirror in order to get a better look. Yes, that's Fire Ancestor's ship. They exchanged glances afterward. How can this be? That group back then could only be described as unmatched. One of them turned pale. He was lucky enough to see the creation of this ship along with the crew back then. That crew was utterly peerless, one and only in history. The crowd shuddered at this realization. This is unimaginable. Fire Ancestor's group back then was unreal. He had 4 other progenitors with him, more than 10 full-strength emperors, and 100 everlastings. That's enough to suppress the entire world. A person lucky enough to be born in that era saw the expedition in person. 4 progenitors who were living reclusively back then actually came along with Fire Ancestor. These top masters accepted the summon and prepared to enter uncrossable expanse. Alas, none of them could be seen here. The crowd became even more frightened after hearing the details. Many have heard about the great expedition before but didn't have a good idea of the actual scale until now. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call that group unbeatable. So where are they? This question came next. There would be obvious signs on the ship if they were alive. This was certainly not the case. However, the other morbid possibility was just too much to accept. If all of them have died, then... I just don't know. The crowd wanted to know what had happened to this great ship. They found it hard to breathe because of the ominous atmosphere. Nonetheless, no one dared to enter that ship. Those who have tried to do so with the previous ones have met their maker, with the exception of Supreme Emperor, who ran for his life. The unknown entities up there were horrifically powerful. Going up there might end in death. That's why they weighed themselves against the Emperor and chose to survive instead. It's really not looking good, the bull murmured after seeing the expedition ship. Looks like it's even worse than expected. Just what the hell is it over there? It has always been monstrous, you just didn't realize it before. A faint voice answered the bull. It looked back and saw Li Chia standing there since who knows when. It heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Sir, take a look and see what it is." Li Chia's eyes narrowed as he stared at the expedition ship, capable of piercing through it. "Fiercest is here." A spectator spotted him and said quietly. A while ago, many were annoyed at him for various reasons. However, seeing him now made them feel better. After all, having a big shot present served as a calming medicine. "Let's go take a look." Li Chia chuckled after the first observation. I'll go wherever you go, sir. You can even shoulder a falling sky, this is no big deal." The bull laughed. "May I come with you, Dao brother? I offer you my service." Holy Frost Emperor appeared and cupped her fist. So lucky, some still felt jealousy towards him despite the grim situation. Holy Frost was mighty, talented, and one of the prettiest women in immortal lineage. So many men had a crush on her right now. Alas, none could win her attention until Li Chia. Little girl, you're very smart." The bull looked at her and laughed. "That's fine." Li Chia didn't refuse and began heading for the expedition ship. She followed right behind him, floating just like a fairy. Her cold demeanor made all the men go crazy. I'm going too." The bull told Lu Yanbai to get on its back again before chasing after the other two. The three disappeared inside the ship while the spectators watched on. The expedition ship was still silent as ever. This went on for quite a while, akin to the group sinking to the bottom of the ocean. What should we do? Some wondered. Fiercest was immensely strong yet still disappeared like the rest. Let's go take a look. A youth with great divinity and halos showed up and flew towards the ship. Shenguzhan. He's going. Someone recognized him and shouted. We're going too. Several old men cloaked in black from top to bottom also appeared on the deck of the ship. Ancestors from Arrogance Enterprise. Some still recognized them. It's time to go. Other ancestors couldn't wait after seeing so many up there already, especially those at the everlasting level. Don't miss out on this. People grew bolder and followed suit. However, when their feet made contact with the ship, they were no longer on top of it. The scene before them changed. They saw a massive plain with rolling mountains to the distance. Sky Pass was nowhere to be found. Where are we? Some became startled. The ship is an independent world. An ancestor noticed. That's right, Arrogance Enterprise didn't only create a ship. They went as far as building a base for a minor world. They created an entire celestial system here too for the crew. A voice revealed. Chapter 3000, the speaker was a merchant, Lu Sanxiang. How do you know all of this? Someone asked since he looked weak and insignificant. I, Lu Sanxiang, am good at 3 things, eating, doing errands perfectly, and being trustworthy. Gentlemen, would you like to buy an embark pass? This is a rare opportunity, don't miss it. Embark pass? First time I've heard of this. What is it? Many ancestors were interested. It is exactly what it sounds like, hee, but to put it frankly, it is used for running. For example, when you wish to get off this ship, we can set up a time, or not, it doesn't matter. Basically, when you want to leave, I will be there to take you away. Of course, the price is negotiable, relative to the level of danger. Embark Pass, people like this name since it sounded better than Escape Pass. Naturally, some didn't believe him due to his appearance, thinking that he was a scammer. Thus, not a single soul bought a pass from him. Embark Pass, only one for sale today, so please hurry, there's no second chance. Don't miss this opportunity and be filled with regrets in the Yellow River. Sanxiang shouted as loud as possible. Look, fiercest is over there. Something else was attracting everyone's attention. It turned out that Li Qia's group didn't get far. They seemed to be going on a stroll, not scouting this expedition ship. Hey, brat, come over here, now. The bull heard Sanxiang and gestured for him to come over. Sanxiang's expression soured after seeing this group. Alas, he had no choice but to acquiesce. What's going on, sirs? Sanxiang had a smile that was uglier than if he were crying. Of course, only the bull bothered to tease him. Li Qia focused on feeling the ship instead. Sanxiang was right. This expedition ship acted as an independent world with its own celestial system. Thus, Fire Ancestor wasn't just riding a ship into uncrossable expanse. They controlled an entire world to get there. Brat, aren't you selling an embark pass? How much? The bull smiled deviously. Sirs, I only have one, just one. It's not right for your group. Sanxiang still had the same painful expression. Li Qia took his entry ticket last time and didn't pay him a single coin. What? You think we can't afford it? The bull glared at him. Of course not. Your group is as wealthy as can be, paying 1 billion isn't a problem, a completely insignificant amount. I would never dare to think of such a thing. Sanxiang immediately flattered before murmuring to himself, but still didn't pay for the ticket last time. What did you say? The bull said aggressively as if wanting to make mincemeat out of Sanxiang. I didn't say anything. He replied with haste. Okay, stop bullying him. Li Qia shook his head and joined in. You got enough from me already, be content and stop selling tickets. You're right, sir, my mistake. Sanxiang seemed more respectful towards Li Qia than the bull. Brat, are you treating him differently because he got money? You're looking down on me? The bull became unhappy. Of course not, my respect for you is as unending as the current of a great river. You are the king of Sacred Mountain, the lord of the ages, no one can compare to you. Sanxiang immediately went to work. The bull seemed satisfied and nodded repeatedly. It eventually said, however, I am buying this ticket of yours. Sir, you don't need this ticket at all. Just one stomp of yours is enough to move anywhere. Nothing can ever hold you back. Sanxiang begged for forgiveness. No, it's not for me. It's for my disciple. The bull gestured at the girl sitting on his back. Well, Sanxiang stared at Lu Yanbai and hesitated. Sir, aren't you here? The lady will be perfectly fine under your protection and won't need a ticket. He smiled wryly. You didn't specify a time limit to the ticket. She can use it in the next 3 million years if she wants to. The bull laughed. Sir, I'm afraid I will be nothing more than dust after 3 million years. Sanxiang didn't expect this. That's okay, your clan will still be around to carry it out. Name the price now. The bull said. Don't underestimate the bull. It was probably richer than any Dao system. Sanxiang didn't dare to say the price. Make it free. Li Qia chimed in again. FR free? Sanxiang started stammering in response. Sir, that's funny. I'm not joking around, it will be free. Li Qia asserted. Sir, remember, I have family members to take care of. We're barely getting by with my little earning, giving it for free will starve us. Sanxiang put on a pitiful expression. That's fine, starve then. Li Qie said, business is always about making a profit, but there are exceptions where morality comes into play. The stone carvers contributed greatly to immortal lineage, and Bao Pu, in particular, is the first vanguard who blew away the fog and mist. This is a merit that should never be forgotten, so look at this girl again, should the ticket be free or not? Do the right thing to not ruin your shop's reputation. His voice was calm, but this definitely was a criticism. Sanxiang stood in a daze, unable to respond. Brat, did you hear him? The bull became serious, no longer messing around. Sanxiang regained his wits and took a deep breath. He bowed towards Li Qie and said, "Thank you for your guidance, sir. I've memorized these words and we will not forget about morality even when doing business. Please forgive me for my shallowness." Having said that, he took out an old badge and presented it to Lu Yanbai with both hands. This badge is a token of my sincerity and can be considered the embark pass. You can use it whenever you want. His solemn expression indicated the preciousness of this badge. Lu Yanbai didn't dare to take it. She glanced over at Li Qie, then her master, waiting for their direction. Take it. Li Qie nodded. That's more like it, brat. At least you still have a little conscience and know where to stop. The bull agreed. Yanbai finally accepted the badge from Sanxiang. Let's go. Li Qie waved his sleeve and stopped picking on Sanxiang. Sirs, remember, I'll be around if you ever need an errand boy or have some business to do. Sanxiang smiled and ran away with haste. The brat learns quick. The bull shook its head. Embark pass, just one. Don't miss this chance. Sanxiang started advertising to the other experts. Chapter 3001, We're going this way. Li Qie shook his head at the peddling merchant and told the group. They continued onward in this minor world. However, its vastness far exceeded their imagination, most likely larger than any system in immortal lineage. This meant that the ship was carrying an entire system across uncrossable expanse. Some people began to understand why these top masters never returned. Just imagine, they could continue further in such an amazing world. This lessened their likelihood in wanting to return to immortal lineage to an extent. Everyone noticed a clear lack of damage after entering this world at first. The mountains, rivers, and stars were all intact. Meanwhile, Li Qie's group began crossing a snowy mountain range. After making it through, they finally saw a chaotic mess, cracks on the ground, empty rivers, and broken hills. So powerful, this is where a battle took place. The bull took a deep breath. This battle had happened so long ago, but it could still sense the ever-present remnants. This minor world was tougher than any system, yet it still got broken to pieces, a testament to the destruction found here. This is a progenitor-level battle. Holyfrost became startled and commented. Indeed, and not at the ordinary level either. This is at the very top. Li Qie nodded, the barriers here were completely broken. Remember, they were refined by more people than just Fire Ancestor. Fire Ancestor was a member of the Decemvirate, an extremely brilliant being. I guess you can say that this ship is his Tao system. What the hell happened here? The bull became serious. Remember, this minor world could actually be considered the greatest system in existence. It had 5 progenitors, more than 10 peak emperors, and another 100 everlastings or so. Rumble. They suddenly heard noises, not too loud and actually quite orderly. What's that sound? The bull's ears moved. You'll see soon enough. Li Qie's eyes narrowed as he moved forward in a hurry. A while later, they saw a shocking scene, a marching army. This was indeed unexpected on this seemingly haunted ship. The army consisted of only the dead, not a single living soul could be found. They had died in battle long ago, but the majority of their armors and weapons were still looking new, albeit damaged. Their armors were made from the finest black celestial steel, their weapons the best type of divine metal. Arming this army would have depleted a system's treasury. Nonetheless, these great artifacts weren't enough to save them. Flames burned brightly in their eyes. Their withered face still had a tough expression, as if they thought they were still alive. One couldn't see the tail end of this great march. Who knows where they came from and where they were going to? They marched with great speed and knew nothing of fatigue, still hellbent on completing their mission. What are they? The bull didn't expect this. An army from hell? They're not war puppets. Scouting rays shot out from Holyfrost's eyes. She eventually concluded. War puppets were a legion created from an evil method, turning living warriors into the dead. This made them a lot more effective and dangerous. Right. The bull said, this is a legion created after death. Wait, that's not right. No, they were already a legion beforehand, death didn't change anything. So how did someone do this? Holyfrost asked. Death should have been the end. Even an emperor wouldn't have been able to keep a legion around in this manner. A certain supreme overlord didn't want to give up, not willing to accept death. Li Chia concluded. So are they good or bad? Lu Yanbai on top of the bull asked. There's no good or bad for them. There is only one thing in their mind, completing their mission. Li Chia said. What the hell? More experts have finally arrived and noticed the dead army. So many fiends, another said. How can they still march like this? What power is controlling them? This is nothing short of a miracle, we should capture one for research. An Eternal became curious. He actually took action and reached for one of the soldiers. Pluff. 5 soldiers from the army broke off to form a small formation. 5 spear thrust towards the Eternal with lightning speed. How impudent. The Eternal summoned his treasures to attack the 5. Alas, he was still underestimating the group. The 5 spears instantly pierced through his defensive lines. Ah! He had 5 new holes in his body. Blood dripped down the cold spear tips. Boom! His corpse fell down. The ground became stained with his blood while the 5 soldiers returned to their position. They continued marching just like before. The entire killing process was automatic, precise, and swift. They were clearly made for war. So strong. The crowd was intimidated. Just those 5 are enough to kill all of you in the blink of an eye. The bull gave them the side eye. Let's go. They turned pale and decisively left this place. What a legion. I think it is stronger than Sky Pass Legion. Holyfrost commented in astonishment. Yes, Sky Pass Legion is no match in an all-out brawl on an open field. The wall is the key there. Li Chia said. It's over for immortal lineage without the wall. Holyfrost had this realization. This dead army must have a reason for being here. If they were to march against Sky Pass. The dead can't take down Sky Pass, so no need to worry about that. You should be afraid of the living instead, only powerful living beings can take down the wall. Li Chia shook his head. Chapter 3002, Where are they going? The curious Yanbai asked. One could only see more soldiers ahead. It was as if they were marching towards the end of the world. We can go take a look. The bull laughed and started moving ahead. Li Chia smiled and followed along with Holyfrost Emperor right behind him. So what's the goal of this army? She had this question while staring at the march. She has seen plenty of strange and horrifying things before, just not something like this. There's a reason for the march. Li Chia said, the ships are chasing after the meteor as well, now this? It's no coincidence. The ships have been chasing the meteor? Holyfrost shuddered after hearing this. All along, people had no idea what that meteor was. Metalkin War God and Bright King Buddha were there but didn't send any relevant information back. Everything happens for a reason. Uncrossable expanse has been peaceful for years, now is the time for the calamity. Li Qie replied. Holyfrost had a serious expression since she saw that event before. As a 12-palace emperor, she would have been able to survive the impact. But as for protecting her system, she wasn't strong enough to do so. So is the meteor the beginning of the calamity or the actual source? She asked. Tai Yinshi remained cautious towards the meteor even though it was in sky ruins now. Maybe this made sense. Yes, you can view it as the beginning of the calamity but not the latter. The real source of the problem is the heart of people. Li Qie smiled. The heart? Her eyes narrowed. Tell me what you think about the Tao heart. Li Qie looked at her. A firm Tao heart is necessary to have an unyielding Tao foundation. She said, one wrong thought can lead to qi deviation. When I tried to make it to the imperial realm back then, the bottleneck was very difficult and arduous. During this tough moment, I had crazy thoughts and mental disturbance, but my seniors were there to point me to the right path. I calmed down and bore the hardship with equanimity to eventually become an emperor. She revealed her experience without hiding. That cultivation breakthrough was very beneficial for her, not only because it allowed her to become an emperor but also because it gave her a deeper understanding of the Tao heart. Prior to this, her seniors have always harped to her about the importance of the Tao heart, but she didn't care too much. After all, she still suffered from an overabundance of pride. She hailed from Northern Academy, a prestigious background on top of having peerless talents. Cultivation has been easy during her youth. Thus, she believed that being talented was the most important thing to cultivation. However, during her imperial ascension, only the Tao heart helped with calming her mind and chasing away the heart devil. Without a firm Tao heart at this point, one step could lead one to the gate of heaven or the door of hell, akin to treading on a steep precipice. In such a dangerous situation, talents didn't help much. That's why the emperor realized that in order to become an expert, just having talents and ample resources was enough. Alas, in order to take the next step and become an emperor or even a progenitor, a Tao heart was absolutely crucial. It needed to be strong enough or one would lose everything overnight. Good answer. Li Qie nodded. When you become a progenitor and aim to go higher, your Tao heart definitely needs to be firm or death awaits you in a single thought. That quickly? She asked. One thought alone is enough to wither the ages. Li Qie looked at her and said. She shuddered in response, still unable to fully grasp the potential. Nevertheless, she felt as if she was making contact with something new. Of course, you're not at that level yet. Once you're there, you will have to face this problem. A single thought then will influence many things, not just your own life but all of three immortals. He said. Could you elaborate? She had a faint answer but still inquired. At that height, you will find that the entire world seems so tempting, perhaps enough to make you salivate. That's when a very, very strong Tao heart is required. Otherwise, even if darkness doesn't exist, you will become the new darkness with a single thought. Your talents, strength, and amazing feats in the past no longer matter, the only deciding factor is your Tao heart, whether it is strong enough or not. I see, she murmured. A while later, she told him, Tao brotherly, don't worry. I have always aimed for the light since youth on top of cultivating the grand Tao of light. This flawless affinity will dispel the darkness and chase away all temptations. This wasn't a baseless statement. She had a physical constitution in harmony with the light since birth and grew up in a light system, always basking in this affinity. Moreover, she cultivated the grand Tao of Desolate Saint, a flawless purity in this affinity. Plus, her Tao heart became firmer after becoming an emperor. Darkness could only be refined in her presence, unable to tempt her. Wrong, absolutely wrong. Li Qie shook his head. Nothing in the past matters once you get to that level, not your type of cultivation or anything else. Don't forget, the end of the light is darkness. You will be facing this once you reach the limit of the light. At that point, darkness doesn't need to tempt you since your very being might swap affinity. How can there be light without darkness and vice versa? The two are two sides of a coin. This powerful comment took the emperor like a storm. Dao brother, please guide me. She calmed down and took a deep breath. I can't help you since you need to rely on yourself. No one else can either. There is one simple way to put this. If there is no way to reach immortality with the light but there is hope with darkness, what will you pick? Li Qia elaborated. She didn't expect this question. She smiled wryly a little later and said, the truth is that I do not dare to answer since I haven't reached that level. The only thing I can say is that I believe I will hold strong. I know you're not lying right now. Li Qier chuckled, just imagine though, immortality is within your grasp. At that point, Academy of Light, immortal lineage, or even all of three immortals, no, history itself, do any of this matter to a being so powerful? You can wipe away everything with a single move. So, what does it boil down to? My Dao heart. She realized. As Li Qia implied, someone at that level would no longer care about anything, viewing everyone as ants. Since you're young and weak, you won't care about the Dao heart. Once at the apex of the world and history, the Dao heart becomes the most important thing. It will decide your fate along with everything else. Make sure you're ready for that crucial moment where you make up your mind with a single thought. Li Qia stressed. Chapter 3003. Holy Frost Emperor hasn't thought of this before because she wasn't strong enough. Suddenly, the bull further ahead shouted, "Come, look over there." Lu Yanbai also audibly gasped. The two behind heard them and increased their speed. They were standing at the end of the army now and saw a massive valley. One could feel a heat wave beforehand. This wave was hot enough to dry someone's skin. It carried a dense presence of steel. One would see a bizarre scene after coming inside. This was no valley. It was actually a massive pot spewing out bubbles, hence the far-reaching heat waves. The thing boiling inside was purified molten water, made from a mix of a dozen divine metals or so. Even a fool could tell that this liquid was extremely rare and valuable. Using it would allow one to create a massive army of elites among elites. It wasn't the most shocking thing here. The dead soldiers took that spot. They lined up and jumped into the pot in an orderly fashion. The pot seemed to be bottomless, capable of taking in 1 billion soldiers. They sank all the way down to the bottom. This was quite a frightening spectacle. Holy Frost herself took a deep breath. The dead army was purposely boiling themselves? What are they doing? The courageous and knowledgeable bull still became slightly afraid with chills running down its spine. Just what is making them go there in waves? Holy Frost didn't quite understand why they marched for so long just to get to this pot. Li Qia stared at the pot in rumination. This is the mythical boiling torture in hell? People say that sinners would be thrown into a boiling pot after death. Their screams could be heard through all of hell. The bull commented. Really, master? Yanbai shuddered after hearing this. Who knows? At least your master hasn't done anything wrong before. The bull shrugged. Right, never done anything wrong before, yet your heart is as black as can be. Li Qia smiled and bullied the bull. Sir, you can't slander me like this. I am innocent and pure. The bull protested while being dissatisfied. Li Qia ignored the comment. Dao brother, why is this happening? Holy Frost couldn't see any clue and resort to asking Li Qia. They're getting ready for war. Li Qia flashed into disappearance and appeared again on top of a cliff next to the valley. The group followed right behind him. They saw flames dancing like dragons while looking down the cliff. If the valley served as a pot, then this bottom played the role of a stove. There were fiery openings shooting out fierce flames to increase the heat. In front of these openings was a man shrouded in black smoke. He created a powerful gale to fan the flames, adding more intensity as a result. So you're causing trouble here. The bull shouted and stomped down. Boom! This man got blown into the fiery opening and into the flame. Poof! The flame burned more powerfully and engulfed this man. Huh, that's the end of you. The bull was very happy with its display of might. Master, he's crawling out. Yanbai interrupted its gloating moment. The bull looked over and saw a man on fire crawling out of the opening. The flame instantly distinguished and the guy continued to fan the fire. He didn't bother looking at the bull or the others once. We'll see about that. The bull roared and did the same thing again. The man was knocked inside, but this didn't matter. He climbed back out and resumed his task. He's not alive. The bull finally realized, this is a ghost, no, a puppet. The same as the dead soldiers. So what's happening here? Holyfrost thought that she had seen too many strange things today. Go take a look. Li Qie smiled. The emperor took a deep breath and shouted, show your true self. Sacred light emerged around her. It wasn't in the form of an overwhelming flame but was still extremely pure. She seemed to be the source of the light, wielding its mightiest force. Darkness instantly had no place to hide, just waiting to be refined. Buzz, the smoke shrouding the man dissipated, revealing the skeleton beneath with flashing flames in its eye sockets. So powerful and pure, the girl truly inherited the legacy of the academy. The bull praised after seeing the emperor's light power. Gaa. The skeleton screamed while being purified by her holy power. Chapter 3004, Buzz. Her holy light intensified with dazzling rays capable of piercing 3 immortals, enough to illuminate the age and save all existences. Gaa. The skeleton cried out again. The flames inside its eye socket extinguished. They were clearly the driving force of this creature. Moreover, this flame had the power of darkness. Thus, the purification property of the light turned it to ashes. The skeleton crumbled after losing its empowerment and scattered to the ground in pieces. Holyfrost Emperor heaved a sigh of relief after seeing the pile of bones. This skeleton was still purifiable, meaning that it wasn't a supernatural phenomenon, just the power of darkness at work here. Poof! A flame came out from the opening during her distraction and slithered forward like a serpent. It engulfed the pile of bones, seemingly intending on burning it. Holyfrost and the others watched the massive flame and started thinking of the possibilities. Suddenly, the flame flicked a bit and a strange development occurred. The man earlier crawled out of the opening, still shrouded in black smoke. He didn't attack Holyfrost Emperor as if he didn't know what had happened. He sent out Gale once more in order to empower the flame beneath the pot to heat up the boiling water. The bull was startled, not just the emperor. Master, it's alive again. The inexperienced Yanbai thought that this was magic. Understand now? The problem isn't coming from this man. Li Qie said. So it's from the strange flame itself. Holyfrost had a serious expression as she stared at the flame. It seemed to have its own life, whooshing back and forth. She focused her attention on the flame instead of the man. The latter was only a tool. She then noticed that this strange flame was filled with the power of darkness. The skeleton would only come back to life with the flame's power. The dead army has flames in their eyes too. They're not the ones doing anything, just the flame. She concluded. You're half right. Li Qie smiled while staring at the man in black. This place is so strange. Maybe the flame isn't the source, this whole place is filled with dark power too. The bull mused. True as well. Li Qie looked around and said, it's not an issue of which power is causing this but rather, where the heart yearns. Where the heart yearns? She didn't understand the comment. It wasn't due to a lack of intelligence but because she had a heart of light, never thinking about nefarious matters. Damn. No way. The bull was the opposite. It always had a sinister mind and believed that others were the same. Thus, it understood the implication right away. The expedition, the strongest group in history, completely annihilated. It murmured. Really? Holyfrost remained skeptical. Fire Ancestor is exceedingly strong. There are 4 other progenitors with him and numerous other experts. What in the world can defeat them? Remember, Fire Ancestor was part of the Decemvirate. There have been many progenitors in 3 immortals, but only 10 made it to this list. This was indicative of Fire Ancestor's abilities. This was before taking his comrades into account. This group should have been unbeatable, hence her disbelief. Of course, she wasn't naive enough to not think about this worst-case scenario when she got on the ship. However, optimism was her choice. After all, if Fire Ancestor's group was annihilated, then how could 3 immortals ever hope to stop the incoming calamity? Because they're too strong. The bull realized something and laughed. This is looking grim for immortal lineage. Holyfrost became dejected, thinking that immortal lineage wouldn't make it through this. That's why we need someone like you to save us. That's the only way for immortal lineage to survive. The bull began flattering Wuxia. Holyfrost turned towards him as well. There is no savior. Wuxia shook his head, or at least I'm not one. They need to rely on themselves and stop thinking about a savior. A savior of today can become the destroyer of tomorrow. Why is that? She instinctively asked. Just the way it is with the heart of men. It's all within a single thought, so it's better not to have a savior. Perhaps a lack of one would result in not having a destroyer. He looked straight at her with this response. She shuddered and reflected on her experience. As a wielder of the light, she shouldered the hope of many. That's why she became cautious and thought that she needed to improve her Tao heart. It's good to be cautious. Looks like you've realized it and will be preparing sufficiently. Wuxia smiled and nodded. She took a deep breath and nodded in return. Suddenly, screams echoed from the distance. They were miserable enough to give people goosebumps. Something's happening. The bull glanced over and said. Let's go take a look. Holyfrost instantly soared towards the horizon. The girl has a kind heart, still wanting to save people even after becoming an emperor. Very rare. The bull commented after seeing her eager departure. It's good if she can reach the apex with one. However, a Tao heart like that, once damaged, will become a terrible weapon. Wuxia said. There is good and bad in all things. The bull agreed. The two then soared towards the direction of the screams as well. The location was another valley surrounded by a mountain range. Experts who have boarded the ship found an amazing alchemy garden left behind by a big shot there. It had plenty of precious alchemy materials and grass. They have been growing for millions of years. These experts were ecstatic at this sight, of course. One, not sure which group he is referring to, intentionally vague. Chapter 3005. The experts became crazy and rushed forward for a harvest. They opened the seal of the garden, ready to take everything. Rumble. Unfortunately, skeletons and corpses got out of the ground during their frenzy. They got out of the mud, also cloaked in black from top to bottom. It looked like they didn't allow anyone to see their real appearance. The dead are attacking. The harvesting cultivators shouted after seeing the awakening. Boom! The dead began their attack, catching them off guard. One of the corpses summoned a treasure cauldron that sent out a massive flame towards one of the experts. This was a type of black flame looking just like smoke, filled with the power of darkness. This expert was instantly turned to ashes after being engulfed. Take them down. The cultivators finally reacted and took out their weapons. Clank. 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 Sounds of battle echoed across the valley with no sign of stopping. These dead creatures were still as strong as when they were alive. Most importantly, they felt no pain despite being pierced by weapons and continued to dash towards the enemies. Moreover, their number only increased with time. Escaping was too late for the cultivators since they were surrounded. This puts them at an obvious advantage. One particular corpse was extremely powerful. It wore the armor of a general, black and fully concealed from top to bottom. Black smoke hovered around its spear, looking just like a general from a realm of the dead. It rode a stallion and attacked with lightning speed, killing one combatant with each fatal thrust. Ah! Ah! One after another cultivator fell to this dead general, pinned to the ground. It's over, the survivors lamented, unable to make a path despite several attempts. They're so strong. Of course, the loud commotion attracted others. More cultivators came and observed from the distance without trying to help. They didn't know the victims, so there was no point in risking their lives. The ones stuck inside recklessly tried to make a path, but they kept on losing and dying. The disparity in power was obvious. Back off. A shout interrupted their moment of despair. A person descended from the sky and her light illuminated the entire area. Zzz, the dead had black smoke oozing from them, the result of being refined by the power of the light. They fell to the ground and turned to dried corpses, truly dead this time around. Holyfrost, true emperor. The lucky survivors shouted, ecstatic. The emperor saved them. The faraway spectators were surprised to see this. She didn't use any technique, only a holy radiance emanating from her. This supreme affinity made people want to kneel. The dead found this light dreadful and retreated. Even the powerful general rode his stallion to the side. Her light is so strong. The spectators praised after seeing her instant victory. Strong indeed, when strictly talking about the light, I don't think there's anyone on her level right now. Another emperor said, such purity and flawlessness, this power is definitely at the source level. Holyfrost is a special talent who had inherited the legacy of Desolate Saint. An older everlasting admired her pure light. Everyone knew that she belonged to the Orthodox branch of the Academy. Violet Dragon Empress and Bright King Monarch were also students, but this was only temporary. They only understood the very surface of the grand Tao of the light. Thus, their light power was far inferior. After all, she basked in the light since birth and cultivated in this Tao her whole life. Her power was very close to the original force for this affinity. Therefore, just her light alone was enough to threaten the undead. Leave this place now. Holyfrost only used her light to chase away the dead creatures and didn't launch an offensive. The lucky survivors hurriedly fled, going as far as losing their shoes in the process. The girl is far better than Desolate Saint. She's still pure, not a hypocrite who puts up a righteous act like him despite having only nefarious attempts. The bull said. Desolate Saint has flaws, but don't put him down so much. Li Qie gently shook his head. I know exactly what is there in his mind, so I do not accept his light. The bull laughed. Li Qie smiled. There was no changing the bull's prejudice against Desolate Saint. Although the cultivators have escaped, the corpses and especially the general glared at her, seemingly wanting to attack. Everyone could see that they were afraid of her holy power and stood no chance. The emperor was too strong in comparison. Nevertheless, they were still eager to give it a shot. Light and darkness do not coexist. An expert from the last generation understood this logic. The darkness in their bones demanded a match. Rumble. They gathered into a grand formation akin to troops on the battlefield. Black smoke gathered together with haste and the power of darkness intensified. Eventually, it took the shape of a black dragon with a majestic momentum. So what kind of dark power is this? They're virtually the same as living beings. Many became afraid of these smart creatures. After all, normally, the reanimated undeads were moving corpses at best even after being revived by dark power. This wasn't the case here. They seemed to have their own consciousness and capable of performing high-level tasks. Nevertheless, Holyfrost remained calm with no intent on attacking first. Her holy power was as unyielding as ever, nothing could ever move her. Boom! 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 Suddenly, drummings came from the distance. These were war drums, not ordinary ones. The orderly beat struck everyone like a smack to the chest. People felt the urge to answer its summon, ready to kneel on the ground while obeying all orders. Chapter 3006, Boom! 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 The drumming echoed across the entire minor world. Where is it coming from? Everyone looked around in confusion. Rumble. Explosions came from a particular ocean, seemingly the opening of a gate. Incredible tsunamis ravaged the areas. A great army emerged from these waves and rode towards the drums. They wore black armors from top to bottom while being shrouded in mist. The leader was an armored crab, looking quite gallant and majestic. The spectators became surprised upon closer inspection. This army also consisted of dead creatures that were no different than if they were alive. Their murderous intent remained. So many undeads. Many cultivators took a deep breath. Even the ones that wanted to attack Holy Frost Emperor turned around and soared towards the summoning call without any hesitation. They're different, she murmured. Yes, the ones attacking you and the ones from the ocean are different, same with the marching army earlier. The bull's big eyes were fixated on these creatures. Just a different type of death, or rather the transformation process. Li Chia said, for example, the marching army or the underground ones joined the darkness while they were still alive. The oceanic ones joined the darkness after death. They have become puppets? She became startled. These stories are full of twists and turns, but in the end, it came down to the heart of men. Li Chia smiled. Creek dash, another divine mountain suddenly opened and out came a brilliant light. This gained the attention of the crowd. They looked over and saw an internal dimension inside spewing out the light. One could hear galloping noises before a chariot flew out from the internal dimension with enough force to crush the void. It also answered the drum call. Everyone saw an old man sitting on top, resembling a supreme emperor with a righteous aura. He had a crown with pearl tassels covering his face. Nevertheless, he still gave off a dignified and imposing presence, always ready to take over the world. This mighty old man had no trace of life, also an undead like the rest. He looks a lot like an ancient true god watching from the distance thought about someone else with uncertainty. Boom! Another armored rider appeared from the void, looking mighty and merciless. His weapon of choice was a sun-moon sword hanging on his waist. Half of his armor was broken from a previous battle, but he was still as domineering as ever. His steed galloped towards the drum call. Another master, many shuddered after seeing him. They could tell that he was definitely a monster when he was alive, capable of easily slaying lords like them. Rumble. Next came a great ship with a golden radiance. A keen spectator saw a bronze statue towering at 1,000 meters. His hand could grasp the celestials above. Everyone shuddered after seeing the flash of his eyes. They were filled with darkness capable of penetrating the soul. Isn't he the master from immortal bronze? A true emperor became startled. He was knowledgeable despite his young age and immediately thought of a legend. Dao brother, tread carefully. An older eternal next to him reminded. The emperor took a deep breath and no longer spoke needlessly. A matter like this, once spread, would ruin the golden reputation of a master and his race. A storm would start right away. Shit, all of the emperors and everlastings from the previous expedition are undeads now? The bull didn't give a damn at all about his words, unlike the others. This wasn't a baseless comment either. The bull had lived for a long time and knew the crew of Fire Ancestors' expedition. Thus, its words carried a lot of confidence. Many nearby heard this unbridled comment and became emotional. Some started staring at it intensely. Remember, many systems and sects had wise sages and powerful combatants participating in the previous expedition, some progenitors too. Now, their great ancestors have become undead? This news would turn immortal lineage upside down. What you looking at? Think I'm making things up? The bull glared back at them. The descendants of the expedition participants were naturally unhappy with him. Nevertheless, they could see the hints of this and simply chose to keep quiet. In just a short time, mountains opened and palaces flew up. Unbeatable generals and kings emerged from all 8 directions. They began heading towards the drum call. Many became afraid, wondering about their destination. Should we take a look? One person wondered. You want to die? These undead creatures might attack us there, you'll be torn to pieces in no time at all. A powerful everlasting reprimanded. Those nearby immediately dropped this idea. Some of these foes were insanely strong, enough to kill regular cultivators. They weren't that afraid of Holy Frost Emperor's incredible light either, still wanting to attack her. They would never survive going to that place. Some people started blinking at their friends. A few were smart enough to understand why and quietly retreated. However, they weren't leaving this minor world. Their goals were the divine mountains and independent dimensions along with the treasures inside. Let's take their treasures while they're gone. The crowd became smart enough to realize what was going on. Since the masters of these places have answered the summoning call, their actual abodes were left open. The ones from outside had the chance to enter now in order to steal some treasures. No one cared for the drums anymore. Of course, Wuxia had no interest in doing so. His focus was solely on the horizon with the drums. This devious place might be the lair of evil now. The bull laughed and said. But it's the ship of fire ancestor. Holyfrost remained hopeful. So what? The bull continued, no one can be sure. He might be powerful, but that doesn't mean that his Tao heart remains the same. A dragon slayer might become a dragon one day. Wuxia looked at her and said. She felt a chill after hearing this. Chapter 3007, Let's go take a look. Wuxia smiled and headed towards the drums. Finally, let's see what they got. The bull laughed and followed right behind Wuxia. Holyfrost Emperor hesitated for a moment before floating in the air to follow these two. The hesitation had nothing to do with fear of facing the darkness. She was afraid of revealing the truth since it would be a great blow to immortal lineage. Wuxia took one seemingly slow step forward, but this was enough to cross through numerous domains. The sceneries before him changed continuously, from one great plain to a raging lake or majestic mountain range. As they traveled deeper, these beautiful sceneries became sparse. One could see the marks of war now, ancient battlefields falling to the ground, the earth being scarred into valleys, scorched land for miles and miles, mountains being rendered to hardened lava. Delving farther resulted in even more shocking scenes. The ground completely penetrated, leaving behind a great abyss along with tiny continents floating in the air. Some areas had irreparably damaged space, so they became lasting black holes. Pieces of stars were floating too. The Celestials weren't spared from the great battles. Lu Yanbai, who has never seen such grand scenes, became pale. The powerful Holofros took a deep breath. She could imagine the wondrous moves being exchanged here for such immense destruction to take place. The bull smelled the air and murmured, a battle between progenitors, and many at that. Quite impressive enough. Arrogance Enterprise is something else, this ship is truly tough. No wonder why it took up so many resources. Their precious metals and stones must have been expended. Perhaps Fire Ancestor was ambushed by evil entities? Holyfrost had a serious expression. She recognized that this was indeed a battle at the progenitorial level, judging by the remnant damages. Little girl, you can keep on hoping, I don't think it's that simple. The bull laughed. It maintained the most offensive speculation. After all, it had reasons for believing this, and its vision and knowledge were incredible as well. Holyfrost's heart grew heavy and became nervous about the grim possibilities. Don't worry, everyone makes their own choice. It's only victory or defeat, their descendants don't need to bear the responsibilities. Li Chia chuckled after seeing her expression. You're right, Dao brother. She nodded in response. They made it to a mountain range and saw the land as ravaged as can be around it. However, this mountain range was still there. It had many broken with spots entirely crumbled. Nevertheless, its general outline remained, looking just like a dragon in the distance. The boundless aura here demanded respect and fear. The undead army and powerful lords took a long way around instead of crossing through this mountain range. Such a powerful presence. The bulls stopped once they got close and praised. Yes. Holyfrost felt the same way. This aura far exceeded anyone she has seen before. Indeed, still here after millions of years. Li Chia nodded approvingly and had no intention of bypassing this mountain range. Dao brother, stop. Just go back. The place suddenly flashed and its aura intensified, akin to a dragon opening its eyes. This voice was time-worn and sonorous on top of being sincere. Li Chia stopped and gazed deeper into the mountain range. Show yourself. The bull laughed and shouted. Holyfrost was excited because this was her first time hearing a living person in this minor world. An old man emerged from the mountain range. He wore a crescent robe that didn't have a single speck of dust on it. He emitted a lunar radiance, looking like a moon god during his slow approach. Time had left its mark on his skinny face. However, not in an aging sense, but rather, it made him look even more profound thanks to its polishing. He didn't exude his aura yet still gave off an uncrossable aura as he stood before the mountain range. Go back, fellow Taoists. He cupped his fist. Just this gesture from him was enough to move heaven and earth. This was a top-level existence. Holyfrost recalled a legendary progenitor. This person matched the descriptions perfectly. Alas, she shuddered upon closer inspection because this old man didn't have a single sliver of life force in him. In other words, this progenitor was another undead. Just an undead. The bull became disappointed. There was one thing noticeably absent from him, unlike the ones they have seen so far, the power of darkness. Fellow Taoist. I will cross this path. Li Chia bowed his head in response. The old man's eyes were still spirited. Others would certainly mistake him for a living person. Danger looms ahead, don't make this mistake. The old man returned the gesture, still polite despite being a progenitor. Mistake? What kind? Li Chia smiled. Losing your life, or falling to the evil path from now on. Fellow Taoist, you have achieved so much. Just go back and perfect your strategy. The old man put on a serious expression. How many of you have fallen to the evil path then? The bull laughed. The old man's expression changed for a bit before becoming normal. Pureness comes from the heart, darkness can be all around and it still doesn't matter. He said. Your heart is firm indeed, quite commendable. Li Chia nodded. It's beyond salvaging. The fact that he still looked like a living person was a testament to his power. What happened here back then? The bull asked curiously. Leave this treacherous path. Come again once you have a perfect plan. The old man ignored the question and repeated. I am the perfect plan. Li Chia said. That's right, sir is indeed the perfect plan. Everything will be fine with him around. The bull laughed. The old man turned towards Li Chia and sent out a radiance with enough intensity to suppress the myriad ages. Holyfrost Emperor trembled as a result. This power far exceeded her station. Chapter 3008, A Gaze Belonging to a Supreme of the Ages. Even a 12-palace emperor like Holyfrost found it unbearable. This was a progenitor at the immortal level. Thus, he was frightening even after death. This affinity didn't hinder his power and divinity in the slightest. I'm no longer alive and can't see through many things. I won't stop you if you must enter. In the end, he withdrew his gaze and sighed. He undoubtedly couldn't fathom Wuxia despite his immense power. Of course, this would still be the case if he were alive. Thank you. Wuxia cupped his fist and smiled, completely unaffected by the previous gaze. May I ask why you are here, fellow Taoist? The old man asked. For treasures, of course, to see if there's anything good here. The bull made up an excuse. Only danger awaits, not treasures. The old man shook his head. I'm sure you don't believe it yourself. Your expedition ship carried numerous heavenly treasures, same with your group of progenitors. This dimension alone is already an extraordinary treasure. The bull shrugged. The old man opened his mouth but only a sigh came out. He sentimentally said, tempting treasures have killed so many people. But what moved your group's heart isn't treasure. Wuxia said, not messing around like the bull. The old man's eyes flashed as he said, fellow Taoist, what thing do you think moved our heart then? The overarching momentum. Wuxia answered, that's the reason for the current situation, not treasures. Right you are. Unfortunately, we couldn't meet when I was still alive. The old man sighed with disappointment. He paused for a bit before asking, fellow Taoist, what is your goal? Just going to take a look and follow my heart. Wuxia smiled casually. The old man remained silent while Wuxia went on, there is nothing here truly worthwhile for me, maybe that meteor is different but it's not part of my plan. Of course, uncrossable expanse is still worth a trip. You wish to go there? The old man became interested. For certain. Wuxia said leisurely. However, nothing would ever be able to force him otherwise. Fellow Taoist, you are incredible and shouldn't go there. 3 immortals need someone like you to protect and lead. The old man said. I'm only a passerby and has nothing to do with 3 immortals. There are others to lead 3 immortals, like your group for example. Wuxia smiled. The old man didn't say anything after hearing this. What is the expanse like? The bull investigated. Impossible to describe, boundless and profound. The old man answered the bull, but it is no longer peaceful, danger has infiltrated. What danger? The bull went on. Even a character of its level wouldn't tread that place recklessly. The old man hesitated for a bit before answering, it's best for you not to go there. We just need to slay it, that's all. Wuxia chuckled. Can you do it, fellow Taoist? The old man's expression changed. He remained skeptical. I won't care if it doesn't provoke me, but if it does, I will show zero mercy. No exception. Wuxia said. This murderous and domineering comment was unquestionable. The old man remained worried, fellow Taoist, this is a great danger. We and Fire Ancestors Group. He stopped speaking. And? The bull jumped in. The old man had an expression of disappointment. The path towards the heavenly Tao is dangerous but it doesn't compare to the heart of men. Take care. With that, he turned back towards the mountain range. How come you have yet to close your eyes? The bull shouted at the old man. This rude comment actually made a lot of sense. After all, the guy had died for so long yet still lingered in this place. It had nothing to do with him still, barely surviving. It was because he still had lingering sentiments and grudges after suffering an indignant death. The old man paused and turned around. He mused before speaking, I'm waiting for someone to come back. They need to give me and the dead souls here an acceptable answer. He kept on moving after saying this. What happened back then? Where is Fire Ancestor? The bull remained unsatisfied with the answer and continued onward after realizing a few possibilities. Alas, the old man was long gone now. I won't pursue this any further and uncover his pain. The bull shrugged and said, aware of the right answer. That's Divine Moon Progenitor, Holy Frost Emperor quietly said. She recognized the old man and his wondrous legends. Alas, this immortal-level progenitor had fallen in this place. Indeed. The bull nodded. He was amazing back then, heaven-defying to say the least. Unfortunately, still dead right now. In my opinion, he died an indignant death, thus he is still lingering around this world. They're all dead anyway, just forget about it. Li Chia shook his head. Not necessarily. I don't care since it has nothing to do with me, but as you can see, an immortal-level progenitor dying indignantly. This wouldn't happen if he died to a stronger foe in battle. He would have been aware of this from the start. Therefore, use your imagination, regarding the reason for his indignation. What happened back then? What made this invincible progenitor die with his eyes still open, his intent still roam the land for generations to come? I don't think he's waiting for his lover but the ones who did this to him. This was the most discomforting and darkness speculation. Nevertheless, it made a lot of sense. A progenitor had experienced numerous storms and tribulations. Being killed in battle was fully acceptable, not a big deal at all. Alas, this wasn't the case here. Holyfrost felt a chill after hearing this, wondering about the possibilities. She only knew that this secret was purposely hidden or that the world should never find out about it. Let's go, let the dead deal with their mess. We're still alive. Li Chia said. I wouldn't give a damn if I was an undead either way. I've seen plenty of treachery in the past already. The bull laughed. Holyfrost remained silent. She didn't wish to comment or criticize the wise sages back then. The group crossed through this great mountain range under Li Chia's guidance, delving deeper into the land. They found the next area to suffer an even higher level of damage versus the previous. The battle must have been fiercer and brutal in this place. Black holes occupied the sky along with chaotic spatial flows. Time itself was broken in multiple parts. Traversing this place could easily end with death. Monsters didn't need to be here, just the terrain alone was dangerous enough. Of course, Li Chia's powerful group had no problem dealing with this. Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3009. They crossed through the damaged space and found a boundless golden radiance from the distance. What's that, Master? Lu Yanbai pointed forward. They saw a colossal tablet ahead, seemingly cast from gold and capable of piercing the sky. It suppressed the entire area and gave off a majestic presence. The world itself felt insignificant in comparison. The tablet had boundless strength that exceeds all else. It seemed capable of shouldering the myriad realms, truly a sight to behold from a distance. Gold runes moved on the surface, ancient and powerful. They were formed naturally, not carved by someone. A strand of spirit energy seeped within the runes, one that could be from the past and travel through the river of time to get here. To the top were two massive characters that could be seen from far away, Dao derivation. The runes below seemed tiny in comparison, resembling countless spirits dancing around. Dao derivation, the legendary canon? Holyfrost became startled. Looks that way. The bull's eyes widened as well. These two characters are immensely profound. Probably not fake. Who would have thought that we would see this legend here? Holyfrost was still amazed despite having seen many Dao laws before. What is it, Master? Yanbai asked the bull. According to the legend, Emperor Shi of the Three Immortals left behind a Dao explanation with the name Dao derivation. It explains the myriad Dao and mysteries of the three worlds. Many actually originated from this canon. However, very few people actually saw the actual thing. Let's go take a look. Holyfrost became excited. This canon is only one portion of the text, but it contains incredible profundity. Just understanding a little bit of it is enough to make one a peerless progenitor. She couldn't help wanting to learn from a source of the Dao in Three Immortals. So many masters have dreamt about this despite possessing numerous merit laws and techniques. No rush, keep on waiting. Li Qie raised his hand to stop her while shaking his head. Holy Frost calmed down and thought that Li Qie wouldn't stop her for no reason. Something is strange. The bull became alerted and opened its third eye. This one was even larger than the other two. The emperor shuddered and took a deep breath. She then activated her heavenly gaze and derived the Tao to take a closer look at the towering tablet. Unfortunately, its blinding brilliance rendered taking a closer look at the runes impossible. Nevertheless, she began to see that there was something wrong. Something might be hidden beneath the golden light. Li Qie stood there with no intention of coming over. The rest felt the same way. A while later, a group of experts with halos rotating outward has arrived. Their strength made it obvious that they were at the ancestor level. They also noticed the bright tablet from the distance. Tao derivation cannon? One of them got a closer look and shouted. These famous ancestors knew their stuff and immediately recognized the two characters. Looks like this risk was worth taking. We found the legendary Tao derivation, a supreme text from one of the three immortals. One of them said. Come, let's take a better look and take it down. Another lost his patience and flew over. The others didn't want to fall behind and rushed towards the tablet. It wasn't long before they were the bottom. They looked up and carefully read the runes. Amazingly profound, this has to be the real thing. They became entranced and inadvertently moved closer to the tablet because the runes were too tiny. They eventually made contact with the tablet. In this blink of an eye, the tablet activated like a beast, opening its jaw and instantly tried to swallow the ancestors. Shit! They shouted in horror and quickly retaliated. Alas, it was simply too late. The tablet was powerful enough to nullify their offense and swallowed them whole. Ah! Quiet wails along with grinding noises came from inside. The tablet's base started moving for a bit, akin to chewing. A while later, it stopped moving again, still looking as sacred and bright as ever. No one would be able to imagine that it just had devoured several powerful ancestors. A fiend. Lu Yanbai became afraid. Definitely nothing good for sure. The bull laughed. Holy Frost trembled inside. She would have been tempted by the runes as well if Li Qie didn't stop her earlier. Perhaps she would be inside its stomach as well. What is it? Her heavenly gaze couldn't see its true form. There were two possibilities stemming from this. First, this was its actual form, or something far stronger than her has assumed this form. She was a 12-palace emperor on top of possessing the purest holy affinity. However, this monstrous entity could still shroud itself against her. She realized that this was a powerful foe, most likely above her current abilities. You can try, haha. The bull said. That's what I'm thinking. She nodded, wanting to give it a shot even without the bull's egging. Buzz. Her holy light became resplendent and illuminated the sky. Her pair of light wings also spread and opened a world of light. Each feather seemed to be a gate pouring out boundless light affinity. A bright tsunami instantly drowned out the region. Her current appearance of being shrouded in this affinity was very comforting. The darkness receded instantly, the mortal coil became bearable. Big sis is so pretty. Yanbai became amazed. She didn't know that she would be on her knees right now, unable to lift her head if it wasn't for the bull's protection. Buzz. She took one step forward and channeled her light straight at the tablet with the unceasing force of a primordial flood. Boom. Alas, the tablet's golden light remained with the same intensity. Rumble. She didn't stop there. One flood came after another in an unending barrage. Chapter 30:10, Boom. The flood of light slammed into the golden tablet in an unceasing and merciless manner. The tablet was drowned out completely like a rock beneath the ocean. Alas, it remained immobile regardless of the waves. Rumble. The power of the light roared with explosions. The waves then turned into a frightening storm. One could hear thunderous rumbles within before lightning arcs started to form. Magnificent bolts then struck the tablet directly. The scale of this contest was a sight to behold, perhaps the most impressive scene some would see in their lives. The bolts of light illuminated the entire region and had enough power to crush all evil and darkness into smithereens. People would gain a new impression of Holy Frost Emperor after seeing her offense. Many thought of the light as a sacred affinity. Plus, she herself exuded an aura of serenity. No one could connect this dominating and relentless attack to the Emperor without witnessing in person. Alas, the insane torrents of light still didn't do anything to the tablet. Her expression became serious, her mind slightly waved. This tablet's power clearly exceeded hers. Activate. She didn't give up just yet and decided to change her method. The light suddenly became gentle, no longer resembling an attack. It felt like the sunlight pouring down during winter and chasing the coldness away. This soft aura was comforting and warm. Others would become drowsy after sensing this. The power wasn't refining or attacking this time around. It simply permeated in all nooks and corners, seemingly pitying all living beings and wanting to make life better, taking away all pain and suffering. It could infiltrate anything, whether it be the toughest being or the hardest to reach location. This was the strongest aspect of the light, its omnipresent ability. It drowned the tablet and began infiltrating everywhere. Zzz, the tablet began losing its golden light. A while ago, it looked like the ruler of this area due to its overwhelming radiance. Now, the power of the light was weakening it. The radiance slowly disappeared and the tablet revealed its true form. Its imposing and holy aura was no longer there. The tablet itself was gone now, leaving behind billowing darkness like a bottomless abyss. This dark affinity could devour anything dumb enough to get close. Escaping was futile. This is the strongest profundity of the light. The bull sentimentally said, that old geezer always spieled crap about saving all beings and subduing evil, that's only his own thought in my opinion. The power of light should be comforting like this. Can't you see? This is a transformation. The light isn't a power, just a form of expression. This has nothing to do with Desolate Saint. Academy of Light is just transforming, same with its Tao source. Li Qie smiled and said. The old demon. The bull's expression changed. It naturally didn't like the demon and always competed against him. However, it must admit that the tree demon was able to change the Tao of the system. Its progenitor was still Desolate Saint, everyone in the world knew this. Alas, after millions of years, the old demon's effort was gradually changing the system. Eventually, it would become the demon's legacy, not Desolate Saint's. Li Qie only smiled in response without elaborating. God damn it, he's really doing it. Inferior to Desolate Saint in the past, but he will certainly surpass him in the future. The bull murmured. Li Qie ignored the bull and told Holy Frost, be careful. Zzz, the omnipresent power of Holy Frost continued to infiltrate the darkness, wanting to reach the center before starting the purification process. What is that thing? The bull wondered while looking at the abyssal entity. Boom! The dark energy rushed to the sky and seemingly devoured everything like a primordial beast. It opened its jaw and licked heaven and earth in a creepy manner. This jaw resembled the largest black hole in existence and its prey was Holy Frost Emperor. She hurriedly gathered her holy power. This resulted in her wings growing to an immense size and posing in front of her like an impregnable gate. All of the power of the light has condensed into the wings. It became difficult to look straight at her radiant state. Boom! The jaw bit her defensive barrier without showing any mercy. Crack! The crystallized barrier began to crack as a result. Next, the dark energy crazily surged as if a great devil king was descending. It began to assault the region. Crack! More cracks appeared on the barrier due to the increased amount of energy. Her expression dimmed, aware of how strong this dark power was. Eat this! The bull joined the fray and leaped up for a stomp. Don't be quick to underestimate the bull. This stomp had enough power to turn the sky vault over or leave a hole in any system. Boom! The abyssal jaw was blown flying far away, truly a magnificent spectacle. Holy Frost retreated behind Wuxia with haste at this second. Rah! The dark energy became enraged and roared. Its power became heightened to the next level. Chapter 30:11. The dark entity wasn't that furious while being suppressed by Holy Frost's light power. However, the hoof from the bull resulted in rage from the humiliation. This was understandable after having its head nearly knocked off by the bull. Rah! The stars in the sky trembled before its roar. Everything was on the verge of crumbling. Shit, it's getting serious. The bull shouted and didn't care for its heroic image. It had no intention of fighting this darkness and ran back behind Wuxia. Sir, it's up to you to deal with this monster now. I'm just too weak. It shouted and got even farther away. Rah! The dark energy formed a jaw once more, large enough to devour the sun and moon. It looked like a whale that could swallow the gods. Wuxia's area became the next target of this gaping jaw. Of course, the bull activated a movement technique to run 1,000,000 miles away from the impact point. Holy Frost wasn't a coward, but after seeing the bull's escape, it was fine for a junior like her to get the hell out as well. Only Wuxia remained still as if he didn't see the incoming jaw. The area around him was finished, but he had no intention of faltering. The others watched from the distance and saw his robe fluttering to the wind. His surroundings were engulfed by the jaw in no time at all. Time came to a halt as if it had devoured everything and it was time for digestion. The bull was still smiling, unlike his worried disciple. Will the young noble be okay? She asked. Disciple, you should be worrying about the dark jaw instead. It's very unlucky. The bull said. Nevertheless, Yanbai remained nervous while looking at the dark jaw. So do you know what it is? Holy Frost had a serious expression as well. She fought against that thing earlier but still had no idea what it was. She used her powerful light to reveal its darkness, but this wasn't its true form. Of course, the master of this dark energy should be the real thing to worry about. Unfortunately, she couldn't bring it out. You'll find out soon enough. It's about to start. The bull's eyes lit up. Rumble. Next came a series of explosions that made the minor world tremble, then creaking noises as if something was being pulled up. The explosions came from the dark jaw. It shook violently and the explosions became louder. Pop. Finally, a powerful force tore apart the jaw. Majestic light exuded from within, akin to the opening of a world of light. It had materialized enough to take on the form of flowing mercury. Boom. 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 The jaw was being lifted to the sky. Look, the young noble. Yanbai saw clearly and shouted. Inside the majestic light was Wuxia. His light was different from Holy Frost's. His was as fierce as possible, like numerous blades. They cut the jaw without showing any mercy and didn't resemble the light affinity at all. A while ago, Holy Frost had domineering tidal waves, but they were still as quite like the rain of spring, something akin to the water affinity. This wasn't the case for Wuxia. His light had no intention of saving people and the world. It was a weapon meant for drawing blood in a tyrannical manner. This brutality didn't match the light affinity in the slightest. However, it just felt so right coming from Wuxia, a being seemingly born for the sake of massacre. Holy Frost was in awe while watching this other form of light. She has never seen or heard of it before, despite growing up in the academy and learning about this affinity. The bull, on the other hand, wasn't surprised in the slightest. He's the one who can bring out Desolate Saint's light to the extreme. You are on a different path, the true destination of the light. It didn't explicitly state the change of her Tao right now. She was no longer following the path of Desolate Saint, but rather, the old tree demon's light Tao. Rah! The dark jaw roared while being lacerated by Wuxia's sharp Tao. It soared towards him like a frenzied ocean of black. Alas, it couldn't move his sharp light Dao at all. Rumble. It was completely under his mercy. Darkness, huh? I'll show you what real darkness is. Li Qie chuckled and decided to play with it. In the next second, his chest seemingly opened, and out came an aura of darkness. The previous light power disappeared entirely. Despite his Dao's sharp and brutal nature, Li Qie still resembled a messenger of the light. Now, only a boundless dark affinity hovered around him, capable of swallowing everything. His chest became an abyss, the origin of the darkness. Buzz. In this exact juncture, a sacred light instinctively shielded Holyfrost along with light mantras. She felt a terrible threat coming from him since they were currently of the opposite affinity. Her light power viewed him as a mortal enemy, this crownless king of darkness, the origin of the darkness. His dark power also turned into a colossal jaw and began devouring its prey, finishing half of the thing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 30:12. The new Dark Lord of this world finally finished devouring the jaw, not leaving a single piece left. Its power was incomparable and dreadful. The strongest masters all felt insignificant and couldn't reach the apex while facing him. Holyfrost had chills all over. This darkness was enough to entice the greatest genius. She took a deep breath, feeling her hair standing on ends, her palms filled with cold sweat. She never expected him to have such frightening dark power. One thought to become a devil, another to become a Buddha. The bull looked at her and said, "Both light and darkness can take form in an instant in his mind. Little girl, there is an immense difference between you and him." The emperor pondered quietly. Her pure light could chase away the darkness and purify impurities. However, this Tao heart of light required years of accumulation. On the other hand, the fierce light and the terrifying darkness only required a single thought from Li Qie. The bull was right. The disparity between the two of them was insane. She finally realized how far she was from reaching his level and power. A while ago, she knew that he was far, far stronger. Alas, a sad realization struck her at this second. She could try for a lifetime and never be able to catch up. After the jaw was gone, the remaining darkness was frightened and ran back into its lair with haste. Earlier, it was unstoppable and nearly defeated Holyfrost. Now, it ran for its life before Li Qie's darkness. Li Qie didn't bother pursuing and recalled his dark power with a smirk on his face. Holyfrost heaved a sigh of relief after seeing this. Though Li Qie didn't actively suppress anyone, it was still too suffocating. People would get lost in that darkness, never to see the sun again. "There's a mountain over there." Yanbai relaxed and said. The darkness earlier had shown its true form, a mountain not too particularly wide or tall. Nevertheless, it still felt quite imposing with numerous glyphs. They didn't exude light, just a rippling effect like sound waves. From the distance, it felt as if sound waves struck the mountain and eventually turned into runes. One could see the faint hint of an immortal song, echoing for an eternity around this mountain. This song actually served as an eternal seal. Even the strongest devil wouldn't be able to get out from beneath the mountain. Whatever creature below tried to struggle, but the song would play again. Each tune struck like a sword, weakening its prisoner in the process. An apex seal, which master left his supreme melody here to imprison this thing? The Black Bull said. There aren't many progenitors versed in music. Holyfrost said. Versed in music? No, this is taking the Tao of music to the extreme. The bull said, it's not a simple suppression song. Each tune would slowly destroy the prisoner until ash is the only thing left. Amazing indeed. Li Qie smiled, very few people in 3 immortals can do this. A person capable of this should be part of the Decemvirate. Holyfrost was shaken after hearing this possibility since everyone knew about the Decemvirate. Li Qie entered the mountain with the group behind him. They could feel the suppressive ripples within. It was strong enough to crush the spine of the mightiest existence and take their breath away. Holyfrost felt suffocated even though the power wasn't directed at her. From this, one could easily imagine the pressure felt by its prisoner. A 12-palace emperor would be crushed in no time at all if trapped here. So the devil is that dark jaw earlier? The bull looked around and didn't notice the thing earlier. The two girls also tried to find it, thinking that it should have been easy. After all, the dark jaw came from the tablet and should be the thing stuck in here. It should be big enough to spot. Alas, they didn't notice anything, not even the frightening aura earlier. It's here. Wuxia gently pushed out a stack of hay to reveal a rock. The others hurried over for a look and saw a rock half buried underground. All three were surprised. This is it? Holyfrost's pretty eyes widened in disbelief. The rock was only the size of an egg, looking like an onyx jade. One would find it hard to imagine that this tiny thing was the real form of the dark energy prior. Wuxia removed the mud around it to reveal the actual situation. Numerous Tao laws from the mountain looking like everlasting chains were wrapping around the bottom half of the rock. They were extremely stretched, a testament to the rock's numerous escape attempts. So this little brat is it? It actually has such a powerful technique. The bull murmured. You're the little brat. Same with your entire family. A voice retorted. It came from the rock. It can speak. Lu Yanbai didn't expect this. Holyfrost confirmed that this was indeed the dark jaw earlier after hearing its voice. Alas, the contrast was considerable. She assumed that the true form suppressed beneath this mountain should be a great devil with 3 heads and 6 arms, not this tiny little rock. Quite magical indeed. The bull couldn't figure out the rock's materials and essences. It was extremely knowledgeable and has seen plenty of divine metals and ores. This was its first time seeing this type of rock. I am a supreme divine rock. Little juniors like you can't comprehend my existence. The rock proudly said. Chapter 30:13, Pa. The bull didn't appreciate being called a junior and immediately barked back. I am the ultimate divine bull born in a land of immortals. My bloodline is peerless as I walk through the ages. A tiny pebble like you dares to assume seniority over me? Eat this. Rumble. It raised its hooves and stomped down right away. The rock didn't relent either and shot out a black halo to stop the incoming hooves. The impact shook the entire mountain, a testament to the power of these two combatants. Divine bull my ass. The rock scoffed in response. I was born in the abyss of uncrossable expanse since antiquity. I am the devourer of all, destined for greatness and invincibility, a supreme rock, to say the least. The rock was obviously just as arrogant and confident while staring down at the bull. It was still very animated while being fully suppressed, seemingly looking at the group with disdain. Please, so what if you were born in uncrossable expanse? You're still just another pebble stuck in this place forever. The bull retorted. Wait till I'm outside, I will start the ultimate storm and ascend to become a supreme true immortal. All of you will be nothing more than insects, mere specks of dust scattering to the wind. The rock really believed that it was number one. Keep on dreaming then, you will never be able to get out, not in this generation or the next. Yeah, I suppose all you can do is dream. The bull gave it the side eye. Insignificant calf, you will be my first target once I'm out. The rock became infuriated. The bull retaliated with more stomping, but the halo of the rock successfully stopped it. You dare to boast, little rock? I will destroy you right now, no need for you to crawl outside. The bull threatened. You can cultivate another 100 generations and still won't be able to teach me, you'll be nothing more than a worm that can't reach the apex. The bull and the rock kept on going at it while spewing out sharp insults like crazy men. Holyfrost didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Of course, she heaved a sigh of relief because this rock didn't seem that evil despite its dark affinity. One of you is a big piece of charcoal, the other is a little black stone. You two might as well become sworn brothers. Li Chia interrupted the two. Bah, who would ever do that? The two disagreed at the same time, clearly looking down on the other. You're from Uncrossable Expanse? Li Chia asked. The arrogant rock dared to look down on the bull, but it became quiet this time. It pondered for a bit because it had tasted Li Chia's power. Yes, I was born in the eternal abyss of the expanse, matchless in terms of fortune and creation. It eventually answered. Yes, yes, a divine stone, the bull sarcastically mocked. My origin is 100 times stronger than yours. The rock retorted. How did you get here? Li Chia asked. Someone pulled me out of the abyss, hence my coming into being. The rock revealed. Who was it? Fire ancestor? The bull became curious. No, this person is strong, extremely strong. The rock replied in a serious manner. Its tone seemed as if fire ancestor was no big deal, that it would still be haughty before this progenitor. On the other hand, whoever took it out has earned its respect. There was a hint of dread or even fear in its voice. How strong? The bull laughed but still took it seriously. Holyfrost couldn't believe it. She knew just how strong this rock was after their previous exchange. Now this rock was talking about another master using this grave tone. Just how powerful could this being be? Perhaps, stronger than you. The rock replied in a careful manner. Of course, the you here was referring to Li Chia, not the bull. I doubt it. The bull said, you haven't seen Sir's real power or you wouldn't be saying this. He is unfathomable. The rock didn't bite back against the bull this time around. It contemplated for a moment before answering, this person is also unfathomable. Whoever this person was had clearly left a shadow in the rock's mind. A meeting would be nice. Li Chia didn't become angry or competitive. He's in an unknown location at the expanse. The rock answered. That's fine, I'll be heading to the expanse anyway. I hope he is as strong as you're making him out to be. Li Chia chuckled. The rock clearly trembled after hearing this. If he dares to conspire against Sir, an amazing battle will break out. Of course, my money is on you, Sir. No overlords can take you on. The bull was completely confident in Li Chia. He's an elusive master, you might not be able to see him. The rock answered. Its tone made people think that it was shaking its head. Whatever. Li Chia didn't mind. He wasn't going there to fulfill his ego in the first place. He took you out of the abyss and made you evil. This is an act of betrayal, intending on causing chaos. It's not my fault. Nothing would have changed anyway even if I wasn't here. The result was predetermined. The rock said. So you snuck onto the expedition ship and did all of this? The bull glared at it. No, Fire Ancestor invited me here. I had nothing to do with anything else. The rock coldly uttered. What? Holyfrost blurted out, feeling something ominous. Where is he? The bull immediately asked. He left before I was suppressed in order to hide from someone. The rock revealed. Hide from someone? The one who imprisoned you here? No, he's one of the Decemvirate and shouldn't be afraid of another top 10 progenitor. The bull speculated. His master. Li Chia answered instead. His master? Who is Fire Ancestor's master? Holyfrost asked. Fire Ancestor was a mysterious one. People didn't know about his background and he had never mentioned his master before. Li Chia didn't answer her but seemed to know everything judging by his expression. Yes, he never returned here afterward. The rock nodded. Shit. The bull understood everything now about this event and said, there must be a reason, this can't be. The reason is very simple, this is the nature of men. The rock snorted. True, the bull took a deep breath, damn, it's over. No one can withstand what's about to come. Yes, 3 Immortals is finished. Run as far away as possible if you want to live or it'll happen to you too. The rock coldly said. One unknown location here can be a title of a place. We'll see with more context. Chapter 30:14, that has nothing to do with me since I'll keep living quite well even if 3 Immortals is finished. However, Sir is here so anything coming out will only be obliterated. The bull laughed. Him? The rock stared at Wuxia. This wasn't a look of disdain but it still said, "Haha, I'm not underestimating him. It's just that there are things beyond your imagination and he is alone. He might not be able to save himself, let alone worry about anything else. A tiger will still die to a pack of wolves. Is that so? That's why you're just a rock without any knowledge, unable to fathom Sir's true abilities. Don't worry, everything is fine with him around." The bull smiled, still as confident as ever. The rock focused up even more, extremely animated and expressive despite its current form. It was as if they were speaking to a living person. "Little calf, you're only saying this because you haven't seen it." The rock uttered coldly, "The terror is too much to take. He, plus, you won't be able to tell friends from foes on that day. Perhaps the ones troubling 3 Immortals the most are none other than its so-called protectors. That's an issue of you lacking confidence, but then again, how can a rock know what an invincible Dao heart is? That's why you were turned evil. I won't comment on others but Sir will be the destroyer of the ones you speak of. I have zero doubt in my mind about this." The bull said. Strangely enough, the rock didn't retort this time like before. 3 Immortals have its own fate and it doesn't need the protection from a passerby like me. It has protectors already and I won't get involved unless instigated. Wuxia shook his head. Who else is strong enough to do so but you? The bull didn't like this response. A calamity is coming. Will you be leaving, young noble? Holyfrost changed her address, thinking that he was the only one who could stop the incoming problems. No need for that, have you forgotten about the name of this world? It has protectors already. The 3 Immortals? The group exchanged glances and thought about the legends. They really exist? She hesitated before speaking softly. Despite the name of their world, many inhabitants didn't believe in the existence of the Immortals. None has seen them or proved the validity of their tales before, a clear lack of evidence. The two sides of the debate have always contested each other. Wuxia only smiled in response. You're talking about the 3 Immortals? The quiet rock jumped in. You, a little pebble stuck under the abyss, know about them? I doubt it. The bull said with disdain. A wild calf like you is the real country bumpkin here. I have seen things you never have in your entire life, including the 3 Immortals. The rock scowled in response. You've seen them? Holyfrost was startled. In history, no one would dare to make this claim outside of the braggers who wanted to show off. Most likely one of the 3. The rock mused for a bit before replying, if this world has 3 Immortals, that woman has to be it. Look at how unsure you are, you have no idea what you're talking about. The bull laughed. The rock didn't respond, seemingly occupied with recalling the previous meeting. What kind of person is she? Holyfrost was filled with curiosity about these legendary beings. Strong, insanely strong. The rock said with certainty while stretching the last words. She was shaken and found hope. This was definitely the blessing of her world if the 3 Immortals really existed. How does she compare to the person who got you out of the abyss? The bull seemed amused and curious. This was a tough question since judging strength at the top level was considerably difficult. The rock carefully thought about an answer then looked at the bull. A calf like you doesn't understand the intricacies within. It's not about strength to become the ruler of the world, it's all about the destination, the end result. Yes, I truly don't understand any of that. What I do understand is that all of this crap doesn't matter to Sir. The key point is that he will annihilate anyone standing in his way. It's not too late to talk about abstract things afterward. The bull nonchalantly said and started guffawing afterward. The rock took another look at Wuxia. It became a little curious and asked, "What's your pursuit? Say, you're capable of doing all of this, what's your end goal? Immortality? Or to protect everything? A battle to the very end, that's more than enough. I will continue on being myself." Wuxia chuckled. Being yourself? The rock quietly repeated, digesting the implications. What about you? Are you still you, the pebble from the abyss? The bull laughed, or are you a mere hound? Nah, even more wretched than that, just a trapped dog right now. The rock actually answered seriously this time instead of fighting back, this is only a choice. One day, you will also make a similar choice. No, I've made my decision already. The bull said, I chose to follow my heart, don't you see? That's why I'm on Sir's side. Don't be so sure. You might change this decision and abandon all of your previous convictions. This isn't a rare occurrence in the slightest. The bull said. That's their choice, not mine. Their Tao heart was simply not firm enough, or maybe that's their original nature anyway. Their light and attempt to be protectors were only an outward layer of pretension. The bull sneered. We'll see if you can keep this act up when that day comes. The rock snorted. I'm perfectly confident in myself, don't you worry. The bull smirked. The rock didn't buy it, evident by its disdainful expression. You're still you just don't know it right now. It's time for you to return to your original self. Wuxia interrupted with a smile. What do you want? The rock had a bad feeling about this. Just lending you a hand, that's all. He smiled. Chapter 30:15, No thanks. The rock refused right away. I'm doing fine in this place, just a time of tranquility. Another 1,000,000 years or so will be okay. Huh, leaving you here to devour others? How many more do you want? The bull sneered. It's not my fault. The rock put on an innocent expression, their greed is what killed them. If they had maintained their Tao heart, they wouldn't have become my food. Their heart is what devoured them. Holyfrost shivered after hearing this. This could have been her result if it wasn't for Wuxia warning her. Mere justification. The bull said with disdain, it doesn't change the fact that you're evil now. Who cares? Devils and gods are the same in this world where the strong takes all. The only difference is the method. The rock retorted. Do you remember when you were still a divine stone in the abyss? What was on your mind when you gained sentience and looked at the sun? Wuxia spoke with a special rhythm, almost like a captivating chant. The rock fell into silence. In the next second, it could see the past again when it used to be a carefree rock. So peaceful and quiet, but maybe too peaceful, a bit more fun will be better. The rock was in a daze while recalling the past and its initial thoughts and desires. So much had happened afterwards so it had forgotten its first thought. Ah! Suddenly, a jolt of pain made it scream. Wuxia had sent down a Tao flame when it let down its guard. This supreme flame engulfed the rock and began burning it. What are you doing? Struggling against the Tao flame was futile for the rock even if it wasn't suppressed by the mountain. I am changing you back to your original form. This dark power doesn't belong to you. Someone simply placed it on you. Wuxia said flatly. No. No need for that. I'm content with being stuck here. That's how it should be. The rock shouted. The power of this tune is too weak and will take years to destroy you. Let Sir help. The bull gloated on the rock's misery. It might be painful in the beginning but it will go fast. Just imagine how you were taken from the abyss back then and refined, that must have been unbelievably painful too, ah. The rock screamed in agony while the bull spoke. Zzz, it started to meld. This rock had an incredible origin, a divine stone with a perfect physical constitution. Alas, it still couldn't handle Wuxia's Tao flame. Black smoke oozed from the rock, seemingly the evilest poison in existence. It started eating the fabrics of space. When touched by this smoke, any creature, whether it be the bird and fish or the grass and trees, would turn evil right away. However, Li Qie sent out more Dao flame with his free hand and turned the smoke to nothingness. Zzz. The rock had no chance of escaping the refinement. It was already suppressed by the mountain and locked by Li Qie's Dao flame. It turned into black lava, wiggling back and forth in a creepy manner. It felt as if an evil entity had taken over and eventually replaced them. More black lava came out as Li Qie's flame intensified. The melting process also accelerated. It eventually stopped to reveal a tinier pebble within. The thing melted earlier seemed to be an outer shell. The group became surprised to see this pebble inside. What's that? Holy Frost wondered about the black lava. She could sense the terrible dark power in it, enough to destroy an entire world. That's another part of the rock's true form. It has been corroded though. Fortunately, it is an amazing divine stone, able to keep a part of itself despite being refined by the darkness. Li Qie said. So this tiny piece is its real form? She inquired. He nodded in response and added more heat to his Dao flame, intending on burning everything. Even the black lava was slowly being incinerated now. It eventually turned into smoke, then swiftly destroyed by him. Li Qie clearly wanted to destroy this dark power in its entirety. Ra! The lava itself screamed. It could sense that death was near, so, in one last-ditch effort, it expanded and took the form of a great devil. A powerful shockwave shot out, wanting to break the fiery blockade in an attempt to escape. Li Qie naturally wouldn't let it do so. He scowled and added more power. Just one drop of this flame could scorch an entire system to ashes. The expanding lava was imprisoned again and started shrinking. It was furious and never stopped attacking the flame. Unfortunately, it was going against the tide. Finally, nothing was left of the dark power. Only the true form of the black rock was left, around 2/3 smaller than before. It no longer made a sound, seemingly dead. Clank. It has been refined back to its original form. The Tao laws from the mountains suddenly loosened. The supreme power imprisoning it also disappeared, freeing the rock as a result. Chapter 30:16. Li Qie picked up the black stone after the seal had dissipated. The group got closer to take a better look. The stone was much smaller now, but it didn't have any visible damage despite the scorching from the Dao flame earlier. It became clear and beautiful with a dazzling glow, a black jade of sorts. The black glow no longer had the frightening dark energy and power prior. It looked simple enough, like a rock that could be found by anyone deep in the forest and mountain. It's far weaker now. The bull analyzed and said. It'll need many years before recovering. Li Qie nodded. The person who refined it is too strong. Fortunately, its origin is amazing, so saving it was still possible. Li Qie burned away 2/3 of the rock's form in order to bring it back to its original state. This also reduced its cultivation by 2/3 or so. If he had a single mistake with his flame control, it would have turned to ashes. I can do whatever I want to it now, including crushing it. The bull put on an evil expression. Alas, the rock didn't respond, seemingly deep in slumber. Still isn't that easy even if it's smaller than before. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. I have plenty of methods, there must be one capable of crushing it. The bull laughed. You're greatly underestimating it. Li Qie said, a divine stone like this one is extraordinary. I'm definitely more extraordinary. The bull said, I was born in an immortal family with a supreme bloodline. How can this little pebble compare to me? Li Qie only smiled and put away the black rock. On the other hand, Holy Frost became curious about the bull. Which clan are you from, senior? She asked. The elders of the academy all knew that the bull was special. Alas, they didn't have a good idea about its background since it was far older than any of them. Strangely enough, it always lingered around Sacred Mountain and seemed like part of their system. I can't say, Kiki. The bull laughed, acting mysteriously. Holyfrost couldn't press the issue, so she stopped asking. Lucia didn't bother commenting on the bull's background. He looked up and said, "Let's go, the good stuff is waiting for us ahead." Really? The bull became excited with flashing eyes. There must be something going on for the undeads to travel there. An expedition ship becoming something like this. Fire Ancestor can't escape the responsibility. Lucia didn't reply and flew up to the sky while Holyfrost's heart grew heavy. A shadow loomed in her mind, making it hard to breathe. After all, Fire Ancestor started the expedition back then. He was indeed responsible for whatever had transpired here. This news, once spread, would deal a great blow to 3 immortals. No one spoke along the way, so the atmosphere became a bit tense. They moved quickly, traveling millions of miles in the blink of an eye. The landscape only consisted of broken sites, whether it be the fabrics of time and space, mountains and rivers. Death and carnage seemed to pervade this area from the great battles back then. Also, one couldn't help thinking about the miraculous nature of this ship. This minor world might not be as large as immortal lineage, but was still impressive enough. As they delved farther into the land, the broken scenery started to change. They saw dilapidated walls and crumbling citadels along with remnants of floating palaces. They also saw corpses of varying sizes, regular size or some as large as mountains. However, all of them had one thing in common: death couldn't bend their back. Even at the very last second, they still stood upright with their chest arching forward. Some propped themselves up with their weapons, still looking forward despite having one knee on the ground. Their unyielding spirit could still be seen millions of years later. The bull and the emperor couldn't help feeling respect for these fallen combatants. Not giving up in the slightest, their spine still stands upright. The bull said, "This is what 3 immortals needs, the real pillars and protectors." Holyfrost chose to bow deeply instead of saying anything in order to show her highest reverence. Indeed, they were the pillars of 3 immortals. Though she had no idea what happened here in the past, she had some good guesses. On this ship, the undeads were separated into 2 camps. Some returned while they were still alive, while others became undead after their death. However, these fallen combatants didn't turn into dead creatures because they had an unyielding spirit and firm Tao heart. Dark power couldn't corrode their soul and take advantage of their greed and desires. This saved them from becoming eternal puppets. Thus, these great beings were worthy of respect despite losing the devastating battle. Look over there. The bull pointed ahead after another long trek. The group looked over and saw a massive floating city. It exuded an air of holiness. It had the form of a pavilion with numerous floors. The highest floors were propped up against the sky. The spatial fabrics around it were crushed into the void. The walls suffered great damages as well. One gate had a huge hole. Inside the city were broken buildings and palaces. The cruelty of war had ravaged this city. Alas, it still remained standing with a powerful aura as if a supreme ruler was presiding within. One could see an invisible flame jumping around, seemingly protecting the place. Perhaps this was the abode of a fire god. This aura was exceedingly mighty. Others couldn't help wanting to prostrate. So strong. Holyfrost became shaken after sensing it. Chapter 30:17. The floating city still had an impressive aura akin to the presence of a fire god. This flame seemed to be dancing around for millions of years now. The group entered and saw nothing but desolation, not a soul to be found. The wide streets were empty, a state of deterioration. Some ruins of palaces and pavilions remained inside, made from refined stones or other rare materials such as phoenix roost timber or divine metals. From this, one could see that mighty true gods and emperors once stayed there. That's why these residences still had powerful auras in them, left behind by the old masters. These auras are so mighty. The battle back then must have been insane. Holyfrost felt several noticeable auras. Some were stuck together and still fighting each other, clearly the remnant effects from the battle. This city would have turned to ashes back then if it wasn't for the immense protection blessing. The group traveled through numerous streets before stopping at a military drill ground. Look, the undeads are there. The bull noticed with its big eyes. This massive field could accommodate millions of soldiers. People would feel like an ant while standing here. They would also sense a battle intent as if this used to be the rally spot of a great army. These soldiers would gather here before marching onward. Therefore, their battle spirit and heroism remained. There was also an army present right now, grouped in an orderly manner. Not a single soldier made a sound, resulting in a suffocating atmosphere. It consisted of the marching dead soldiers and the troops from the ocean. Then there were black dragons and war riders. These various forces have arrived to answer the summoning drum call. In the center was a high platform with drums made from dragon tendons. The drum sticks exuded a ferocious aura since they were made from divine bones. The top lords gathered around the drums at the moment, then their various armies. The deathly silence made it even creepier. One could hear the drop of a needle right now while thinking that this was a ghastly scene. Li Qia's group watched from a distance instead of entering. What are they here for? Definitely up to no good though. The bull murmured. Something is coming out. Li Qia focused at the center of the platform and noticed a deep, perpendicular cave. It looked bottomless and resembled the jaw of a devil, seemingly waiting for prey to walk in. What's in there? A monster or fiend will come out from there? The bull asked. Who knows? Some attribute any evil event to monsters or fiends, but occasionally, they are caused by men. Li Qia smiled. True, a monster in the purest sense might not be as scary. The bull agreed. Holyfrost has been having an intensifying ominous feeling along the way. She had many guesses rummaging through her mind right now. Dumi Shi Ba Mao Shi, these living creatures suddenly started chanting in an ancient language. No one had any idea what they were saying. Moreover, their limbs started twisting as if they were dancing. This was a mysterious and bizarre ceremony. Holyfrost didn't expect this. A while ago, these creatures looked like puppets, mere moving corpses. This looked to be a higher level action than before. Master, what are they doing? Lu Yanban became afraid and didn't know where to hide. An evil communication ceremony. The bull uttered coldly. It quietly listened to the mantra, wanting to get some hints. It's an ancient witchcraft ceremony that should be long gone. Why is it here now? It became startled after listening for a bit. Yes, it's an evocation of the soul. We'll see if they're capable of doing it. Li Qia said. They better just stay dead, because if they don't play nice, I'll let them have a taste of my hoof. The bull sneered. Just wait, the fun is just beginning. Li Qia smiled, his profound eyes moved ever so slightly, still fixated on the deep cave. The dead creatures were still chanting and twisting their body. Dark energy began to emanate from their body. These dark strands looked like poisonous smoke hovering above the creature's head. The entire stage was filled with smoke. Creak, a heavy noise came from the cave as if something was slowly sliding upward. After a long while, an item finally showed itself from the opening. A cauldron? Yanbai became curious. The cauldron was quite big, enough to boil 18 pots of soups at the same time. The base was entirely dark red in color. To be more specific, it used to have a dark yellow tint, but after millions of years or the influence of dark power, the yellow has turned into red. It looked quite tough. Even a fool could tell that it was an amazing artifact. It had an attached carving of a phoenix spreading its wings. The wings served as the two ring fasteners for the cauldron. It seemed that the cauldron flame originated from this phoenix. Inside were plenty of black objects. Perhaps they were charcoal, but no one could really tell. This cauldron, the bull's eyes started glowing. You recognize this cauldron, senior? Holyfrost didn't know the cauldron. If I am not mistaken, its name is Phoenix. The bull had a serious expression. Phoenix Cauldron? She felt that she had heard of this name before but couldn't recall anything specific. Little girl, don't worry about this. Knowing more might not necessarily be good for you. The bull interrupted her rumination. Chapter 30:18. The Emperor took a deep breath and heeded the bull's advice. There's something in there. Yanbai pointed at the cauldron. They looked over and knew that the cauldron had black things piling up like charcoal. This seemed reasonable, but upon closer inspection, there was something buried beneath. It would just look like a rock from a distance. Meanwhile, the chanting from the undeads continued and emanated across the city. Each corner of this place reverberated with this creepy sound. Poof! As the chants became clearer and louder, the dark energy coming from them seemed to be pulled in by something within the cauldron. The latter sucked in all the dark energy without holding back with its walls, not its mouth. The outer walls absorbed the energy like a sponge and finished the process in no time at all. Buzz! The internal furnace turned red, almost like molten metal. The carving of the phoenix became animated as well. Each feather and lines became visible, the awakening of the bird. Next, the charcoal-like items also lit up. This was akin to someone starting a stove. As the temperature went up, the charcoal began to burn and the cauldron seemed to be activating. It's gathering power. Holyfrost clearly sensed the cauldron combining the power of heaven and earth accumulated through the ages. A supreme master seemed to be awakening inside. The cauldron turned out to be a supreme ancestral artifact with wondrous uses. As the chanting became clearer, the cauldron became brighter. The dead creatures tried even harder by raising their voice and twisting their body violently with increasing vigor. Poof! The charcoal had reached the right level of red and out came a flame. This flame was still tiny, yet it was full of life, capable of incinerating the 9 heavens. It was different from other flames and had a hint of black flashing within. The outer layer had a dark hue, seemingly a flame not from the mortal world but rather the depths of hell. Poof! 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 The undeads were lit ablaze in unison with the cauldron with the same dark hue, looking like they had just crawled out of hell. They became more spirited, almost like living people. A while ago, they lacked vitality and vigor, but this was no longer the case. They looked ready, almost excited. The chants from the fiery members became louder. The dance became increasingly twisted and strange. This ceremony made the flame inside the cauldron even stronger and rose upward as if it had its own sentience. It's happening. The bull laughed with a fierce glare. Let's see what this undead evocation can do. Holyfrost stared nervously at the cauldron. This unholy congregation and ceremony should have an overarching goal. Keep in mind that these creatures didn't have their own consciousness. They were nothing more than moving puppets. An evil power was clearly controlling them. This made her wonder about the real culprit hiding in the shadows. The process continued on with certain things increasing in intensity, the chant, the dancing, the flames in both the cauldron and on the creatures. The climax was near and suddenly, one could hear the melodies of a guqin. Zheng. 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 The sound waves resembled a tsunami of sharp edges. The flames in the ceremony weakened after this onslaught. This was akin to a gust of wind causing candles to flicker, on the verge of extinguishing. The group looked over and saw an old guqin in the air, appearing out of nowhere. The entire thing looked beaten by time and gave of an aura of vicissitudes. It automatically sent out melodies without a player. Each sound contained immense power, enough to scrape away the evil of this world. This sound is very similar to the tune suppressing the black rock. Maybe the same source? Holyfrost said. Indeed. Li Chia focused on the guqin. The barrage of sound waves continued raining down on the field. The flames in the ceremony looked like weak candle flames in comparison. Master, this Guqin is their enemy? Yanbai curiously asked. Yes. The bull nodded. This is a contest between two supreme overlords. They might no longer be here or even alive for that matter, but their power and will are still contending millions of years later. Boom. 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 The drums started beating once more from the ground. A similar type of sound attack rushed upward. The drummers were the emperors and war riders, the leaders of the undead. They knew exactly what to do despite being dead and continued smashing on the drums. The waves of drumming served as a means to stop the attack from the Guqin. The latter didn't relent and sent out stronger waves, wishing to pierce through the drum sound waves to extinguish the flames. The lords beneath knew that if they were to let the Guqin break through, all of their efforts prior would be gone in a single second. Thus, they beat the drums as if their lives depend on it. The drum's interruption successfully weakened the Guqin's power. Thus, the flames in the cauldron and the undeads became bright and vigorous like before. The chant was reaching its climax as well. They nearly damaged their throat from shouting so much while doing the crazy dance in order to accelerate the ceremony. Chapter 30:19, Rumble. The flame inside the cauldron seemingly exploded during the climax of the ceremony. It rushed up and stretched out like a cocoon as if there was something inside, ready to break out. The cauldron had a hard time containing this flame. Meanwhile, the flames on the undead creatures also became stronger as they entered a state of frenzy. This was truly a bizarre ceremony, capable of frightening any spectator. Zhang. The Guqin also played faster to release more murderous melodies. Each sound resembled a divine slash. However, the powerful undead lords beneath used the drum to stop the incoming sound waves. The sharp cut from the former was met with the thick barrier from the drum. The latter was as vast as an ocean with waves capable of stopping the Guqin. The offensive potential of the Guqin against the flames waned, eventually failing to stop the ceremony. Looks like the Guqin lost, Holy Frost murmured. The drum formation is also an extraordinary ancestral treasure. The bull commented, it's a shame that the Guqin's master didn't leave behind his murderous Tao. The Guqin alone can't exert its full potential. They're all invincible masters too, Holy Frost gently sighed while looking at the drummers. She knew who they were but just didn't wish to reveal their name and background. After all, they were quite famous in 3 immortals in the past. Numerous people have worshipped them before. If their descendants were to find out about this, they would be greatly stricken with grief. Boom! The world seemingly exploded as the cauldron became resplendent. The flame erupted like a volcano in a magnificent manner. Rumble. Space itself started trembling. The rocks on the field moved around chaotically. A supreme power suppressed the area. Everything else could only prostrate on the ground while being overwhelmed. A gigantic figure emerged inside the cauldron. It was the source of the flame which poured down from it like tassels. Bang! The undead creatures immediately got on their knees to show their subservience. It exuded the aura of a supreme progenitor. Just this figure alone felt as if one was here in person. The individual strands of auras emanated across this minor world, taking the breath away from all existences. Who is he? Holy Frost shuddered. This figure was clearly a progenitor, and not just an ordinary one. This person should be a historically great figure. Though these words escaped her lips, she had a faint guess of who it was. Boom! The figure suddenly turned around and caused the world to spin with it. Many felt as if they were blown flying, jolted from the shock. This power didn't need to directly target anyone and could still make people faint. The group couldn't see its appearance before its eyes sent out unending flames. This wasn't a regular type of true fire. It had black rays coiling around it, as nefarious as hellfire. Any spectator would feel as if their soul has been reaped from their body. They would drop to the ground as a result. Poof! 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 The undead creatures had the same type of flame appearing in their eye sockets. This looked like the fire of their soul, allowing them to be brimming with power. Their power is coming from him, looks like he's the controller of death here. The bull murmured before laughing while staring at the figure inside the cauldron. Ga, 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 a bizarre noise resounded like a blade scraping the bones. The figure's head had two fiery horns slowly protruding outward. They were awfully sharp, capable of piercing the blue firmament. Boom! Its power increased to the next level. This seemed to be its true awakening. It didn't hold back on letting the world know of its terrible might. Screech! Meanwhile, the flame in the cauldron turned into a phoenix and started flying around in the sky. However, the thing trailing from its wings wasn't a red flame like the mythical beast but rather a dark glow. This wasn't an immortal phoenix but a dark phoenix from hell. Rumble. Everyone in the minor dimension of the ship could feel this invincible power. Many dropped to the ground, unable to get up because of the pressure despite being millions and millions of miles away. Holy Frost herself had a hard time withstanding this power. In the beginning, her holy light shielded her from this pressure. Alas, after the horns appeared, she became completely suppressed. The bull laughed and moved behind Wuxia instead of trying to go against the supreme power. Holy Frost saw this and also copied the bull. She knew that she had no chance of resisting this mighty progenitor. Perhaps one could count those stronger than this progenitor with their fingers in the history of 3 immortals. That's why it wasn't shameful for her to concede in the slightest. Buzz. Wuxia chuckled and activated a barrier to stop the pressure. Those hiding behind him heaved a sigh of relief. This was another showcase of Wuxia's impressive abilities. The figure in the cauldron took note of him because of this and instantly sent out waves of flame from its eyes. This figure's glare could pierce through heaven and earth, enough to kill numerous emperors at the same time. Chapter 30-20, a single penetrating glance could kill true emperors. The flames emanating from it were the harvesters of souls. This existence was utterly insane. Only a handful of people in the history of 3 immortals could actually defeat him. Of course, Wuxia didn't bat an eye, only a smile could be seen on his face as he stood unmovingly. Zhang. The Guqin floating in the air began another offensive with a torrent of sound slashes, akin to a cavalry rushing forward with their spear straight at the figure. The thrust had enough power to split heaven and earth apart to reveal the primordial chaos. Everything turned to ashes. The gods and emperors could only await their death before this unstoppable move. The figure snorted at the sudden ambush and decided to annihilate everything nearby. He spread his palm and grasped both the yin-yang and karmic cycle, ready to reverse life and death. The palm and the thrust collided. One could only hear the rustling of the stars while everything else turned silent. Every expert in this minor world was scared out of their mind. Which masters are fighting? They couldn't stand straight due to the pressure. Zhang. The next song made the Guqin resplendent, looking like it was made from crystal. A series of notes rushed to the air and turned into a supreme musical scroll. It blotted out the sky just like the palm of a great lord, capable of crushing time and the myriad Tao. The figure snorted again and took one step forward. The entire world moved with its rhythm. He swung his hand down towards the chapter, treating it as an axe. One could see the start of the world from the impact of this move. Boom! The palm and the chapter competed, nearly destroying the area completely. This paralyzed most people in the minor world, sweeping them off their feet. In this split second, Wuxia took action. Even his group standing behind him didn't notice how he moved. When they realized that he was gone, they saw him standing on top of the cauldron named Phoenix. He reached into the charcoal to take the item inside. Boom! An explosion capable of moving the ages erupted. The figure stopped attacking the Guqin and moved back. It appeared next to Wuxia right away. It was as if the two of them got there at the same time. It unleashed the same vertical cut again. No emperors were mighty enough to stop this move, not even the most brilliant of them all. Die! Li Qie roared and activated his Grand Dao. His peerless power also erupted. The world melted as a result, and within this illusory image, the true Li Qie stepped out. It was as if he has been slumbering the entire time until now. His true power has finally awakened. Boom! Heaven suppression fist, severing the timeline itself and standing above the high heaven. Who could ever contend against this technique? Shit! The bull shouted in horror, unable to stabilize its stance. Li Qie's power erupting was too much to take. Even the bull dropped to the ground. Holyfrost gasped, then stood there in a daze. She also got forced to the ground while thinking that this punch could annihilate any existence, rendering them into a bloody mist. Another master? The experts in the minor world became frightened even more by the appearance of this new combatant. Boom! The figure was blown out of the cauldron, its figure dimmed down. Even its fiery horns broke down and extinguished. This figure took one last look at Li Qie before jumping back into the abyss and disappearing from sight. Boom! The cauldron followed right behind, its flame disappeared as well deeper down there. An even stranger thing happened next. The thousands and thousands of undead creatures hurriedly jumped into the abyss to follow the figure. Holyfrost and the others were amazed at this sight. A while later, the supreme powers dissipated and the regular world returned. Everyone managed to heave a sigh of relief. Earlier, they lost control of their body and felt as if there was an invisible hand gripping their throat. Fuck, let's leave now. They decided to leave the minor world after calming down. They could see that there were terrifying existences in this place. Just one wrong move and they would turn to ashes. Even the strongest emperors among them had no chance of stopping these existences. I'm outta here. The pale intruders ran out. Some realized why someone as strong as Supreme Emperor ran from that ghost ship earlier. These floating ships had things beyond their level within. Zhang. The floating Guqin played a friendly tune, seemingly greeting and thanking Li Qie. Li Qie looked at it and smiled without saying anything. Zhang. It rushed to the air and also went to an unknown location. That's an amazing Imperial Guqin. The bull murmured, I wonder how its master is doing. It's so unpredictable now. Who knows what the future brings? The bull, enamored with chaos and the suffering of others, had a different thought this time. Yes, the world is unpredictable, the heart of men? Even more so. Li Qie said. Holyfrost was still absorbing the impact of that single punch earlier. She understood how inferior her vision was compared to the bull now that she had a good idea of his power. She also realized that Li Qie was only playing around when killing Gold Taifa and the others, not utilizing his real strength. This punch of his made her understand why the bull viewed Li Qie as a world savior and why it treated him with such respect. Whoa, that was dangerous earlier, almost scared me to death. The bull patted its chest and didn't look surprised at all despite its comment. Chapter 30-21. The aura of the city changed after the figure jumped into the abyss. A while ago, people felt a mighty force permeating across this broken city. This was no longer the case. The flame engulfing the city was gone too. The dark power filling the sky also disappeared now that the undead armies have jumped down there. The broken city assumed its initial appearance, broken and crumbling, a scene as melancholic as the setting sun. Is it over? Holyfrost murmured after noticing this. No, this is only the beginning, it can't even be considered the prelude. What's coming will come and it won't be long from now. Li Qie said. Her breathing skipped a beat after hearing this and her heart grew heavier. She stood among the upper echelon of 3 immortals in terms of fighting force. However, she was far from enough to contribute at all. Everything she has seen so far was at the progenitorial level. A 12-palace emperor like her couldn't weather the storm. She glanced over at him, hoping that he would change his mind about protecting this world. He certainly had the ability to do so. Li Qiye only smiled and looked at the item in his palm, the thing buried in the charcoal earlier. That figure wanted to take him down the moment he touched it. This showed the item's importance to warrant such a swift response from that being. The group also stared at the item and saw that it looked like a small box made of jade. Perhaps this was a piece of jade carved into this shade. However, it looked perfect from top to bottom without any nick or jag, no obvious way to open it either. What is it? The bull couldn't notice anything despite using its heavenly gaze. It has been concealed by an amazing method. It's not bad and will be awfully useful later. Li Qiye smiled. A peerless treasure, huh? The bull's eyes lit up. Don't tell me this is the key to open the mysteries of uncrossable expanse? It salivated after saying this. You can have it if you want it. Li Qiye saw the drooling bull and handed it over. Really? The bull's eyes became bright enough to illuminate the 4 directions. Really? Li Qiye didn't care at all about the item. Something this good should have a big origin. The bull walked around restlessly while thinking about the item. However, its hoof was shaking as if the item was a hot potato. Holyfrost was very curious as well. The figure clearly viewed this item with great importance, hence its panic earlier. Unfortunately, she couldn't see through the item at all, unable to see its usefulness. Her gaze was stopped outside by the great technique of someone. This must be another brilliant progenitor or someone even greater. This concealment technique was beyond her means. Good indeed. The bull threw the item up and down before concluding. It was clearly tempted, and as the saying goes, the older the ginger, the hotter the spice. Though it couldn't understand the thing right now, it still knew how useful it was. Forget it, I'm not someone like this. The bull eventually returned the item to Li Qiye and put on a heroic act. I am righteousness incarnate and carry the well-being of the world on my shoulder. How can I monopolize this item? It's best if you keep it, sir. Li Qiye smiled at its righteous act and didn't say anything. Master, you really don't want it? Lu Yanbai was surprised. This was her first time seeing her master so heroic, so she thought she was only seeing things. Of course, don't you know that your master is a divine bull with an immortal bloodline? Personal gains mean nothing to me compared to the prosperity of everyone else. The bull laughed proudly. You're amazing, master. The inexperienced girl truly believed it and said with admiration. Don't be tricked by your master. Li Qiye shook his head. He just doesn't want trouble, quite smart actually, not blinded by greed like other fools who eventually throw their lives away. Ahem, the bull coughed and immediately interjected. Sir, I'm not that kind of person. Li Qiye only smiled in response. He knew everything about the bull's treacherous way. This thing will really invite problems? The bull eventually asked, seemingly not wanting to give up. Oh? Changing your mind? Li Qiye smiled. That's not what I meant. The bull cleared its throat and continued, I'm just afraid that this thing might cause trouble to the world, that's all. It can be problematic. Of course, its value is priceless too. Li Qiye said, someone who knows its worth will pay any price for it. Is that so? Greed returned to the bull. It wasn't an idiot. It could see that Li Qiye wouldn't care for regular treasure. The fact that he bothered to get it from that figure meant that the item should be valuable. I'll let you keep it since maybe 3 immortals will need it one day. But then again, perhaps it's useless in your possession. Li Qiye smirked. Sir, your words are truly hurtful. The bull became unhappy. I might not be invincible across the ages, but I'm still a big shot. True emperors and everlastings are nothing compared to me. It was telling the truth. Even someone like Tai Yinshi was nothing in its eyes. One could see how strong it was from this. Not enough. Li Qiye said, keep in mind the person who got that black rock out of the eternal abyss. Or, the person that Flame Emperor and his group met. The bull's expression changed after hearing this. It had only exchanged one move with the rock, but it got a pretty good idea of the rock's power. It became clear that the person mentioned by the rock was above him right now. Only very few progenitors in history had a chance. Still want it? Li Qie smiled while tossing the item up and down. No, I was just kidding. The bull laughed in response. No one is more suitable than you to keep it, yes. A supreme treasure like this belongs to you, young noble. Holyfrost chimed in. In her opinion, Li Qie had the best chance of stopping any trouble. Little girl, don't push this treasure on me. Li Qie understood her intent right away and chuckled. I have no ties to 3 immortals. I'm sure that there will be people and things worthy of your remembrance here. Holyfrost smiled. 1. A bit vague here, the former and the latter might be the same person, but Li Qie isn't being clear here. Chapter 30-22, Li Qie didn't answer. He set his gaze towards the horizon. Sir, I'm not one to spew doom and gloom, but just hypothetically, what if the calamity actually comes and destroys 3 immortals? How would you feel then? The bull said. Psychological tricks won't work. 3 immortals has its own fate. Li Qie looked at it in response. But what about some of the people in it? The bull continued, of course, you wouldn't care about an old bull like me. Enough, I know what you're trying to say, you wish for me to act. Li Qie shook his head and paused for a bit. Well, let's see how lucky 3 immortals will be then. If it happens before I leave, then I'll sweep through the vanguard. A bit of training is fine. I'm sure it will be very fun. You'll benefit greatly too. The bull laughed and started celebrating. It knew that Li Qie didn't care much about 3 immortals. He might just sit back on the sideline and watch the calamity unfolds. However, he had given his words that he might do something. It meant that 3 immortals still had a chance and Li Qie would do more than just being an observer. Holyfrost was ecstatic as well, aware that the bull had just saved countless lives in 3 immortals. She chose to bow towards these 2 instead of wasting words on behalf of everyone in her world. Will there be a battle once you enter Uncrossable Expanse? I'm sure there will be enemies there. The bull pondered for a bit and brought up another topic. It could see that the meteor and ships from the expanse were only the beginning. The real threat still originated from there. Something big had happened in that place and a storm would happen once Li Qie got involved. Indeed, they will serve as polishing stones if they are foolish enough to cross me. Li Qie said while still gazing over yonder. He smiled, knowing that his grand Tao was complete and it was time to polish it in order to reach the next level of perfection. This was necessary in order to open a new epoch. Plenty of people are blind in this world. The bull said, those fiends have no idea who they're dealing with until it is too late. It started gloating as if it could see that day already. Look at you, seems like you want me to go to the expanse and start killing everywhere. Or, in other words, you're praying for me to be ambushed in there. Li Qie chuckled. No, absolutely not. The bull put on a serious expression right away. What I meant to say is that you need the right polishing stones, so that place is a good opportunity. It'll let you reach the peerless realm, helping you ascend into a true immortal. Though the bull was a big troublemaker and never seemed to care about a thing, the truth was that it truly cared about 3 immortals. Thus, it offered its assistance by baiting Li Qie into joining. It hoped that Li Qie could destroy the seeds of discord to guarantee 3 immortals' safety. A true immortal, huh? Hard to say, what type of immortal? But anyhow, you should start praying if I do become one. Li Qie chuckled and stared at the bull. The bull felt a chill because of this stare and took one step backward. Sir, your eyes are a little weird right now, and scary. The bull understood the implication. That's why such an ascension is not a good thing. Li Qie said. I'm sure you won't become the dangerous type, only the most supreme one superior to the fakers. You will herald a golden age to all. The bull immediately responded. Don't be so sure. So many brilliant men and progenitors have made it that far, only to lose by one step. Li Chia said. Yes, a single thought can decide everything. The bull murmured and knew the crux of the issue since it lived for so long. It has nothing to do with who is currently evil or is part of the light. After reaching that level, they might switch their stance, faith, and perspective for the future just like that. Everything stemmed from power and the heart. Li Chia's eyes became profound. Yes, it's the Tao heart that you speak about so often. The bull took a deep breath and said. Right. For example, you are living a carefree life right now, thinking that you can deal with potential issues later on. That's why you are complacent and won't try to take the next step forward. However, there might come a day where you feel helpless and weak. That's when you'll become an even more handsome and courageous bull. The key is whether you can stay yourself after gaining an increase of strength. Li Chia said. I will never change since I'll always be the same handsome bull. The bull pondered for a bit before claiming. We'll see about that. Li Chia elaborated, you have seen him before, the guy far more brilliant and stronger than you with a better vision. In the end, he still made the other choice. The bull became emotional after hearing this. Though it rarely gave a damn, it actually had an immense level of pride and confidence. It believed that with effort, it could be comparable to any progenitor in the world. It had this ability thanks to its talents and bloodline. However, would its Tao heart always stay the same? Would it forget about its original aspirations and goal? The bull fell into rumination. After a long while, it looked up and took a deep breath. Perhaps my Tao heart will falter one day and I will forget who I used to be, no longer being the same handsome bull. However, I can say with confidence that you will still be you, and that's enough for me. So much confidence in me. Li Chia chuckled and shook his head. Don't be so sure about anything in this unpredictable world. I trust in my insight, that I'm not misjudging you. Plus, believing in you is far better in believing in myself. The bull took a deep breath and solemnly said. Li Chia smiled and didn't respond. Do you not have confidence in yourself? The bull became nervous and asked. Getting nervous now? Li Chia gave him the side eye. A little bit, if even you can't maintain your Tao heart at that point, the world is over, and I'm not only talking about 3 immortals. The bull honestly said. You can stop worrying then. I am me, in the present and in the future. Li Chia answered. The bull heaved a sigh of relief in response. However, Li Chia made it worried again with this pause. The heaven will crumble and the ages will shatter after the future battle. No one knows how it will end. It's better than everything turning to ashes, at least there's a chance instead of being fish on the chopping board. No one will escape at that point either way. The bull said. Yes, time for ants to show their fangs against the heaven. Li Chia chuckled. The bull sighed emotionally and lamented, it's a shame that my cultivation isn't enough or I would come with you to uncrossable expanse and wave your flags and shout battle cries for you. You finally know you're weak now? That you have wasted millions of years? Li Chia narrowed his eyes at the bull. He. The bull smiled wryly. It still had plenty of room to grow. Unfortunately, its heart was not in this. 1. I believe he's referring to Desolate Saint here. Not very clear again. Chapter 30-23. Li Chia looked at the bull without saying anything, then glanced over at the broken city. Let's go, we're done here. He eventually concluded. The bull nodded, knowing that this place was the center of the expedition ship. There was no need to go any further. Before leaving, Holy Frost Emperor took another look at the abyss with a worried expression. She found out too many ominous things today. On the other hand, Li Chia didn't give a damn about the abyss or the dark figure and moved on. On the way back, this minor world was completely peaceful, borderline silent. Many experts have entered a while ago, resulting in a lively scene. However, the battle earlier scared the hell out of them, so they retreated. It felt as if they were the only ones left in this entire world. Both the living and dead were gone now. Holyfrost realized that this serenity had something to do with the battle earlier because that figure had escaped. This didn't mean that those undead creatures were done for. They have simply escaped and might return later, hence her anxiety. The undead legions were insanely powerful and numerous. Moreover, the kings and war riders were once invincible existences, not to mention the dark figure in the cauldron. They must have had a reason for leaving uncrossable expanse. Perhaps this was their expedition. But where to? She didn't have a clue. Maybe 3 immortals was the target. As they left the minor world and returned to the deck, they found the ship moving on with great speed. It crossed through space like a silent beam, just like a ship from hell. The floating pieces and ships that came before it started slowing down after reaching sky ruins. The power that moved them seemed to be gone. On the other hand, the expedition ship soared faster and faster like a flying whale. It wasn't flying aimlessly either, clearly having a destination from the start. A massive force was moving it, or perhaps something in sky ruins attracted it. There's a purpose, Holyfrost said. The other broken debris and ships might have other reasons for showing up now, but this expedition ship had a clear target for leaving the expanse. Sky Ruins was extremely far away from uncrossable expanse, but the ship had a perfect path, not making a single mistake from start to finish. She didn't know what kind of power was behind his phenomenon. So beautiful. Suddenly, Lu Yanbai sitting on top of the bowl blurted out and pointed ahead. There existed a massive star. It looked quite strange, separated into 2 halves. The right looked like a sun with an endless flame burning for millions of miles. The left side was extremely cold with a Een aura. Everything on that side was shrouded in a layer of ice. This ended up with a gigantic section of space looking like a crystallized glacier. This star seemed to be slowly orbiting, but this wasn't the case. Its speed was fast enough to move from one side of sky ruins to the other. Thus, the combination of fire and ice spanning for millions of miles could mesmerize any spectator. We're in sky ruins now. The bull laughed. There are magnificent scenes here, so don't be surprised. Why? Because this is sky ruins. Sky ruins, Holyfrost murmured to herself while becoming slightly emotional. Sky ruins and uncrossable expanse were separated by sky moat, seemingly 2 independent worlds. They were full of mysteries and unknowns, definitely worth taking a look. However, there was one difference. Uncrossable expanse was a place of no return regardless of how strong the cultivator was. As for sky ruins, anyone could come back as long as they survived the danger there. They didn't need to be at the progenitorial level either. Moreover, a weaker cultivator could also pay to let someone else take them to sky ruins. For example, Arrogance Enterprise had an escort service taking people there. Thus, even a weak cultivator could find something amazing in sky ruins, provided that they're lucky enough. For many cultivators, sky ruins was a heaven for exploration. The place was filled with danger, albeit a proportional level of fortune. On the other hand, uncrossable expanse was meant for progenitors and top masters only. Thus, so many cultivators went to sky ruins each year, including top emperors or unknown brats. They had different goals for doing so. Some sought after fortune, others only wanted to broaden their horizons by witnessing the awesome sights here. Rumble. Lu Yanbai was still in awe, but some heavy noises interrupted her enjoyment. Space trembled as a result. She looked over and saw a colossal mountain with a silvery light appearing in space. It had strange, flashing runes all over. They looked just like eyes open and closing. It wasn't moving on its own accord. Many elephant statues in front were pulling the mountain. Who knows if they were carvings or had this form from the inception? They looked quite animated regardless of the answer. Coiled around their back were long and thick iron chains with the mountain on the other end. Their destination was deeper into sky ruins. One could hear their loud footsteps despite being in space. Elephants looked clumsy normally, but these were fast beyond words. 1, 2, 3, 9. 9 elephants. Yanbai counted. 9 elephants pulling a mountain. The bull was slightly surprised to see this. Chapter 30-24, Rumble. The 9 elephants and the mountain disappeared into sky ruins. Why are they pulling that silver mountain? Yanbai became curious and innocently asked, and are they carvings or just a rock type? Who knows, who knows? The bull laughed, not knowing the exact reasons. So is that mountain a treasure? She was curious about everything in this magical place. Not the mountain itself. The runes on the surface belong to a mysterious and ancient grand Tao. It doesn't belong to three immortals' world. Li Chia answered since the bull couldn't. You're right, young noble. Rumor has it that a progenitor had chased this mountain before for a very long time to learn about the runes. Alas, they were too profound and the progenitor lost consciousness. No one else found success later on either. Holy Frost joined in. It's that amazing? Yanbai became startled. Though she was inexperienced, she still knew about how great progenitors were. It's frightening. The bull nodded, not to mention regular cultivators, even the most brilliant historical figures couldn't figure out all the mysteries in there. Sky Ruins is on the same level as Uncrossable Expanse. Yes. Holy Frost agreed, we still don't know how vast it is. No one has been able to go through all the reaches, so this place still has plenty of secrets. Yanbai listened to these two in amazement. Many years have passed since the start of time. Li Chia said, Three Immortals' world is rather new, so it's hard for its inhabitants to see everything in this place. The great era in the past has faded away. Right, there are too many things to see here. The arrogant bull admitted. Some progenitors have tried to reach the ends of this place in the past. Keep in mind their speed, just one step is enough to cross through an entire domain. Alas, this task remained impossible, so they eventually gave up. Future generations considered the place to be boundless. Even the strongest wouldn't be able to make it through this entire place. This only played to Sky Ruins' appeal. People kept on coming here for adventures in order to find the hidden secrets. Splash. The group suddenly heard a splash. A great wave emerged out of nowhere and covered the area above them. It was as if an ocean had just taken form. Strangely enough, top masters like Holy Frost could easily avoid getting wet, repelling the water from touching them. This wasn't the case here. The water from this ocean seemed special and made everyone wet. Master. Yanbai became scared and shouted. It was also strange that they could speak normally while being underwater. It's fine, it comes quickly and leaves quickly. The bull consoled her. Splash. Sure enough, another wave came by and took the ocean away. Their clothes became dry right away the moment this happened. Not even a single drop of water was left behind. Splash. 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 They watched and saw this undulating wave happening in the horizon before disappearing altogether. While watching this phenomenon, one would suddenly have the illusion that this azure ocean was actually a living being moving from one place to another. What was that? Yanbai said in astonishment after the ocean was gone. Blue waves. Holy Frost said, a miracle of Sky Ruins. Everyone can see it and be drowned by it for only a split moment before becoming completely dried. Some actually come here just to experience this phenomenon. How strange, a moving ocean. Yanbai has never seen anything like this before. The whole thing seemed like a dream. It felt as if nothing had happened after it was gone. It's not an ocean. Li Chia smiled and elaborated, it's an ancient organism, very special. You didn't get splashed earlier, only having entered its body. Yanbai found this disgusting. It's actually very cool. The bull laughed, many auspicious beasts and rare birds want to live inside. I heard that there was an immortal type of carp that lived here, it's very hard to find now. It started salivating and the others could hear it swallow loudly. "You've eaten these carps before, master?" Yanbai asked. "No, of course not." "Have you ever seen a bull eat meat?" "No, I only eat grass, yep, yep." The bull denied this right away while putting on the look of an enlightened bull. Yanbai remained skeptical while Holyfrost had a faint smile on her face. "Don't listen to your master's nonsense." Li Chia didn't hold back. "It's a devil bull. In fact, it probably ate all types of meat, including humans. The only thing that it wouldn't eat is grass." "Hey, please don't harm my reputation, I'm not someone like that. I can swear with my Tao heart that I have never eaten people before." The bull shouted. "So you have eaten other types of meat then?" Li Chia said. The bull looked dejected after losing the argument. "It's not my fault, a progenitor needed a favor from me and brought several pounds of carp. Hee, they were pretty tasty." It smacked its lips after saying this. "Master, a bull doesn't have to eat grass." Yanbai said, "You're a divine bull that has reached the Tao, it's very normal for you to eat other things, no?" Well said, my disciple is so sensible and intelligent, worthy of my love." The bull was very satisfied with her comment. Chapter 30-25. The group stayed on the ship and let it take them anywhere. They wanted to see its destination anyway. They saw many miraculous phenomena along the way, things that couldn't be seen anywhere else in Three Immortals. One such occasion included a massive whale unlike any other whales found in the ocean. It consisted of numerous stars and nebulas gathered together to take on this bestial form. The celestial whale made space tremble with every jump. One could also hear a splashing sound as if the spatial fabric around it was made of water. Ripples would emanate from the impact point. It seemed to be playing around at home, leaping above then diving deep downward. Starry light trailed from its path, making the world look illusory and beautiful. "It's gorgeous," Yanbai said with astonishment. Of course, not everything was rosy in this place. Raw. A black shadow crossed by the area, looking just like the legendary gluttonous dragon. It opened its massive jaw and sucked in numerous stars before disappearing from sight. Because of this, the ravaged area became utterly pitch black. What was that? Yanbai shouted in horror. A monster that consumes stars. The bull put on a serious expression. However, this monster didn't bother messing with Li Chia's expedition ship. It disappeared into the darkness in a silent manner. The next thing they saw was an enormous golden city floating in space. One could see its bright radiance from far away. Waves of wondrous sounds came from within as if it was a lost city from the realm of the immortals. However, as the ship drew closer, the city suddenly disappeared from sight as if it was nothing but an illusion. Was that real? Yanbai couldn't believe her eyes. No one knows. Holyfrost shook her head. Some have tried to find it before to no avail. Some believe that it is real, others say that it is only an illusion. It's real, but it's not actually in front of your sight, that's why finding it is impossible with this method. Li Chia said. Disciple, I'll take you to it next time. The bull said confidently. Sounds good. Yanbai celebrated. As they moved on, she kept on being wowed by the visual phenomena seen here. Meanwhile, this wasn't Holyfrost's first time here, but she still felt the same astonishment after seeing certain things. There were too many worthwhile places here in Sky Ruins, hence people's ongoing interest for millions of years. So what does uncrossable expanse look like? This made the Emperor wonder. These two worlds stood at the two extremes of her world. Thus, seeing the miracles here made her wonder about the expanse. Do you understand why all the top progenitors and everlastings would go to the expanse despite knowing the risk of never returning? The bull laughed. Right, seeing this place here really makes people want to take the risk to go to the expanse. Holyfrost had to agree that the expanse was too tempting for top masters. They saw sky ruins and wanted to know more about the mysterious expanse with fewer travelers. Perhaps she would also make the same journey once she was strong enough. The ship moved with extreme speed through this area. The group saw other cultivators along the way. These people traveled with various methods: ships, flying, vessels. However, they were too slow compared to the expedition ship. It finally slowed down after a long while, eventually only drifting forward. "We're here." Wuxia looked ahead and said. The group calmed down and saw a black shadow ahead like a monster blocking everyone's path. This seemed to be the end of the world. The meteor. Holyfrost blurted. Yes, this was indeed the meteor from uncrossable expanse that nearly struck immortal lineage prior. Everyone was scared out of their mind that day when seeing the shadow looming above them. They were lost in despair, thinking that a calamity was coming. Fortunately enough, the meteor just skirted by and went into sky ruins instead. She didn't expect to see it here again. It was massive, almost like a super planet. It seemed impossible to move forward without getting around it somehow right now. There was numerous debris around it. Of course, this was only relative to the huge meteor. Each piece was as big as a continent as a star. The meteor also had tassels of light fully wrapping around it. So this is the ship's target. It left uncrossable expanse to give chase. The bull murmured. Shit, this means that a supreme treasure must be inside. These fiends want it, so they resorted to this drastic measure. It loudly reacted. Holyfrost knew that the ship didn't have consciousness and wouldn't move on its own accord. A dark power must have been using it to get here. So what's inside? She became curious. Whatever inside was worth it to break the eternal precedence of nothing leaving uncrossable expanse. There must be a great secret at work here. Maybe something that can save the world? The bull laughed. Hear me out. The progenitors who entered the expanse have left their descendants something unmatched so that they can save themselves from a calamity. That's one possibility. Holyfrost agreed with this possibility since none of this was a coincidence. Perhaps their great sages have left behind an ace card for 3 immortals. Chapter 30-26. What's your take on this, young noble? Holyfrost asked Wuxia regarding the origin of the meteor. Wuxia wasn't actually looking at the meteor. His focus was towards another direction in space, completely fixated as if it was more interesting than the meteor. Holyfrost followed his gaze and saw the other side. Though it was far away, she was strong enough to see everything clearly. A resplendent world just like an ocean drowning everything in the nearby vicinity. At the deepest part was something akin to a pond with a crimson glow, a piece of cornelian engraved in this ocean. Strangely enough, this pond and its blood-like flow didn't stain the ocean in the slightest. There was a clear distinction between the two. Most importantly, the ocean was certainly a majestic entity. However, this tiny pond seemed to actually be the core, the ruler of this great ocean. Thick rays of light flowed around this ocean just like heavenly swords. Even the strongest being, once close enough, would be turned into mincemeat by these rotating rays. Ascension Pond. Holyfrost murmured, one of the 6 redeeming grounds. It changed position again. There has to be a reason, right? The bull looked in the same direction and laughed. Maybe it has something to do with the meteor. Holyfrost murmured. Wuxia only smiled and didn't offer his take on the issue. At this time, other experts have arrived as well and saw the massive meteor. Others took note of Ascension Pond on the other side. Ascension Pond? Why is it here? Just a coincidence? A big shot shouted in astonishment. That's one of the 6 redeeming grounds, Master. A junior asked with curiosity. Yes. The big shot nodded with a serious expression. It hasn't changed location for a generation now, as far as I know. Why is it here on the opposite side of the meteor? So strange. This pond, a mysterious and strange place, has always been in sky ruins. Its name had various explanations. Some said that after entering this place, it would be the person's last moment in the mortal world, a final ascension of sorts. Of course, there were other hidden meanings behind this explanation. As one of the 6 redeeming grounds, it had a similar mechanic. One difference was that anyone could enter Ascension Pond. However, they needed to be mentally prepared. One could exchange anything in this place. The only requirement was that it had to be the most precious thing in their heart, a thing that they couldn't give up. That's the only thing that has value in this place. For example, a peerless treasure or familial love, or it could be some seemingly random memento that has no value to others. It just needed to be the thing the trader valued the most. Living people were also counted here, a parent or spouse. All in all, as long as it was their most precious thing, they could trade it for anything here. They could get ultimate power for a pebble if the rule applied. Master, we can really trade for anything here? A junior asked. Yes, anything, and you can get whatever you want too. The senior seemed frightened of this place. Really? The junior inquired again. The senior answered with a stern glare to shut the youth up. Another young cultivator began joking with his friend. "Wanna go there and see if we can get the power of a true emperor?" Huh? Is that possible? The friend became excited with bright eyes. That's definitely worth a shot if we can become that powerful. The young cultivator immediately smiled and asked, "What do you treasure the most in your heart?" The friend tilted his head in contemplation. Foolishness. An elder nearby slapped the both of them and gave them a murderous glare. "I'll feed you two off to some monster the next time I hear this nonsense again." "Elder, we're just messing around." They felt indignant about the harsh scolding. "This isn't something to joke around with or it'll become your heart devil." The elder sternly said, "There is no free lunch in this world. Something that comes so easily will always bite you back in the future." "Why?" the junior inquired. "Because the second you agree to a deal, you're no longer you. Only the heart devil is left." The elder had a profound gaze. Alas, there was a hint of fear looming in there. "Really?" The junior remained skeptical. "Let me tell you the story of a mortal." The elder could tell that these juniors didn't buy his teaching and elaborated, a great scholar versed in all aspects of life, a walking library. Unfortunately, he came from a poor family but just happened to love a noble daughter. His love was unreciprocated since she eventually married an official instead. He eventually suffered humiliation and was bullied, resulting in resentment and indignation. Later on, he came here with help from others and decided to do a transaction. The elder continued. "What did he offer?" The juniors naturally enjoyed the tale. "His talents and education." The elder went on, "All of his lifelong knowledge in order to become an invincible existence." "What happens next?" another junior immediately asked. "He became invincible indeed and returned to his home with vengeance on his mind. He killed those who humiliated and looked down on him, all of them, including the noble daughter he once loved." A few juniors were startled. "That's not too bad." A more extreme junior said nonchalantly, "A man always pays a debt of gratitude while having a duty to get even with those who have wronged him. He's already invincible and isn't afraid of others avenging the dead ones." The elder glared at him and said, "Not too bad? Do you think he's still himself?" The moment he made that transaction, his heart devil had devoured him completely. He became nothing but a moving corpse. "What happens next to this scholar, elder?" A different youth cared about the main character of this tale. "Death and destruction." The elder coldly said, "He gradually became insane and went on a rampage. No one in the world could stop him back then, but don't think it ended well for him because of this. Someone eventually found him dead in a corner all alone. Death from insanity." The juniors felt a chill. This invincible master eventually died without knowing what was going on due to his mental instability, the opposite of what he traded for power. This title might change depending on the context. It's one of those with several meanings. Chapter 30:27, the juniors nearby took a deep breath after hearing this tale. A while ago, some of them wanted to play around, thinking that Ascension Pond was very interesting. This was no longer the case. They felt as if there was a pair of dark eyes staring at them from behind, causing cold sweat to drip down their back. "Dao brother, you must be talking about Mad Emperor?" A different big shot nearby quietly asked. The elder only gave him a cold glare without answering. "Our ancestor, Mad Emperor?" one of the juniors blurted out. The elder didn't confirm this and stared at Ascension Pond in silence. This was obviously an answer, so the disciples of his sect slowly digested this information. Mad Emperor was their strongest ancestor, but there were few writings about him in the sect. The older seniors never talked about him either. It was as if he was a stranger, not a respected ancestor in the sect. The disciples finally understood why now, shuddering with a grim realization. A brilliant and powerful emperor eventually died from his own insanity, with quite a tale behind it all. An emperor alone was invincible enough in the mind of these juniors, let alone an exceptional one. What in the world could trouble a being of this level? Alas, he still suffered a sad fate in the end. "Is this a curse?" one junior said while trembling. "The Heart Devil." The senior coldly uttered, "The moment one makes the deal, the Heart Devil will be hiding in the deepest part of your mind, ready to devour at a given notice." "I see." The juniors nearby became afraid. Their great ancestor couldn't escape this curse, let alone regular cultivators like them. "Still want to try now?" the elder asked. The juniors exchanged glances and shook their head as quickly as the movement of the tides. They no longer stared at Ascension Pond with the same excitement as before. The same fear as the elders could be seen now. How strange. The bull stared at the resplendent world. Why is there an additional barrier there? To stop people from entering? Because something big had happened. Even that thing is entering a state of defense. Use your imagination now, Li Chia said. Wait, so the blinding explosion from Sky Ruins actually came from the pond on that day when the meteor first arrived? Holyfrost recalled the previous event. Shit, a monster, no, an overlord is coming. The bull took a deep breath and said, the pond has greater foresight than we do. Holyfrost shuddered after seeing this great area trying to defend itself. Ascension Pond was a terrifying and mysterious entity. Even the top progenitors were wary of dealing with it. What was waiting in the future to warrant the land putting on a defensive barrier ahead of time? This has never happened before. Is the heaven falling down? She said. It's reaching a point of no return. Not just the heaven but whatever above is done for too. The bull laughed. The pond is terrifying beyond your imagination. The geezer Desolate Saint came here before but left without doing anything. He returned untouched, but I know that he was very annoyed. I'm sure that he lost big there but didn't say anything for the sake of face. Really? Holyfrost was moved. No records of this event existed at the system. Absolutely. The bull smiled. I don't know what that geezer went there for though, but from what I know about him, he was definitely up to no good and probably wanted to do a transaction too, but something failed in the negotiation process. Then he probably tried brute force but lost with that too. All he could do afterward was run back, completely dejected while needing to keep it a secret. Holyfrost took a deep breath to calm her emotions. As a disciple of the Academy and an enlightened user of the light, she knew just how stronger their progenitor was. Desolate Saint wasn't only an immortal-level progenitor. He was listed as a member of the Decemvirate. During his era, he could have swept through everything. Not another soul could take him on. Therefore, his light illuminated all of three immortals. Even his toughest enemies had no choice but to hide, not daring to show their face ever again. Now, the bull said that he had lost to the pond. This news would shock the entire world. It is definitely an interesting place. Li Chia smirked while looking at the pond. Sir, are you wanting to give it a shot? The bull saw Li Qia's eyes and felt as if Li Qia would go in there. He only answered with a smile. You're really doing it, young noble? I'm afraid that it will be an inauspicious trip. Holyfrost became surprised. She definitely had confidence in Li Qia's power, but this pond has been devilish all this time. So many people who made a deal with it died a horrible death. This is a type of training for him. Nothing is better than this to sharpen his Tao heart. The bull contemplated and added, showing off its knowledge and wisdom once again. Holyfrost didn't see this point of view, but upon closer rumination, she thought that the bull was right. His Tao heart should be tough enough to stop any influence. It's not bad for training, but unfortunately, it can't give me what I want, or it would be very interesting. Li Qia smiled and said, my most precious thing. He paused for a moment and gazed at the pond. Holyfrost also wanted to know what Li Qia considered his most precious, the thing that he would have the biggest trouble giving up. In her opinion, it wasn't going to be a treasure or merit law, since he never seemed to care about them. A person? What kind of person would be worthy of such love from this top-level being? They must be just as peerless, far superior to her. In that case, she truly wanted to meet this person. Alas, she shook her head and carefully thought twice. No one would be able to hold Li Qia back or win his heart, thus, they couldn't be his most precious thing. Chapter 30-28. Finally, the expedition ship stopped next to the meteor, almost as if the latter was a dock, a returning home of sorts. Looks like this is the real destination. Holyfrost murmured after seeing this. The biggest problem is always coming from home. Some dirty business was done in the past, then covered up. The bull laughed. Holyfrost only sighed and didn't wish to critique the ancestors. After all, she didn't have any concrete evidence and didn't want to harm anyone's reputation. We're going. Li Qia smiled and jumped off the ship with the group right behind him. A heat wave greeted them as if something was burning on the meteor. This meteor was massive beyond imagination, far bigger than some planets. Tao's systems seemed tiny in comparison. The heat wave emanating from the meteor made everyone feel parched. The land here became golden sand, seemingly the result of being scorched a very long time ago. This temperature was ever present despite a lack of a hot sun above or volcanoes on the surface. It resembled a specter that would never go away. The bull squatted down and broke off a piece of the golden soil for a better look. Completely scorched, but it's changing a bit now. A true flame must have ravaged this place, turning the surface into clay. Very few people have access to this power. It let the pieces scatter to the wind and concluded. So this meteor itself is a treasure, since the mud is filled with the affinity of a divine metal. This meant that it used to be a massive mine in the past. The toughness of the metal still couldn't withstand the flame at the progenitorial level. It added. So why was this place scorched? The emperor asked while thinking of the various possibilities. A battle of the top level very far away. This place simply got struck by the fallout. The bull looked forward and concluded. There's something going on here, part of a long strategy. It's why that piece of rock fell down to Sky Pass. Li Qia smiled. Right. The bull said, anyhow, we know that the expedition ship is chasing after this meteor. It's hard to tell what happened before this. Perhaps someone had changed their mind. Holyfrost started wondering about the mighty forces of the expedition. Alas, what happened to them now? So what powerful foe took down so many progenitors? Holyfrost wondered. The foe is definitely powerful, but I'm sure the real enemy is the heart of men. The easiest and fastest way to defeat a powerful legion is to destroy its unity from the inside. The bull said. Holyfrost sighed and refrained from pursuing this any further. Rumble. Another great ship started floating in the airspace above. Debris scattered everywhere as massive creatures landed and crushed the ground, fierce birds, devil bulls the size of a mountain, mixed phoenix with sky-blotting wings, and armored leos. Young cultivators rode these beasts. They had impressive auras and were clearly famous prodigies. A primordial and beastly presence engulfed the land with their arrival. Everyone felt as if a stampede was on the way, capable of breaking everything. Divine Beast Legion. A cultivator who had just got here shouted in astonishment. Why is True Dragon Court sending its legion here? People started wondering. This power was created by Violet Dragon Empress. Divine Beast Legion was an important branch there. Their appearance here naturally surprised the crowd. The leader of this legion was an old man sitting on an auspicious beast, a fiery scaled lion. Its body seemingly made from ruby with a layer of flame on the surface. He had a cold expression with a frightening flash in his eyes. One could hear the roars of dragons emanating from him as if there was a true dragon inside, ready to break out. Celestial Dragon Venerable. Some were startled to see him here in person. Are they attacking this place? An expert wondered. Celestial Dragon Venerable was the royal uncle of Violet Dragon Empress, a noble of the court. Some believed that he was a grand completion everlasting or a peak one. He rarely took action, but when he did, it would end with the death of his enemies. We meet again, fiercest. He glared at Wuxia and snorted. They have met back in Sky Pass, or at least the Venerable took notice of Wuxia. He was there during the auction. Do I know you? Wuxia gave him a quick glance. He didn't remember this guy at all since the auction was filled with people. Yang Qingli was my useless disciple. The Venerable revealed. Oh, I remember now, that archer or whatever. Yes, I killed him. Wuxia smiled. Looks like Fiercest will be fighting against the court. A spectator from afar quietly said. Fiercest will do anything, including taking on True Dragon Court. A big shot smiled wryly. He saw Wuxia killed Master Dezhu and the Tao avatars of Bright King Buddha and Metalkin War God. Good, so you admit your crime. Celestial Dragon Venerable couldn't stay calm. He couldn't do anything back in Arrogance Enterprise or Sky Pass since he didn't want to offend their masters. This was no longer the case. He could do whatever he wanted on this meteor. Of course. I've killed plenty of people, so having one more or one fewer doesn't matter. Come if you wish to avenge your disciple, I'll only be adding another number to my list. Wuxia nonchalantly said. Such arrogance. The Venerable was infuriated. He actually didn't wish to avenge his disciple. After all, his disciple simply lost in a duel. It was his own fault for being weaker than Wuxia. However, the guy's blatant disdain was ridiculous. He was a powerful everlasting and a noble of True Dragon Court with military power. Fear was not in his dictionary. So many emperors assumed the role of juniors when speaking to him. Thus, he couldn't swallow being treated in this manner by Wuxia. Chapter 30-29. Celestial Dragon Venerable was furious. Even the two current progenitors addressed him as Venerable whenever they visited the court. His power and status commanded respect in immortal lineage. Now, a junior didn't give a damn about him in the slightest. The world is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, the Venerable barked back. So what? They better not cross my path unless they wish to die. Wuxia interrupted him. You think no one else can stop you, that you're unbeatable? The Venerable scowled. He was being quite patient already. Anyone else would have rushed forward to avenge their fallen disciple. Indeed, but if there were someone capable of stopping me, it certainly wouldn't be you. Wuxia retorted. You. The Venerable's fury erupted like a volcano. I see, I've roamed the world for thousands of years. This is the first time a junior dares to talk to me like this. The Venerable glared at Wuxia with a smile stemming from anger and indignation. Everyone sympathized with him, especially those who have met Wuxia and his domineering style before. Why the need for this? Why can't Fiercest be more courteous to avoid needless fighting? A spectator quietly said. He wouldn't be fiercest if he was more amicable. An expert who had experienced this before said, plus, he's so damn strong, why would he need to be polite towards anyone? You see arrogance, but in his opinion, he's only telling the truth, no big deal. Well, people have different perspectives at different levels. An elder from the previous generation said. Is he really that strong? Comparable to Orchid Sage and Luminous Master? Many didn't believe in his power. Who knows? In my opinion, he should be just as strong as Bright King Buddha and Metal Kin War God. As for the two progenitors, they need to fight for us to know. A big shot maintained a conservative guess. Come if you want to fight, bring your legion too. Stop wasting my time otherwise. Li Chia looked at the furious Venerable and smiled. The legion behind Celestial Dragon Venerable became angry as well. Many members glared at him. First of all, they were individually famous as prodigies. Secondly, their legion had swept through the realms before in an unstoppable manner. Now, Li Chia treated them like some random hoodlums. How could they stay calm? Of course, Li Chia was telling the truth. It's just that his truth seemed like rampant arrogance and disdain in others' eyes. Very well. The Venerable laughed again. This isn't about personal feud today. I don't care to avenge my useless disciple either. However, I will not allow you to insult the prestige of our court. That's right. Many experts in the Legion roared, honor over death. Our Legion will raise our glorious flag today. Fine, you got my interest. Li Chia smiled and stood up, waving his hand provocatively. Work together now, let's see how many moves your famous legion can withstand. Clank. 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 The members unsheathed their weapons, ready to attack. We will not let this go until a victor is decided. The Venerable also stepped forward and released a majestic draconic aura. You may go first. Li Chia said freely. Boom! Divine light erupted from the Venerable in the form of halos. He seemingly became one with the world and grew larger, capable of plucking the stars and palming the sun and moon. The aura of an everlasting swept through the area to the astonishment of the spectators. Weaker cultivators were immediately suppressed. He deserves his fame. A few praised. The guy was indeed mighty, far above other true gods. Clank. The Legion members also activated their power in a dazzling manner. The area was drowned out by their boundless strength. Some saw an illusion of themselves being surrounded by a great army. Walls of steel blocked out any potential escape path. They're doing it. A spectator murmured after seeing the preparation. Let's see how strong Fiercest actually is. Others were eager to see Li Chia's might. We'll see what you can do. Celestial Dragon Venerable let out a roar that echoed across space. Stop. However, a shout filled with authority detonated. Its imperial aura forced people to submit. Ra. A draconic aura came like a storm capable of destroying the Celestials. A great dragon descended from the sky. It had violet scales from top to bottom. Its claws had a tinge of gold looking like two sabers. One cut could sever the earth, another could crush a mountain. Everyone shuddered after feeling this aura belonging to a supreme bloodline. People suddenly felt an animalistic instinct to bow before a dragon. A true dragon, one expert blurted. A violet dragon. It's the Empress. Someone looked up and saw a woman standing on top of the dragon. She also wore a violet robe while being surrounded by purple clouds, making her look quite mysterious. Her brows were black and well-defined. She didn't wear an imperial robe nor a crown, yet she looked as regal as ever, regardless of her current mood. She wasn't a true emperor, yet her imperial aura was inferior to none. She was born to be noble, destined to be a peerless ruler with full authority. Violet Dragon Empress, a young cultivator, stared at her, mesmerized. She was the current leader of True Dragon Court and one of the greatest contemporary geniuses. Her fame was on the same level as Metal Kin War God and Bright King Buddha. She had entered the academy too, becoming a student of Dawn. She eventually created Divine Beast Legion, a force with numerous accolades. Your Majesty. The members got on one knee to greet her. Even Celestial Dragon Venerable got off his stallion to greet her despite being her clan uncle. This wasn't only because she was the current ruler but because she herself was a powerful everlasting, even stronger than him. This respect came from the heart, not out of fear regarding royal authority and status. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.